有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。
请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
「有请会议一全球宏观经济转变、债务、通货膨胀与低增长主持人，清华大学五道口金融学院副院长、金融学讲席教授田轩先生，有请。
Now it's time for session 1. Please welcome the moderator, Mr. Tian Xuan, Chair Professor and Associate Dean, Tsinghua PBCSF.
好，尊敬。
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, good morning. Welcome to the 80 years after Bretton Woods and 2024 Tsinghua PBCSF Global Finance Forum. So there are 8 themed sessions and 4 parallel forums. And we have invited over 70 business leaders, experts, and scholars to meet here at the West Lake and to discuss the global macroeconomic shifts, the resurgence of emerging markets, and the future path of climate finance. So we are going to start session 1. It's about global macroeconomic shifts, debt, inflation, and low growth. So we have live broadcasts online as well, so welcome all of you. Sorry for keeping you waiting. First, let me introduce the speakers for this session. Mr. Zhu Ming, founder, Global Economic Governance 50 Forum, former Deputy Governor PBOC, and former Deputy Managing Director of IMF.
Nobel Laureate in Economics 2001, Philip H. Knight, Professor and Dean, Mr. Michael Spence. Vice Chairman, China Center for International Economic Exchanges, former Vice Minister for Development Research Center, Mr. Wang Yiming. Chief Representative of BIS, Mr. Zhang Tao. Global Senior Advisor Oliver Wayman, former board member Deutsche Bundesbank, Mr. Andrew Dombret. Special Term Professor, Tsinghua PBCSF, member of PBOC Monetary Policy Committee, Mr. Huang Haizhou. Professor Emeritus, New York University Sloan School of Business, CEO, Rubini Micro Associates, Mr. Nouriel Rubini. Okay. Let's start with the first session. The floor is given to Governor Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming shall be participating via remote fashion to conduct a high-end dialogue with Mr. Michael Spence.
Are you on?
Hello, Zoom in. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. I don't think I need to do any introduction for Mark Spence. He's a Nobel Prize laureate and a professor, used to be at New York University, but now in the Stanford. But Mark is really well known for his development committee for quite a long time, and his growth model is the fundamental economic theories we are all use today. So I'm so happy and honored to have this wonderful opportunity to do a conversation with Mike And particularly, thank you very much for coming to join us in this early time. Mark is currently in Europe, so his time is 4:10 in the morning. This is a very, very early time for people, particularly like Mark. He used to go to bed very late. So please join me, give a big hand to welcome Mark Spence. Thank you very much, Mike. And let's start the conversation since we have a limited time. Growth, of course, this is a key issue in everybody's mind. But before we talk about today's or future growth, let's go a little back to look back. We had quite a strong, reasonable, good growth in the past decades, since 2001 and move forward. What are the main factors contribute to strong growth in the past?
Well, first, thank you for having me, and I'm sorry I'm not there with you. I know you'll have a fascinating conference. So if you look at the past, focusing on the post-war period, the early part of the post-war period had relatively high growth, essentially because there were high levels of investment and a reasonably well-organized pattern of recovery from the war. This was really kind of catching up to, and recovering from the damage. And then, but more importantly, in the last roughly 3 to 4 decades, just as a matter of data, the high growth in the global economy is attributed to the extraordinary growth in the emerging economies, and especially in China. And that had a direct effect on growth that's easily measured and very large. And that effect became larger as time went on because the market share of these economies, as they developed large middle classes and moved into the high middle income range, their market share in the global economy continued to grow, and so their high growth rates contributed even more to high growth. And then there's an indirect effect, which is that the advanced economies, the so-called developed economies, because of the productivity growth and trade, were able to grow at higher rates than they would have been able to grow at because of the growth of the emerging economies. Or to put it differently, even in a period of rather modest performance in terms of productivity, which in other circumstances would have produced a supply-side set of constraints and a required response on the part of the monetary authorities, it wasn't necessary. So the emerging economy growth created an enormously large supply-side elasticity in the global economy that also enabled relatively high growth in the developed economies, and higher than you would have expected given the productivity performance.
Yeah, thank you. To summarize such a long period in such a short, clear way, gosh, this is absolutely amazing. Thank you. Now, we're going to have a low growth periods, right? IMF just forecast in the next 5 years, growth will be averaging roughly 3.1, which is PPP based. And the World Bank use the real dollar market based, it's only 2.2. Yep. Why that? What are we missing? What has been changing? And what will change to lead us to a low growth period?
So there are several factors. I mean, it's actually quite complicated. So let me divide this into 2 parts. I think the next 5 years, the growth forecasts are A, low, and B, likely to be fairly accurate for a number of reasons. First of all, the emerging economy effect, which is very powerful, the one we spoke about a minute ago, is not as powerful now. It's fading. And there are several reasons for that. It's not a permanent condition. So let me be fairly precise. As the emerging economies grow, domestic demand grows. And so this pattern of sort of, creating a powerful deflationary force in the developed economies is not as powerful as it was before. Second, I think everybody knows the global economy is subject to, numerous shocks, from climate, from wars, from pandemics, and so on, that, are causing essentially supply-side constraints. And they're augmented by other secular trends, like aging in economies that account for between 75 and 80% of the global economy's total output. We have labor shortages, and of course we have inflation for the first time in several years, so that the monetary authorities, with a bit of a delay, essentially have produced the, again, I'm not describing the China economy right now, which is more in a aggregate demand constrained configuration for the moment. But the developed economies are certainly in a supply constrained mode as a trigger for inflation. And so the rising interest rates are reining in demand, and that contributes to slow growth. I don't think this is a permanent condition for several reasons. One, if you look at India's growth, if they sustain 7+% growth and their market share in the global economy continues to rise, that will be a positive trend. But more importantly, I think that the powerful technologies that we have available to turn around the productivity slow down. Again, this is guessing at the future, zoom in, but I think by the end of this decade, we'll start to see a much more benign pattern of growth. And I think the whatever loss of growth momentum there has been in the Chinese economy, for reasons everybody in the room understands, those will be overcome as well. And so China will once again be an important source of kind of sustainable growth patterns. So the kind of brief summary is there's lots of headwinds to growth right now, and some of the previous tailwinds have faded in their power. But I think, we have new potential sources, particularly of very large sustained productivity growth from digital technologies, from some of the energy transition technologies, and even to some extent from the revolution in biomedical and life sciences.
All right, Mike, it's absolutely fascinating. The growth in slowing down is a particularly emerging market facing domestic demand pressures, and advanced economy, productivity is low, and external shocks, you mentioned climate change and others. Aging is the most important issue because it brings inflation, high interest rates, and slow the growth. But most importantly, you say you don't think it's permanent, so it's a short term. Now, before say anything, let's go back, because there are arguments say the current slowdown may be a part of a long trends, slowdown, because we are at the end of a long cycle. You don't think so, right? Why?
So I had a little trouble hearing Zoom in, but you're asking about the monetary and
no,
fiscal
it's not only
situation?
monetary, because you see, as an economist, we all think it's a long-term cycle and a short-term cycle, right? And one particular view say we are at really end of a long cycle. So in that sense, the slow growth will continue for a while. But you have a more positive view. You think that yes, a lot of headwind, we will have a slow growth, but end of this decade, we'll see the growth will come back strongly. So you don't think it's the long trend issue. You don't think it will last long. I think this is absolutely important.
Yeah, but let me put it slightly differently. So they're powerful, again, without trying to be, exhaustive in detail, they're reasonably powerful secular forces of the type that you just described. So it was aging, downward trend in productivity, fading effect of the emerging market growth, and so on. Those are secular, and the monetary authorities thought that most of this problem, initially came from pandemic congestion and chaos, and that turned out not to be quite right. Or if it was right, the transition period was longer than anybody expected. So I think of those as secular trends, and they're causing major and somewhat permanent structural change in the global economy. So, we lived in a global economy where the global supply networks were constructed almost entirely on economic considerations, efficiency and comparative advantage. We've left that world behind. The global supply networks are, diversifying, in response to shocks and geopolitical tensions. They're fragmenting for the same kinds of reasons. There's home shoring, and things that are like that going on that don't look like they're sort of part of a kind of short-term cycle to me. So the question I ask myself, is that a permanent condition? Will that go on for, sort of a decade or something like that?
Yes, that's the key, yeah.
And my answer to that is, I think there is a good chance that that pattern will again be disrupted on a structural basis by technologies that produce a very substantial change in the productivity performance, pretty much globally. That's a guess, and it's not a sure thing, but I believe these technologies have the potential to do that.
Yeah, you watch, technology advancing in the productivity for almost all your life. Obviously, you are the authority to talk about that. No, it's very interesting to listen to you. I feel uncomfortable to argue with a Nobel Prize laureate, but let me try, okay? You say aging is a secular, right? Not anti-globalization, but at least slow globalization is secular.
Yes.
Yeah, supply chain become decentralized, costs increase, right? And but productivity slowdown, not necessarily being secular. So you really put a lot of hope on the artificial intelligence, on the GPTs. You really think those things will push the productivity and move upside and strong, overcome the aging and the deglobalization. Am I right?
Yes, that's exactly right. So if I'm wrong, or, I'm not alone in this, but there are skeptics. Darren Asimov.
So between us, it must be I'm wrong, you're right. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah, that's a good summary. So, either we're in for a period of fairly difficult and relatively slow growth, and it's worse than difficult, zoom in. And we're in a rising interest rate environment. I know there are market participants who think that once the inflation fight's over, we're going back to relatively low real interest rates. I don't believe that because of the supply side conditions in the global economy. And we're entering a period, so suppose that's right. You have high real interest rates and the need to make massive investments to accomplish the energy transition and sustainability. Right. You have a global economy that, has had a steady rise in debt levels. And sovereign debt is now running at about over 100% of
right.
GDP globally.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like an environment where it's easy to sort of make these investments. So you can paint a pretty gloomy picture of
right.
the future unless you think there are countervailing forces. So the suggestion I'm making is that there are some countervailing forces that have the potential to significantly modify this pattern. Let me be specific. We have labor shortages in the developed world in virtually all the large employment sectors. We have aging and rising dependency ratios. If we don't get a productivity increase, we'll have trouble on the fiscal side, we'll have trouble on the investment side, and we'll have trouble because the young people are going to have to pay for this aging population. And if you just ask yourself, forget technology for the moment, what's the one thing that that could actually significantly modify that pattern? It would be a significant growth in productivity for those who are working.
Yeah, you put a lot of emphasis on the technology and innovation. The first issues that need a lot of investments, as you say, infrastructure, new infrastructure, but given the huge fiscal deficits, given the unsustainable fiscal situation and unsustainable monetary situations, where do we get money? How do we do this new infrastructure investment to support what you say, the new technology innovation to bring up the productivity? How?
Yes, but not overnight, right? So the declining fiscal space is real. In some cases, in the lower income economies, it's destabilizing.
Right.
And I don't think there's, we can do ways, things to ameliorate that, but that's not fixable in the short run. I'm not expecting a surge in productivity, even if it comes, until sometime near the end of the decade. And the reason is, the one that we all understand, which is, even when you have relatively powerful technological change that has the capacity to change the growth patterns, they don't happen overnight. I mean, we have changes in jobs, changes in behavior, changes in business models, disruption, in the transitions and so on. So we're going to have to deal with the headwinds and the debt levels and the declining fiscal space for a number of years now. And that's why I think the forecasts that the IMF and others are making are accurate.
So until the productivity really pick it up, but you emphasize technology innovations, artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, whatever. I'm sure you have your own observations index. Can you share your secret with us? So what are you look, into technology innovations? What are the index, what are the measurable things you feel the technology will pick up in the end of this decade?
So there's two ways to think about it, Zoom in. One is, we're being handed by the science and technology community just incredibly powerful tools. And those tools are not only available, frequently they're open source. And they're widely available and their costs are coming down, right? And so the only question in my mind is whether we pick up and use those tools in ways that produce beneficial growth patterns, accelerated growth, more inclusive growth, more sustainable growth, and so on. If I look at the current round of breakthroughs in digital technology, generative AI particularly, it has very striking features. For example, you don't need technical training to use them. You can just talk to them, right? Second, for the first time ever, they have this human-like domain switching capacity. You don't have to tell them what the subject is. You don't have to say, we're doing image recognition. You can talk to them about Chinese history, the Italian Renaissance, do math, computer coding, etc. Talk about inflation, and they know what you're talking about. This is an unbelievably large breakthrough. Now, there are bottlenecks. I mean, these things require a massive amount of computing power to train because they essentially read everything on the internet. When I look around the economy, I can't find places. It's really hard to find a place where you don't get some potential productivity increase. Most people think of this, many people, if you go out in the street and talk to people, Zoom in, they think this is full-throated automation. It's not. These are just powerful digital assistants to both people and systems. They write the first draft of everything. I mean, let me just give examples. If you take doctors spend 30% of their time writing up reports because they have to, we need the reports. The AI will write the first draft of those. It, picks up all the signals, right, and so on. But that saves about 80% of that time for doctors. Right. Now, I don't know what they'll do with that time. They might play golf, but
study more growth theory.
Yeah. The same is true of computer coding. Nobody's going to hand in, a Gen AI model, of the first draft of computer code, but it looks like, and there's lots of commentary to this effect, that we'll have very large increases in productivity in the area of software engineering, and we're building economies on software. That looks like a pretty powerful effect by itself.
No, Mike, thank you for the very strong point on those issues. My time running out. I roughly have 60 seconds, but you still have an hour to stay. But I just can't help to ask you theoretical questions, because you are the authority on the growth series, and you build a growth model. You win the Nobel Prize. And,
sorry, you faded out there. Yep.
Yeah, I just can't help to ask you a theoretical question about the growth model.
Sure.
Given the aging. So in the growth model, labor part getting smaller. And the capital part, I don't know, is it going up or going down, but technology part is getting up, become more important. So what is your new growth model if you want to describe the today's and the future's economies? Do you think you will change your growth model? What is your new growth model, Mike?
It's not really new, in a sense. There are some new features to it. I mean, let me make one other observation that I think many people in the room will notice. If you go back 25 years and look at the market capitalization of of the publicly traded stocks, pretty much anywhere, that market capitalization would be, if you ask what fraction of that is accounted for by, measured in tangible assets, the number would have been about 80%. If you do the same calculation now, that number would be more like 10 or 20%. So most of the value creation right now is in intangible assets. Now, we don't measure them very well, but we kind of know what they are. They're sort of brands and software and data, and capabilities of a variety of kinds that are associated with that. I think that in some sense is, a new growth model, right? I mean, the investments that we're going to make that drive growth in the future are investments in what amount to intangible assets. So just because we're running short of time, let me give an example. In the energy transition, eventually we will get to resilient and largely green energy sources. In order to get there, we have to have smart grids, right? We have to have energy, that's fluctuating in supply from wind and solar and so on, and coming in and, going out of these grids. Humans can't manage that. The only way to run that thing is with a very complicated, and capable, essentially AI system, right? Yeah. And so that's another example. That will be part of the infrastructure of our economies, in the next decades. It's enormously valuable. We have to build it. But it's not just the hardware, if you see what I mean. So I think that when I look out into the future, it's the intangible assets, and on the economic side, we have to learn how to kind of measure these things and integrate them into our growth models in a way that's that makes it more transparent.
Yeah. I think we run out of time, but that was a fascinating talk, and we cover so many things, a broad sense and in the depths.
Thank you,
and thank you very much. In such early time for you, and I have to close here, and hope you will be able to catch up your second sleep and sleep well. But do think about it. We all here listen to you and may give you feedback, agree or disagree. I don't know. Please join me with a big hand to Mark Spence. Thank you very much, so much, Mike, and good to talk to you. Yeah. So I back to the chair to our moderator, Professor Tian Xuan. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Governor Zhu and Professor Spencer. Wow, this is a really very exciting and inspiring talk. They are senior personages in the industry. So in a short period of 20 minutes, they covered many major issues. Very insightful. So I learned a lot from their conversation. So Professor Spence won the Nobel Prize in 2021 for his asymmetric information theory. In fact, he is very experienced in both macro and micro level content. We will now proceed to the roundtable discussion. Mr. Wang Yiming, Zhang Tao, Mr. Adres Dombrit, Huang Haizhou, and Norio Rubini. Please be seated on stage. Well, now start our roundtable discussion. Well, actually, we started at 9 this morning. So for this roundtable, please be relaxed. There are 3 steps for this roundtable. So before this roundtable is the high-level dialogue. So first, I would like to ask each and every panelist to give a minute talk on the theme, on the subject of this forum. Secondly, I will have some follow-up questions. And most important is the third one. We'll open the floor for questions. So these are the 3 things we're going to do for this roundtable. First, Mr. Wang Yiming. Well, good morning. Well, the theme of this session is about global macroeconomic shifts. So we need to know first what are the changes, where to go. I think there's a basic clue. After the financial crisis, low growth, low inflation, and high debt. After COVID-19, the macro situation is changing. So even lower growth. In my opinion, the growth rate further decline. Relatively high inflation. So inflation situation eased a bit, but it still remains at a relatively high level. Because of the relatively high inflation, the interest rate cannot return to the almost zero interest rate era. That is why we are now seeing even higher debt. Governments are spending, governments are borrowing. So this will affect the future economic and financial development of the world. So let's have a look at the growth. Governor Zhu and Professor Spence talked about the growth model. I think the growth rate is at a lower level now. So for the next 5 years, generally speaking, it's about 3% growth rate. From 2000 to 2019, before COVID-19, it's about 3.8% on average. And in the midterm, will this trend be reversed to the next 5 years or even longer period? According to World Bank, by 2030, the growth rate will remain at a low level. So the potential growth rate is also on a decline, especially in the developing and emerging countries. Will artificial intelligence change the scenario? Because the population is aging and productivity is affected accordingly. After the COVID-19 pandemic, the gap in funds are not addressed. So the issue is whether we can improve the all-factor productivity in the future. Will AI do that? So far, we cannot tell. Maybe the impact of AI is lagged. Will AI offset the negative impact of the economic fragmentation due to geopolitical issues? These are not certain at this moment. Secondly, it's about inflation. So inflation has been eased, but it will not return to the past. So let's recall the 1980s. The entire world experienced a long period of low inflation period. The super QE does not lead to high inflation. But just last year, high inflation returned. Why QE did not lead to high inflation? I think this is because of the economic growth across the world, because of the globalization. But globalization is now reversing. So that is the fundamental reason for the high inflation. Such a change will bring what challenges to us? I think one of the biggest challenges would be even higher debt or debt crisis. The global debt will be unchained. Currently, the global debt is about 250% of the global GDP. And major economies also see the soaring of debt. So what does that mean to our future? I think three implications. First, because of the stickiness of inflation, our interest rate will remain relatively high. So the cost of debt will increase substantially. Because previously the zero interest rate debt matures, and from the US, the 5.5% interest rate debt is issued. But you cannot lower the interest rate because of high inflation. So there will be much bigger risks of debt. Secondly, for the fiscal and monetary policies, there are limited room to make use of. How to address inflation? Major economies are reducing their balance sheet. But this will affect the liquidity, which in turn will affect the stock market and the debt market. So inflation, debt, interest rate, risks of debt will go up. This will lead to instability of the financial market and will hamper the world economic recovery. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for the remarks. Well, he talked about interest rate, inflation, debt, and low growth rate. Now, Mr. Zhang Tao, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Tian. Good morning. Well, I would like to use English.
And Mark invited me to join this wonderful event, and particularly join the wonderful group of the discussant. And if we look at the topic, looking at the Bretton Woods system in 80 years, of course the questions come out, and there's a huge number of the changes in the past 80 years. 80 years in a context of the histories, of course, it's a short period. But in any one of us individuals, 80 years long enough. So you would see a lot of changes. And of course, depend on who you ask for, what kind of changes, and they may give you different answers. I myself, of course, have a luck to work in both Bretton Woods institutions before, but I would like to offer my observations, as a former central banker, and of course, I see my fellow central bankers here, and also my friend, my colleagues, particularly from PBOC, are also here. So I would like to offer my observations, particularly from the central bank perspective. Particularly, some of these observations also echoed by the recent discussions between the BIS delegation's visit to Beijing last week and with the Chinese authorities. I think these are pretty much common. So let me emphasize two aspects of these changes from the central bankers' perspectives. The first one is, not only in the past 80 years, but also in the last 10 years, or most recent several years, the world, particularly the central banks, have been faced with increasingly changes in terms of macroeconomic environment. What I mean is, when central banks make their policies, they are facing both the shocks from the demand and supply side. And normally, central banks will take care of the demand policies, but this time around, you see different inflation dynamics. Many of us, including me in the talk with Michael just a moment ago, talk about the supply side shocks. Of course, the supply shocks reflected, for example, in the post-COVID world, starting with the trade wars, and also later on the geopolitical tensions. Now you see the conflict and wars, etc. So all of these are supply-side shocks, and they are continuing. And the central bank, whether or not they would have adequate tools to take care of it. And a moment ago, you hear the debate between Ming and Michael, whether or not they are more secular or they are more transitory. So these are the questions hang on in the central banker's mind. To cut it short, the inflation dynamics would be very, very different. That's one. And second shocks is, Yiming just mentioned it, the high level of debt around the world, not just one countries, not just developed countries or emerging market, it's across the board. And the debt, including the total debt, household debt, corporate debt, and sovereign debt, are all at historical high levels. And this even more pronounced now in the era of the high inflations, because people are still debating now the inflation is go high or high for long or high for longer or higher for longer. But what is true is now the inflation right now and increasing, and also the interest rate, the policy rates are now high. So in such a high rate environment, the sustainability of the debt will become issues. So we'll come back on that. So that is the second. And third, of course, the other structural changes, like society become aging, and we're now mandatory the green transitions, and so forth. I keep another huge sort of the elephant in the room in my second observation, which is technologies. But so far, just for aging and green transitions, whether or not this give you a consistent or secular pressures on inflations, it's upward or downward, people have different views. Short-term, long-term, for example, green transitions. This is mandatory. Short-term could be a shock, but whether or not you can handle the transition, smooth transition of the period, then that's pretty much determine whether or not the inflation pressures is going on, upward pressure, upper side or downside. So these are the things. My second observation is coming to the technologies. And certainly, as Michael argued, eventually the productivity will prevail. Ming, you had another view. That would brings in huge uncertainties, and let alone the cost. And of course, easy to say, opportunities and the cost come together. And how would you take up the opportunities? From the financial sector's point of view, the opportunity is huge. Efficiencies for the customers, and also the depth and the width of the financial services can reach will up to the tremendous, unprecedented levels. At the same time, cyber risk, the more sophisticated fraud and scams, and more importantly, technology make all of us spend more and more. That will make excessive demand for financial services and sometimes overburden the household balance sheet or even the corporate balance sheet. So how would you handle all of these? And in particular, even more important for central bankers, nowadays we have digital or digitalizations of the financial services, including digitalization of money. And as the guardians of the public trust of the money, whether or not central bank will, make a best effort to keep themselves not behind the curves, for example, launch or study the CBDCs, or let the private sectors taking care of the tokens or tokenizations of the deposit, private money. So these are the sort of the huge fundamental questions for the central banker to handle. And let alone, now with the internet, and all the financial services can be put on the internet. That's why people are nowadays talking about the finternet, including all of these new forms of the financial services, open finance, you name it, etc. These are the things we've never seen it before, and there's no written down rules how to handle it. So what I'm saying is that the technologies brings even more sort of stronger challenges than the traditional macro economic challenges. So in that respect, central bank need to be alert, need to be nimble, and particularly need to be cooperative. And I say a little bit of promotions, give me the 1 minute for BIS. The BIS is setting up the platform for central bank to do the work together in a more cooperative ways. They meet every 2 months in Basel, and this time around, you see with the new inflation outbreak right after COVID, central banks handle them pretty well. Right now, with their determined, collective, synchronized effort of the central bank actions, the global inflation is right now still high, but the price is, inflation is stable, so you can see that. But looking ahead, we are seeing the outlook is quite uncertain. But we have to be alert. We have to be working together as we always did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tao. So he just made two comments on two important observations. One is about the macroeconomic environment changes, right? Sort of inflation, high debt levels, uncertainties from geopolitical tensions. And the second one is about digital revolution, technologies, the opportunities and the challenges we have to deal with. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Professor Dr. Rubini. So you are well known for your nickname since the last financial crisis. So we are very curious and want to hear your comments. What do you have to say about the global economic perspectives?
Thank you. Pleasure being here. I think it's fair to say that we live in a world in which there is unprecedented, unusual, unexpected uncertainty. For use, some people call it hyper uncertainty. We have both economic, monetary, and financial risks, threats, and uncertainty. But we live also in a world in which there are now social, political, geopolitical, demographic, environmental, health, and technological risks and uncertainty. And I would also argue that today, the kind of economic and non-economic risk and threat we're facing are very different than they were even just before, say, the COVID crisis. Think about the economic, monetary, and worried about inflation being too low. Today, we're worried about inflation being too high. Before COVID, the worry was about secular stagnation, a situation where after the GFC, demand was low, investment, consumption, savings were high, growth was low, but inflation was low. Today, instead of having weak aggregate demand, we have negative aggregate supply shocks that are leading to stagflation, lower growth, but higher inflation. We've never seen stagflation since the 1970s. 3, before COVID, we were worried about the implication of unconventional monetary policies, zero policy rates, negative policy rates, quantitative easing, credit easing. Today, we're starting to worry about the implication of normalization of monetary policy, quantitative tightening, restriction to credit growth, even long rates close to zero, and that savers were not getting enough of return on their own savings and investment. Today, we're worried instead that interest rates are too high, higher for longer, and that's going to squeeze borrowers. 5, before COVID, debt ratio, private and public, in advanced economies and emerging markets were high, but debt servicing ratio were low. So even zombie companies, countries, household banks, financial institutions, corporations could survive because debt servicing ratio were so low, because interest rates were so low. Today, in which there's a world of higher for longer, those that have high debt ratio are at risk of default, of a credit crisis, of restructuring, and so on. 6, we live in a world of hyper-globalization after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the opening up of China. Today, we're worrying about deglobalization, de-risking, decoupling, secure trade rather than free trade, about reshoring, friendshoring rather than offshoring, about protectionism, fragmentation of the global economy, balkanization of global supply chains. 7, in the period between 2010 and 20, after the GFC, commodity prices were collapsing by almost 50%. Since COVID, commodity prices have doubled on approximately energy, food, fertilizers, industrial metals, and that's leading to inflationary forces and, of course, stagflationary forces. 8, before the COVID, everybody was saying the dollar is going to be the dominant reserve currency, is going to remain so. Today, everybody's talking about de-dollarization and the potential for that happening. So even if you're looking at the economic, monetary, and financial risks, today they're very different than they were literally 4 years ago. If you're looking at the non-economic ones, the process of change has been slower, but compare it to, say, the last 30 years. 1, we had the peace dividend after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the opening up of good relations between China, US, and the world. Today we have a world of geopolitical risk with cold and hot wars. War between Russia and Ukraine, a war between Israel and Hamas that may become more regional, involve Hezbollah and Iran. US and China in a cold war that could get colder, possibly, let's hope not so, a hot war. And there are other types of geopolitical risk. For example, this year there'll be US election. If Trump were to be elected, what will be? Not just the economic policy of Trump, but also the trade policy and the geopolitical policies of Trump. That's a source of geopolitical uncertainty. 2, 30 years ago, the talk about climate change was just talk. Temperatures were rising, but slowly. Today, we're already at 1.5 above pre-industrial level. Even if you do everything was decided at COP, we're on the process of getting not at 2, at 2.4. There's going to be a disaster. 3, 30 years ago, we had barely heard about global pandemics. Last one was the Spanish flu. Since then, we have had HIV, SARS, MERS, swine flu, bird flu, Zika, Ebola, now COVID-19. Unfortunately, COVID-19 is not going to be the last one, and it's not going to be the most virulent ones. For a reason I'm not going to have time to explain right now, those pandemics are becoming more severe. 4, Demographic changes. 30 years ago, we were not worrying about them, but now there has been an acceleration of aging, not only in advanced economies, US, Europe, Japan, and so on, but also in key emerging markets, China, South Korea, Russia, and other ones. And migration has complicated issue because you have aging in advanced economies, still population growth high, say in Africa, and that's leading, together with climate change, collapsing economic, political, social system, to massive migration globally. This is going to be politically very difficult to address. 5, we used to be in a world in which a liberal democracy was the model political system and democratic capitalism, and the Washington consensus was there. Today, there is a backlash against liberal democracy because of economic inequalities, because of economic uncertainties, and you have either populist government coming to power, both in advanced economies and emerging markets, or there is a process of more authoritarian regimes all over the world, and that's an issue. Finally, 30 years ago, people talked about AI, but there was no real AI. There was an AI winter, but we know that right now, AI, machine learning, robotic, automation, and technology of the future are going to change the world. Potentially for the better, with higher potential growth, but there are risks. Winners and losers within countries and across countries, misinformation, disinformation, deep fakes, and political manipulation of elections, permanent technological unemployment, rising inequality, and building bigger weapons to fight bigger wars. Now, I call all these phenomena, in my recent book, mega threats. Other people talk and say it's a polycrisis or a permacrisis. Or when I presented my book in front of the IMF, the head of the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva, said, we are at the confluence of calamities that we have not seen since World War II. And the WEF, in this global risk report right now, talks about economic and non-economic threats feeding on each other. The point is, we live in a world in which there is risk, uncertainty, and threats. We need global cooperation to resolve all these issues: trade, financial stability, global security, climate change, health, pandemics, you name it. But in a world of rivalries and division, it's much harder to provide the global public goods that come from this global externality, and therefore we have less cooperation to address risks that are becoming not national, but also global and international. So that's the world we live in.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much, Dr. Rubini. So he gave some remarks on, my understanding is that how the secular stagnation is over and why we are moving to a global regime of global stagflation and the financial instability. Very informative, thoughtful comments. 好，我们下一位呢是我们五道口金融学院的特聘教授黄海洲先生。
The next speaker is Mr. Huang Haizhou. So please mind the time, 5 minutes. Thank you, Governor Zhu, and I want to thank the PBCSF for supporting this conference and forum. I'll stick to my time limit. After listening to Dr. Rubini, he talked about 8 points, and then 6 points, and then his book. It's a lot. So we need more time to debate those issues. I'm only going to talk about 3 things. One is the Bretton Woods system. It was important before, and it's important now, and it's going to be very important going forward. And second, the world is complex, and it's very difficult to summarize the trends in simple terms. For example, in this session, we talk about high debt, inflation, and low growth, but that's not true for the US. US is very strong growth.
Very low, so I will talk about that. 第三个我想讲的是
And facing all these challenges, especially Professor Rubini, known as Dr. Doom, is very pessimistic. I think we can expect strong growth going forward. So the Bretton Woods system is important, and the world is complex, and then we can expect some growth in the future. When the Bretton Woods agreement were negotiated, Governor Zhou Xiaochuan said last night that China made great contributions, although we only know about the delegations from the US and UK. And the proposal ultimately was accepted. That's the white proposal, not the King's proposal. Because the United States is the largest creditor, but he realizes that Europe needs a lot of debt to rebuild its economy. But if the policy is only designed to protect the debtor or the creditor, there will be problems. So the IMF approach follows the traditional route of protecting creditors. But after the review of the quotas of IMF, China made a very good proposal, and it's very simple. So protection depends on whether there's a huge crisis globally. If the debtors default, then there will be moral hazard if we bail them out. But post-World War II, when there's huge demand for debt, for reconstruction, then we should protect more the debtors. But the Chinese proposal was not adopted, and all the people that participated in the 1944 conference, including a delegation from Taiwan, it wasn't released, but we later found that proposal. So let me take this opportunity to review that proposal. Actually, after Bretton Woods, global economy stabilized and started to grow, and all the conflicts were resolved, and the system actually worked very well, and global trade increased. But there was an important flaw.
U.S. is packed with gold. However, there's insufficient supply of gold, and that triggered a memo. So the system started to collapse from 1971, and in 1973 it went into ruins. To 1983, the Plaza Accord has formed a new system. So from 1971 to 1987, especially from 1971 to 1981, the global economy faced stagflation. The system was not running. If we look back from 1987 to 2008, the period of global financial crisis, we believe there was high growth, low inflation, but that does not cover all countries. Japan had 10 years lost, and then another 10 years lost, and then another 30 years lost. Zero growth, zero interest rate. The U.S. great. So the world is quite complex. The system remains important. To the year of 2000, the world had further changes. Different countries adopted varied ways to deal with COVID pandemics. 2023, the GDP total number exceeded by the number of 2019. 2020, there was a pit dug, and then the world recovered from then. If we're comparing the growth rates, there were two major changes which worth our attention. First one being all countries, the GDP in 2023 exceeded the number of 2019, so recovery. If we look at the 2023's GDP and divided that by the GDP of US, in 2019, then the result would be all countries' GDP scale if compared to US's GDP scale in 2019. There was actually a reduction. In the past 3 years, there has been only one country that has recorded 2 to 3 percentage points growth. Other countries are flat or 2 to 3 percentage points lower. Japan being the most significant reasons is exchange rate at a very weak level. If we put it simply, high debt, low growth, that was not the case. The nominal GDP growth in the US. US made mega companies worth at 2 trillion or 3 trillion US dollars, so that was not low growth. So the system is important. The world is complex. Having poor growth in the 30 years, the per GDP before the global financial crisis reached 150% of the world average. The GDP per capita of the smaller economies, such as Norway, with population more than 50 million, that was a success story. Japan caught up with the US. And then 30 years of zero growth and zero interest rate, now the GDP per capita is 50% lower than that of the US, which is worthwhile for observation. In 2012, Larry Summers presented in the IMF. He worried that after the financial crisis, the world will enter into low interest rate. He called it a circular stagnation. Rubuni mentioned, and in 2012, Europe erupted the European debt crisis. Issues containing Italy and Spain caused a lot of attention. China provided its contribution during the process. If we look back, what worried by Larry Summers did not happen, at least did not happen in the US. The world changed drastically. The US made good use of this crisis, avoided a long-term low interest rate that was faced by Japan, and turned that to a relatively high growth, a relatively high interest rate level. However, the inflation in the US in the past 2 years have been high, even to today, but that level will drop eventually. So we don't need to put a lot of attention to the debt crisis in the US, because the de facto interest rate was negative. If they could maintain the nominal GDP around 5%, and combined with the last 2 years, that would be 20% for the nominal GDP. And the US injected strong stimulus in the economy. The Treasury in GDP's ratio was close to 30%. So nowadays, this ratio decreased by 111%. The futures depend on growth. Growth is the key. In this sense, growth should be relied on revolutionary in the science and technology field, and other countries must conduct systematic and institutional reform. We must embrace globalization and support multilateralism. IMF should be allowed to play bigger roles. In this sense, all issues, all matters should be addressed by growth instead of tightening the belt. Growth should preside our concerns and worries about debts. That's my third point. My first point is the significance of system. I hope that next 40 years, if opportunity allows, without system, we could become better. The second point is the world is diversified. It's very hard to describe the world in one statement. Not all countries follow one same trend. When most of the countries are doing good, some are not good. Third point, key lies in the growth for the future. Thank you, Dr. Haizhou, for your wonderful, wonderful remarks. I'm quite enchanted by your presentation. However, you've exceeded your time slot. Let's turn to the last speaker, Mr. Rumbrev.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you to the organizers. It's a privilege to be here. I've been, as a means of introduction, the IMF Deputy for Germany for many years, as well as the G20 Deputy for Germany, and, as a matter of fact, the G7 Deputy for Germany. And just to be very clear, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, no longer for Germany, for sure not for the Eurozone or for Oliver Wyman. We're indeed seeing many, many crises, and that's the backdrop of this conference. The most important ones are COVID, and I don't only speak of the lockdowns, but also of the supply chain breakdowns and the huge support and stimulus packages we've seen. Post-COVID inflation surge, the war against Ukraine, geopolitical tensions in Southeast Asia, the Hamas invasion of Israel, and just a few weeks ago, the Iranian attacks on Israel, climate change, as mentioned, political instability in a few of the most important economies, and I could go on and on. That's the backdrop of our meetings. So it's no wonder that business and political leaders are busy doing firefighting. And most importantly, these crises I just mentioned, they do weigh on the mood of the ordinary citizens. And here I do not mean only the actual impact of these crises on employment and on cost of living. Rather, we see in surveys that the mood is quite a lot deteriorating. People save more, they become more risk averse, they do not invest, and all of this has immediate GDP impacts, but also prevents people from working on their competitiveness and working on resilience, which very much weakens economies and societies in the long run. So you might wonder what this has to do with inflation fighting. Now, inflation is corrosive, as it can be seen as a tax on everybody who is not a large debtor. Inflation causes purchasing power to decline, investment to lose real value. Employees, and I think for the right reasons, are then demanding higher wages, which they are actually also doing, and which in turn weighs on company profits and investment returns, undermining real growth. It also pushes down economic sentiment, which not only in democracies can have political implications. Now, looking into the Eurozone, the ECB did set off an unprecedented hiking cycle, as most of you will know, after initially delaying action and assuming that, first, inflationary tendencies after the COVID crisis are only temporary, but in the end, as we all know, they were not. While some critics accused the European Central Bank of having overreacted, and the argument was that hikes cannot cure a supply chain and energy crisis that was first caused by COVID and then by the Russian war against Ukraine, we had in fact seen many negative side effects of the ultra-loose monetary policy in the economy, including markedly increased financial assets and real estate prices. In my view, in my personal view, the ECB was therefore absolutely correct and absolutely right to act, and the numbers show this as well. While still not at the 2% inflation target, inflation has come down significantly, now at around about 3% on average. That is, as you know, the Eurozone is very heterogeneous. However, you will have seen the low growth numbers projected for the Eurozone and its large member states, I must add, in particular. Germany, which has been heavily hit by the substantial increase in energy prices, for example, is projected to growth by considerably less than 1% this year, which we haven't experienced for a long time, and next year won't be much better, I must say. So it might now be the time where interest rate cuts might be in order. However, we may be talking only of 1 to 2 cuts this year, amounting to something around 50 or maximum 75 basis points in total in the Eurozone. Going beyond this, I think, would certainly undermine the efforts of bringing inflation back to 2%. It is, as it is always said, when it comes to inflation fighting, the last percentage and the last mile is the most painful one, and we're seeing this right now in the Eurozone. We also need to talk about fiscal dominance. We are in Hangzhou here, and there is one country that geographically is quite close, and I'm, of course, speaking like my gentleman to the right about Japan. Now, the yen has actually collapsed over recent months, and this should normally prompt the Bank of Japan to hike to support the currency. However, the Bank of Japan is constrained by the need to keep borrowing costs down for the highly indebted Japanese government. And the Eurozone faces not the same, but a similar constraint. Looking at the value of the euro, it is not it's not binding yet. However, similar to Japan's yield curve control, the European Central Bank only felt comfortable hiking once it had established its transmission protection instrument, which amounts to a tool to keep borrowing costs low for the more vulnerable and less fiscally strong Eurozone countries. Our advanced economies, just look at the G7, and I mentioned that I've been the G7 deputy for many years, have essentially not been able to deliver real increases in net households wealth for some years now. The reason that consumption has been able to increase regardless has, for example, not been enabled by allowing households to level up, or depending on which country you live in, by increasingly rather generously social spending, including the pension systems. Furthermore, G7 economies have been benefiting from the increased pool of workers that, it was mentioned, open up after the fall of the Iron Curtain and the rise of China and other emerging markets. Note, however, that the benefits of these developments are quite unequally distributed. Which measures you support or not often depends on your political views. But all approaches have one thing in common: debt and redistribution to support consumption has essentially bought growth and therefore political and financial stability, which is of utmost importance for our economies and societies to succeed. But it seems that the factors that allowed us to grow are reversing debt levels, becoming binding, as a positive inflation environment has returned and will most likely stay. There are no new global labor pools that could be opened up in the future. Rather, the currently most important emerging market economy, China, is facing demographic problems itself, as actually do many G7 countries. While immigration is sometimes seen as a solution, we need to consider that highly skilled workforce is scarce outside developed countries, meaning it takes a long time to get enough people to skill levels required in our highly developed economies. Now, against this backdrop, I only see one solution: Europe needs to become more productive. Otherwise, the size of the problem is going to grow beyond what more debt and more redistribution can actually compensate. And I would argue that we have already reached the limit in Europe so far. If we cannot address that, the impact will not only be on the economy, but we will put in question our societal consensus and the political system we have enjoyed so far. And as Mike Pence talked about productivity, let me do this to sum up. Unfortunately, there is no silver bullet for becoming more productive. But economic theory gives us some good advice, and it's about three factors. It's about capital, it's about labor, and it's about technology. Let's look at this real quick one by one. First of all, we need investment. Depending on which school of political thought you come from, you might have a different emphasis on public versus a private investment.
I personally believe private investment should dominate. This requires investors to see a real growth opportunity, which has to be more compelling than in competing in other markets. If we look at investor sentiment and capital flows, it suggests that the United States are more attractive than the European Union right now. In the EU, we should think about whether we have the right environment. An important factor is political stability, and that's where Europe really scores very highly. However, other factors are also important. For example, domestic demand for goods and services, regulatory red tape, or energy costs. Here, the Europeans need to be watchful. Domestic demand has been low for some years now. The EU and member states add new rules and requirements on a monthly, maybe on a daily basis, and cost of energy is much higher than in competing in European markets. If we look at public investment, space is limited because of, as it mentioned before, high debt levels. And while public investment clearly can play an important role, we should not pay too much expectations on public investment making the right bets. Not only is the ability to identify prospects limited, the reaction time of public investors is also too high to make adjustments well in time compared to private investors. Let me also mention the role of the green transition, as other panelists did. As important as this is, from a financial perspective, these are replacement investments that do not necessarily lead to more growth. Second, I mentioned labor. Here we need to look at quality and quantity. Both are a challenge. Demographics is something that is difficult to shape. For example, recent studies have indicated that the link between labor market participation of women, number of children, and policy measures such as daycare, etc., is actually limited. Immigration, regardless of skill levels, is politically controversial considering the scale needed to plug this open gap. This puts emphasis on education, and I would like to make this very clear. Good education is and continues to be very important, but we also need to aim for the right education. The vocational training system in Germany, just as an example, yields highly qualified craftsmen, but it has lost attractiveness, and many young people now prefer university education. Here again, those courses and subjects that involve, for example, engineering, are perceived as being too hard, too tough. As a consequence, the labor force is perhaps not as optimally skilled to meet market opportunities as it could be. Third, and by no means last, technology. Considering demographics, increasing productivity by technology is vital. However, at least for Europe, I sometimes perceive a certain hostility towards technology. This is not good advice and should not be followed through, and we need all to work together in order not to follow through with that. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 好，我们刚刚
Thank you. We just finished the first round, but almost none of them actually follow the 5-minute rule. I think we still have 3 minutes for the audience over there. We only have 3 minutes. To whom your question is addressed, no more narratives, statements, just question. I'm Maggie from Tsinghua PBCSF. I'm now in Singapore in study of the macroeconomics. To Mr. Huang, seems that China has successfully escaped from the trap of Japan. The reason why US can achieve high inflation and high growth is because of the dominance role of the US dollars. So do you agree with this statement? Or US and other developed countries can avoid the trap of Japan? So Mr. Wang, exactly 3 minutes. I only need 1 minute. So the U.S. Measures like financial stimulus and QE so for the U.S., they need to flush this system. Whether this is too much or not, we can review that. But actually, these measures addressed the Japan problem. So we all know the importance of the U.S. to the world economy. You talked about the reason for that could probably be the dominance of U.S. dollars. For fiscal policy making, for some countries, the fiscal deficit is huge. Previously, the treasury bonds of Japan was only 40% of its GDP. Currently, this ratio was 260%. Japan never has sort of hegemony. The U.S. is very developed in terms of the capital market. From the perspective of market, when you see a country with higher inflation rate than other countries, in fact, the high growth is something like the market prefer. So that's why the market did not have give the U.S. the pressure to devalue it or to depreciate its currency. Okay, wow, already 3 minutes. Okay, that concludes our session 1. Next, we'll proceed to the second session, Implications for Global Financial Stability, Mitigating and Preventing Global Economic Fragmentation. Let's invite the moderator, Mr. Miao Yanliang, Managing Director, Chief Strategy Officer, and Executive Director of the Research Department, China International Capital Corporation Limited. Please welcome. Please welcome Mr. Miao Yanliang, moderator of session 2. For Governor Zhu, dear guests, I'm Miao Yanliang. And thank you for the introduction. In fact, I have a close bond with the Tsinghua PBCSF. Many of the students present actually attended my class. Well, the theme of this session is mitigating and preventing global economic fragmentation. Well, the word fragmentation is relatively not very often seen. The counter name for this fragmentation is actually integration or globalization. So back in 2007, actually the global investment accounts for about 7% of the global GDP. And the lowest point is actually the period that China and US had conflicts. That was 1%. And now we just recovered to about 2% level. Fragmentation is a key issue for the world economy. So that's why we have 6 VIP guests for this session. The first is György Matosi, Governor of the Central Bank of Hungary, Mr. Boris Vucic, Governor of Croatian National Bank. So Mr. Bayi Duran, Governor of Bank of Mongolia. Fourth one, Mr. Danny Kuo, Ding and Li Ka-shing Professor in Economics, Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. Fifth one, Professor Zhang Xiaoyan, Chair Professor and Associate Dean of Tsinghua PBCSF. Last but not least is Mr. Kastali, Managing Director and Head of Strategy of UBS. Please welcome the 6 panelists. Well, actually, we are 20 minutes behind the schedule, but I will conclude right at 1 sharp. So we'll have 3 rounds of questions. So I will switch to English when I ask questions to foreign guests.
All our panelists, how has global economic fragmentation influenced the trade and the financial flows of your country or your institution or your industry? What challenges do you think the international monetary system is facing now? Maybe we can go with first with our friend from Hungary, Governor Matolowski.
Thank you. Ni hao. Good morning. Dear friends, may I just start by telling you that by nature, as a Hungarian, I am optimistic person, and I am really optimistic about the future. The answer for this optimism is in the line of in the title of our conference, 80 years Bretton Woods, because the Bretton Woods Agreement proved to be an outright success story between 1944 and 1971. The main purposes were met. Japan, the destroyed and devastated countries were rebuilt. Japan, Germany, France, and Western Europe were all reconstructed. However, the success proved to be too much for the Americans, so President Nixon, as we know it, actually abandoned the Bretton Woods system by decoupling the US dollar from gold. After that, we know the revolution and evolution of finance leading to the present challenge. I am optimistic because we have to reread history in order to read the signals of our future. So the Bretton Woods Agreement proved to be a success, just up until one stage. It is also a signal about the cycles of economic history. We've got an 80 years long economic cycle, so fortunately or unfortunately, but it seems to be a pattern, we relive the 1940s. It means everything, because in the second half of the 1940s, the world was split into 2 or 3, but we were unfortunate to live under the Soviet Empire. So on one hand, we had the Bretton Woods Agreement. On the other hand, we couldn't preempt all the risks of a splitting world. Secondly, we mentioned the 1970s. Yes, that's another pattern called the 50 years long pattern. it seems to be repeating itself, not exactly the same events, but the pattern is there. However, during the 70s, finally, the US in the early years of the 80s, we managed to defeat inflation, high debt, low growth, and so on and so on. And thirdly, may I just put it in this way, we had 3 world wars. The first one, the second one, and the Cold War. We are not after a fourth world war. We are just on the right road to prevent the global economic order from a fourth global war. It means everything, political, military, economic, financial war. So we are in the hands of our people, our nations, our leaders, to prevent that event. We've got double tasks, if I may say so. On one hand, we must safeguard all the achievements of the Bretton Woods Agreement. On the other hand, we have to rebuild the world order and the economic order and the financial order in order to, again, prevent a fourth unfortunate attack of history. It's our responsibility to start with finance. Because finance, money, finance, capital, can accelerate all the transitions from an old world to a new one. So we can be successful all together, building up a complete new world. It's the world of green transition, digital transition. It's a transition from an unsustainable economic order to a new one. So via finance, we can support our people, our nations, and our global business community and our political leaders to build up a new world order based on sustainable finance and a sustainable economic order. So my optimism is based on the unique situation, and we are fully aware of the responsibilities of our generations. Yes, we have to recreate the stability of the initial Bretton Woods framework, and also we need to prevent a new world split into two. We need the whole world together. So that's the main point, probably, which supports or nourishes my optimism.
Thank you, Governor. You emphasize the importance of order and the importance of finance in facilitating order. I do read a recent report by the IMF saying that, the global economic fragmentation is already similar to the Cold War level. So, Boris, do you see a similar pattern, maybe based on your own country experience?
Well, if you look at Croatia's experience, we did not really feel much of the fragmentation. Actually, Croatia is doing very well over the last 4 years. Post-COVID has been growing fastest in European Union. But if I look, so we don't see it. We do see it somewhat through the global supply chains, because what happens with the small open economies is that they usually do not export directly, but they export through the global value chains. So in that sense, they are exposed to what happens with the world trade. But what we see with the overall world trade is that it has been, except for 2020, of course, with the COVID, it has been continuously growing, and it still grows at a somewhat slower pace, because the whole world economy is growing now more slowly, as was discussed in the previous discussions, but it is growing. However, we saw some of the redirection of trade. And that redirection of trade was, I would say, milder when it comes to the, for example, US-China trade, where basically a kind of a trade war started in 2018. And since then, we saw that the share of Chinese exports in the US imports came down by some 4 percentage points, but has been replaced then by the imports from Vietnam and Mexico. What we see at the same time is that the China's exports to Vietnam increased very rapidly, and we see the Chinese FDIs and exports to Mexico also growing. So you have a very nice research by Laura Alfaro from Harvard, which looks at these channels of trade and FDIs, and it is questionable whether in that sense the US economy really can de-link from the dependence on the China global value chains, because they apparently find ways around to get to the US. On the other hand, then, of course, you have more trade of US with the Europe, which also fills in part of that gap. So overall, trade is growing. There is some redirection of the trade. The more permanent one seems to be the one associated with Russia and sanctions, because Europe has decoupled clearly from the Russian energy imports, and Russia has moved east to China and other possibilities that it finds. And that seems to be kind of a more permanent thing, at least for from what we can see at the moment. Meanwhile, what happened was that the European terms of trade has worsened because of the very strong energy shock. Gas, electricity are 2 to 3 times more expensive in Europe now than they are in the US. But then again, if you look at the terms of trade over the last 5-6 quarters, they have been recovering. So soon, basically, the terms of trade in the goods sector will come back to where they were before COVID and the Ukraine war. So, and in services sector, terms of trade are actually improving for Europe and for Croatia in particular. That's why Croatia is seeing a relatively good performance, as we see the rotation back from the demand for goods to the demand for the services. What shall we see in the future? As I said yesterday over the dinner, when I asked the Governor Zhu, is most probably we'll see much more concentration of trade here in Asia. By 2050, out of the 4 largest economies by nominal GDP in the world, 3 might be coming from Asia. China, India, and Indonesia. So because of the geography of trade, because of the increase in the size of these economies, and because of the proximity, you will have much more redirection of the trade in Asia. Now, how that trade, and this is this other part, when we come to the invoice currency of the trade and overall the role of the different currencies, how that trade will be invoiced, that's a much more difficult question. That's why I asked it to Governor Zhu, because I don't know the answer either. But it's much less obvious than the mere direction of the trade and the growth of the trade. There is clearly a strong incentive to move away from dollar in parts of the world, but as there is a strong incentive, there is also very high difficulty to do that, and it doesn't seem to be in the cards also for the foreseeable future, among other things for the reasons that we've heard yesterday evening. The US dollar market is very deep, very liquid, and very predictable in a way which is extremely important, and no alternative seems to be on the horizon in a relatively short time. So I would say much more clarity, in my view, on the trade developments, than on, and I would say also on the role of the currencies, at least in the near term. In the longer term, we'll have to see.
So Boris, trade landscape is changing both within bloc and across bloc, and Croatia seems to be benefiting it. Now let's move to Governor Bretton from Mongolia. Is Mongolia experiencing similar pattern? As a connector country like Croatia or Hungary may be playing?
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon. Our session is morning session, now it's time is afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to send my sincere gratitude to the organizer. And I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be part of the forum and also very high-level policy dialogue. Okay, let me share with you the Mongolian experience. Mongolia is a small, open, landlocked country. We are between two giant neighbors, Russia and China. They are very big player in the global economy. Of course, the fragmentation, the global economic fragmentation, is giving us more burden. We are import 30% of our imports coming from Russia. We are heavily relying on the Russian exports, energy, and petroleum. Petroleum is 100%. And also, our 30% were also imports coming from China. Also, very close relationship, very close trade between China and Mongolia. Also, our export is, mostly minerals, coking coal, copper, gold, and other minerals. Most of the export, more than 90% of our exports goes to only one region, one market. Yeah. Then everything is very dependent on the world trade and world trade situation. During the COVID, the border restriction, supply chain disruption, all influenced to our economy. Inflation went up, and in 2022, inflation went up to 16%, the most, record level. Now it's inflation going down because of the borders are opening after COVID, and also trade are increasing, and now its inflation rate is close to the inflation targeting level, 6%. Yeah. Just give you some examples. For example, during the geopolitical tension, Russian-Ukrainian war, the most of countries making sanctions against Russia. European Union made a sanction against Russian banks. Then how we transfer our payments, how to buy our petroleums. Then they're giving us more, pressure to find out the solution. Thankfully, thanks to the US Treasury and UK Treasury, they allowed us to transfer. They opened us one gateway, special gateway, to transfer our money to Russia. Because, just share with you my personal experience. When the sanction was made against the Russian banks, I went to the US Embassy in a meeting with the ambassador, and if you can't help us, then how we transfer our payments? If we cannot buy the petroleum, then one day I will teach you how to ride horse, because if there is no petroleum, your car couldn't move. Yeah, that's just real life, that nowadays, also between China and US, the trade conflict, then it's also influencing our export, the prices. If there is no demand in China, then it's difficult to us to sell the commodities to China. Then that's the most difficult things in nowadays. Yeah, that's the experience.
Thank you, Governor. A great anecdote I think it just shows how important is the global payment system to all of us. Now, having heard all this, practitioners, central bank governors, let's turn to our professors for some top-down message or top-down interpretation. How we get here? What's behind this? Professor Kwa, please.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. 大家好. There's an easy answer to your question about how we got here. My worry is that that easy answer is, if it's not wrong, it is incomplete and it is misleading. So let me try and say why I say this. The simple answer about global fragmentation is that the world is now fraught with geopolitical rivalry. The competition between the United States and China is disrupting global supply chains, traditional global economic trading system, and if we could only repair that, we could go back to the world that we had previously. I think that answer is too simple and it's misleading. The world that we had previously is the one that was so vividly described to us in the conversation with Governor Chu Min and Mike Spence. Mike and Chu Min referred to a world that was founded on efficiency and comparative advantage. That was a world that worked beautifully. That world, however, in a way that we didn't realize, was costly to maintain. It was costly because it required the provision of global public goods, peace and stability, a safe and secure global trading system. But also, not often noticed, is the attitude that says that you need a level playing field. And in that level playing field, sometimes some nations win, other times you don't win. And when you don't win, the response is not to say, this game is not a good game, I don't want to play it anymore, let me collect all the goalposts and leave the playing field. The right response is, when you don't win, is to say, how can I become more productive? How can I improve my economy so I can compete with the best in the world? These things are costly to maintain. And what we've seen in the last couple of decades is that the cost of maintaining that system is now no longer willingly supported by the main players in the global economy. Let me make very clear, I live and work in a small, open economy. I live and work outside the United States and China. I am not so bold as to come and say, this is what America must do, this is what China must do. Not at all. Every nation needs to decide what's best for itself. So what's undermined the system then, we realize, is that the cost of maintaining that system has become too high. And that's led to two responses. A first response is US-China rivalry. The idea that there's a locked competition over security, over standards, over control of different parts of the global economy, over jobs, over industry, over technologies of the future. And in that competition, there's a tendency for at least one of those players to say, I'm not really winning at this game anymore, so I'm going to leave it. I'm going to pull back. I'm going to no longer be part of this system. But the second reason why we're seeing this fragmentation that you refer to, moderator, is that as the world advanced and evolved, and it became clear that maintaining the cost of the global public goods that keep the global economy integrated were becoming higher and higher, the rich countries in the world saw that the benefits they derived from providing those global public goods were now shared more and more by others other than themselves. This is inevitable as the world became more multipolar. We previously lived in a world that was unipolar, that had a hegemon, who when it provided public goods to the system, it got a lot of those benefits. That's no longer true. So it wants to pull back. But that's not unique to the United States. All rich countries that have exercised global leadership in that way want to pull back. So the 2 points that I've just made, it is costly to maintain that system. The cost of maintaining that system now appear in a greater unwillingness for countries to play by the rules that even they themselves had set up. And second, for countries to provide global public goods. Why do I say simply focusing on US-China rivalry is misleading? And let me end on that if I may, moderator. There's a tendency for those of us who don't live in China or the United States, and there are actually a lot of us. Singapore is one of those. 80% of humanity lives in neither China nor the United States. We are by far the greatest majority of the global population. There's a tendency for us to say, as this great power rivalry ensues, don't worry, we can be part of the diversion of trade. We can play a strategy that in my part of the world, we call a China +1 strategy. If America doesn't want to trade with China, or doesn't want to engage with China, we can come in and be a partner, whether we are Vietnam, Malaysia, Mexico, Croatia, I dare say, and others who can become the diversion of trade and investment. But if you view the fragmentation and the disintegration of the global system in the way that I've just described to you, you will take no comfort in being able to be part of a China +1 strategy. Because at some point, whoever you are as the +1, you too will come into the crosshairs of global economic competition that cannot tolerate competition. You too will be subject to sanctions. You too will be subject to tariffs. You too will be charged with manipulating the market. Let me end with one very concrete example. I've spoken about this in a rather abstract academic way, as you had invited me to do, moderator, thank you. But there's a concrete example. In 2019, at the beginning of the first Trump trade war, Vietnam thought it could step into a China +1 place. And it would take over the making of iPhones, the manufacture of steel and other products, and it would replace what China was doing. China could well send investment to Vietnam. That's okay, because then the goods that come out of Vietnam that go to America would not be covered by the Trump tariffs. But what happened? A few months after this diversion began, Trump slapped sanctions and tariffs on the Vietnam steel industry, accused Vietnam of being a currency manipulator, and began to act in a way that behaved towards Vietnam the same way that it behaves towards its economic rivals, in exactly the same way that it behaved towards Japan in the 1990s and 2000s. So even though in geopolitical rivalry, we think that the competition is over security, and the rest of us can come under that umbrella, in the 1990s, Japan was in fierce economic competition with the United States. Japan came into the crosshairs of American economic statecraft. But in all of that time, Japan was a firm security ally of the United States. Japan's entire military apparatus was undergirded by the US military. Japan was a staunch member of the US Pacific Security Alliance. Security is often used as an excuse for not winning in economic competition. I want to leave you with that, if I may. Thank you, moderator.
That's really amazing. You went beyond the simple and the commonly believed narrative of US-China rivalry, and you mentioned that it's really because the multipolar nature of the new world we are entering, which changed the willingness and the capacity of providing global public goods. And then you also gave a very concrete example. Even being a connected country seems to be safe and cozy for now, but it can be harmful in the future as well. So now let's move to Professor Zhang, our very own. You share the same assessment?
Hello, okay. I do. I have to say, as academics, we do share same logics. But I would like to add a few of my own observations. So I actually agree with George at the very beginning that we want to look at the whole thing of fragmentation and integration from the perspective of time. You know, when I was younger, when I was in elementary school, in high school, China was trying to get into WTO, and my generation of students, young people, we firmly believe in an integrated global market. Now, my own research is about international integration. We have been looking at 100, well, close to 100 countries. We look at their valuation differentials. Well, we find that there is a cyclical variation in integration. So for instance, between 1990s and 2000, before 2008, you can see that emerging markets and developed countries are moving together. They're becoming more and more integrated. All the benefits of integration are realized. Everybody loves globalization. But then there was a turning point. That happens in 2008 for the global financial crisis. You know, when we see the contagion of crisis from one country to another continent, and to the whole global market, all the regulators, all the firms, all the individuals, they start to worry about what are the costs related to globalization. I think the direct impact of the global financial crisis is at least for the regulators, central banks. They are, making their regulations tighter, and it becomes more costly for capital to flow around the globe. And also going back to Professor Kwang's point, now when we look at globalization, all the private sectors, public sectors, when you join this force of globalization, you carefully compare benefits and the costs. Now in 1990 to 2008, people see the benefits are pretty high and the cost is okay, right? But after the global financial crisis, people see the cost can be tremendous. And that's where we see in the data, a lot of major economies, they start to reverse. And they're hesitating about globalization, and they start to think, this cost is too high, maybe we don't want to do it. That's why we see that the fragmentation is happening around the globe nowadays. So that's what I say, that Professor Kwang, we share many things. But on the other hand, where do we go from here, right? We're at a very critical point of time that, I'm very happy that today we were able to invite so many friends, important friends, to sit at the same table to talk about how we can join force and have some collaborations and stop this fragmentation. Keep going. Why is that important? Because fragmentation has very serious cost. Very serious cost. I was at other international conferences when we talk to financial institutions, they feel the pain directly. They say, right now, when the capital cannot flow across borders, our business becomes, very less profitable. We have so much cost, and then, as banks or investors, we have to, the cross-border capital flow has to be reduced, the payment system is a pain, and so on and so forth. They feel the pain the first. But then when we think about, for a regular company, they have exports, imports, and given all the rising cost, their business will, they will shrink, somehow, in some way, right? It's going to negatively affect their business. And then when we talk about individual people, ordinary people, we're talking about employment, cost of living, all of these will be negatively affected by fragmentation. So we are at a very critical point. Over the past, well, starting from 2008, global market has been fragmenting, and you may not feel that we're at a breaking point, but I hate to say, we are pretty close to the breaking point, and whenever it's breaking, it's becoming too hard. So those are just my simple observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. Globalization has a benefit and a cost, but fragmentation just way too costly. We better not go there. Mr. Castelli, thanks for your long wait. I had an impression, last year I wrote a paper I presented at the Floating Exchange at 50 conference in the US. I think finance, first and foremost, is the first to fragment. Financial flows, they act way before everything else. Is that true?
In short, not yet, I would say. And let me elaborate on that, maybe as the only representative. First of all, thank you very much. I'm the only representative of financial institutions, so I will be very careful about what I say. But I would like to start from 3 points. Where we are in financial globalization, what happened more recently with the weaponization of the dollar, and eventually what does it mean for the role of the US dollar, which I think is part of the conversation that we have this morning. Let me start financial globalization. In my view, what we are seeing today is not just something that started in the last 2 years, but it actually started with the great financial crisis. If you look very carefully at the data, both on international trade, but also on global capital flows, this was a trend which has very deep roots, and that the roots are in the great financial crisis. Global financial flows, as we knew them in the period of, let's say, 90s, early 2000, they never recovered to the level that we had before the great financial crisis. So financial globalization has been slowing down, if you want, already for quite a while. Basically, we're talking about more than a decade. But then, of course, we have a second wave, I would say. And the second wave came from, I would point it out in terms of timing with the Trump election. Protectionists kick in, and we start to have trade, duties, etc. And I don't repeat what speaker said, academics much better than me, but we are now consensus on protectionism has become the new consensus. Countries are competing one with another. We are waiting for Europe to see whether they will copycat the US on EVs or they will go more light or different. I think everybody's observing that. But from a financial globalization point of view, what has really been a fundamental change has been the sanction against the Central Bank of Russia. Because we signal that the US was prepared to use the dominant role of the US dollar as a tool for geopolitical reasons, something which probably was already done before, but not with the same strength and magnitude which has become evident as the US-China confrontation developed. So the question that I've asked myself very often when I go to talk to investors, and here I'm including investors, both public investors like central banks, sovereign wealth funds, and private investors like pension funds, etc. The first 15 minutes is about the geopolitics. Why we're worried, what would happen if Trump wins, what will happen if NATO is dragged into a conflict over Ukraine, what happens if the US-China confrontation turns more sour and even military, what would happen to the market. But then once you start having the chit-chat about geopolitics, the second question is, have you done something in your global portfolio to reflect this geopolitical concern? And the answer is actually no. And that's why I'm going back to the short answer that I gave you at the beginning. The first things that I would expect from an investor, if you're concerned about geopolitics and then weaponization of the US dollar, is to reduce the US dollar allocation in your global portfolio. Has this happened so far? Actually not. Yes, the dollar, if I look at, for instance, foreign exchange reserve, in the last 15, 20 years has been gently coming down, which I think is also something that you should expect when the US dollar economy share of the world shrink so dramatically and China's share and over emerging market increase. So we are not there yet in terms of really thinking about, let's say, 3 portfolio, one centered around the dollar, one centered around the euro, or one around the RMB, the sort of multipolar type of currency system. So this leads, and I will conclude in exactly 1 minute, to the question that I heard this morning. There is this desire, and I can see a lot of very good, both theoretical and pragmatic reason for having a system which is less US dollar centric. And I can even say more, that I see the demand among emerging markets for having less dollar. It's a topic, it's not just about, let's say, Russia, or which is under sanction. It's a topic that you hear across the board among emerging markets, because there are a lot of issues. But when I hear as well this desire, and I heard this morning also from in the opening speaks, the desire to move away, actually, we have a contradiction in the system. More geopolitical tension, more fragmentation could even lead to a more important role of the dollar. Because the dollar is not a dominant currency only on the back of very strong dynamism. We should not forget the AI revolution is a US-led revolution. It could propel the US towards a higher growth rate for the next decade, if we believe Spencer. It's not just about the fact that they have a very deep financial market, but it's also about the credibility, the institutional credibility. In the end, the dollar is this ultimate safe haven that we have out there. Some people think about gold, other crazy guys think about crypto, but let's say the dollar, if we go in a world which is more volatile from a geopolitical perspective, we could be in this paradoxical situation where countries would like to move away from the dollar, but at the same time, the dollar is the only ultimate safe haven. So what will happen in terms of global financial integration? I think here, as you know, financial institutions probably they are the ultimate defender of globalization. They want free movement of capital. There is no doubt about that. And I think at the moment they are in a position of, I would say, and I include also investors there, wait and see, which is typical of financial market. They are very short-sighted. They cannot think very long-term. They wait for the fact to happen, and then they act. And I hope that this type of choice to be made, whether to pull out from certain asset or region because of politics and protectionism and fragmentation, will not have to be taken, because it means that the situation has deteriorated further. I stop here. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Castelli. I hope you are right. Finance is, in essence, is global. Let's hope it keeps its essence. Now, given time limit, I would like to go another round of very short questions and short answers before I open the floor at 1 o'clock. You know, we have go around the globe. We see challenges. I would say, you know, technology is really important. Many of you mentioned, you know, AI, digital finance. Do you see, you know, we getting some help from technology, new finance, to help elevate fragmentation? Maybe I go with first with Boris. You know, Boris, you know, we used to communicate a lot, and then COVID separated us. I'm just glad you're back. Yes.
I'm happy to be back and to see you again. Yeah, on the technology, I mean, 2 things on the technology. One is in the banking financial system, the other one is in the payment system. The most advanced things that we saw basically through fintechs, etc., have happened in the payment system area. And on one hand, that in a way helps the fragmentation of the systems, in a way that when I go by taxi now to Hangzhou, it's difficult for me to pay, because I either have a cash or I have a card, and they don't accept neither. They have their own Alipay or WeChat Pay system. If you come to Europe, then you have a card or you have a cash. So you have problem to pay in that. So that is one thing. That, in the end, by technology, is easily overcome. How? By making different systems interoperable. But when you come to the interoperability of the payment systems, then the question boils down to the management. Who manages the system? Everybody has their own conditions of how these type of systems work. For example, you come to Europe, they will tell you, oh, we have a GDPR, personal data protection system, so any kind of a system should also respect that. And then it's difficult to agree. It's not difficult technically. It's more difficult in terms of how you operate these systems, but in terms of the technicalities, it's relatively easy to do it. So in that sense, the technology also helps the harmonization if there is an agreement on how to do it. In terms of the banking, AI, for example, everybody talks about the AI. I'm a bit less optimist about that it will change so dramatically what we see, how the financial system and banking operates. If you remember, Bill Gates said some years ago, we need banking, but we don't need banks. And then everybody said, oh, there will be no more banks because all these tech giants will take over. Nothing of that has happened. Even before Bill Gates, people thought that the telecoms will take over the banking, but nobody did it, and I don't think nobody will do it, because by getting into the banking, you're getting into the very regulated system, as opposed to where you're operating with a higher return on equity. If you look at the return on equity of tech companies, fintechs, etc., who are successful, it's much higher than in the banking sector. So they're not going to come in. Whether the AI will run a bank, I don't think so. If you see what is the fantastically automated industry, airplane. So airplane can take off, land without any intervention of a human being. Last year, you had 4.3 billion passengers that were flown with airlines. Only 80 died. So this is the security of that automated system. So it's more dangerous to go to the bathroom than to fly. But still you have pilots. Still you have pilots. No plane will fly without the pilot, because you cannot rely fully on any kind of technology. In our case, because of the hallucinations, which is basically a simple mathematical statistical problem that you have to bound them with some standard deviations of in anything that they do. Otherwise, they use complete processing power to solve the problems that will never happen. So that will help, that will increase the productivity, as Mike Spence said, but it will not completely change the nature of the business and eliminate the human decision-making.
Thank you. Governor.
Well, it is my understanding that the concept of fighting against fragmentation is there. It's here. On one hand, we've got the Belt and Road Initiative launched by President Xi Jinping. It's a brilliant concept, and it proved to be successful against all the odds. We survived as member countries of the BRI program the first decade, and it is the single most important achievement. But of course, we've got many, many, many hundreds of projects and programs in the framework of the BRI project. So that's a part of the concept. The other part of the concept is also here. It is the building up the new Silk Road system, highway of financial Silk roads, via innovations. There is a saying in Hungary that you have to be one step ahead of the empire. And by innovation, by creative new approaches, by new financial tools, we can do it because all empires, incumbent empires or modern empires, they stick to the present system. No new innovations are needed. in that sense on the part of an empire. So all of the initiatives in the financial sector are hopeful and they are promising. In Hungary, for instance, we asked, as the first European country, asked for a green mandate, and our parliament gave us a green mandate, and many, many new green financial projects came out of this mandate. When it comes to the artificial intelligence of the new financial sector, yes, we have already tried a good deal of new elements of this system. As for the CBDC, yes, there are pilot projects in Hungary and worldwide, and digital basket for CBDCs is hopeful, it's promising. And also, one last thing, yes, we should try to use the International Monetary Fund to enlarge and to deepen the arbor. Norway need a we have put innovation just what means I mean Mongolia's because we always seven physically even sometimes for now that's why I took some corporate
because country of Mongolia of China. And no other help China. Another thing is more like in there is a if it contribute it could given global issue, not on wise topics. And might be the size of million account. Now, industry they just I mean, infusing and use more when There is a number. So there's no solution. Is it?
We clean let's go up east no the the but they're nice players. All the wonderful. And those who this fails. About to go to war. Will for what? Yes. Here. are the leaders for the economy. Demand is high. Supply side let's have states. State a bit. Thank you.
You remember leader. Of that. Always I'm not happy. I feel
efficiency that you can gain. I will not. Probably more CDBC so Europe and when is open. Is ready US point. Institution
师解惑。受此讯号，五道口人奋发图强，积极为中国金融体制变革和行业发展做出贡献，不怕苦，敢为先，讲团结，重贡献。从此，五道口人勇立时代潮头，以变革为己任，追求创新卓越。几代人上下求索，精英云集，人才辈出。时代在变，但坐标不变；外表在变，但精神不变。这就是清华五道口的故事。有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。清华大学五道口金融学院的故事，从这里开始。融清华百年学府气度神韵，汇五道口与中国金融业界一脉相承的传统。学院依托国际先进的办学模式，打造具有中国特色的世界顶尖金融学院，开设金融学博士、金融专业硕士、清华、康奈尔双学位金融 MBA、金融 EMBA、全球金融 GSFD 以及高管教育等项目。培养高层次、创新型、国际化的未来金融领袖。从40年前五道口的一座小院儿，到今天国际一流的金融高等教育平台，再到无限发展的未来空间，培养金融领袖，引领金融实践，贡献民族复兴，促进世界和谐。学院使命矢志不渝。
在五道口，人才培养基于课堂教学，贯通于金融实践。
欢迎，请坐。欢迎来到清华五道口，在这里，我们贯彻金融人才全方位培养的理念，通过全球招聘，建设了国际一流的全职师资，同时坚持外聘导师的育人传统。来自业界的专家导师将为同学们提供紧贴金融实务的机会。在这里，我们秉承知行合一的科研理念，建设一流金融智库，引领金融科技实践。
学院一贯注重培养、拓展学子的国际视野和跨文化交流能力，依托清华丰富的国际交流资源，建立了体系化、个性化的国际金融人才培养机制。国际暑期项目、联合培养、海外交换、短期访学、海外实习，在这里，我们鼓励学生勇敢地走出去，同时，我们也大门敞开，迎四方来客，让学生能够身在中国，瞭望世界。每年5月，全球的财经领袖和金融学者云集清华五道口全球金融论坛。共同探讨世界经济格局变迁和中国金融改革未来。通过一系列峰会、讲堂、学术年会、 学院为国内外的金融学界、业界领袖提供高水平的开放对话空间，围绕中国金融问题开展深度的研究和探讨。
五道口金融学院永远充满活力，在这里尽情享受青春，绽放风采，成为无道青年。在这里，前往基层和企业进行实践与调研，去发现中国经济旺盛的生命力。在这里，未来金融变革的推动者迈出第一步。五道口金融学院从建立的第一天起，始终不忘社会责任。一系列培训项目及公益课程，推动交叉融合创新。学院帮助创业者和从业人员提升知识与能力水平，促进金融业界和社会各界良性互动。
五道口金融学院的前身是中国人民银行研究生部。80年代初，为了满足金融体制改革对高素质人才的迫切需求，中国第一所专门培养金融高级管理人才的高等学府在此设立，为我国经济金融事业的发展输送了许多优秀的金融人才，也被誉为是中国金融界的黄埔军校。因此，它成立之初便有巨匠护航，大师解惑。受此熏陶，五道口人奋发图强，积极为中国金融体制变革和行业发展做出贡献，不怕苦，敢为先，讲团结，重贡献。从此，五道口人勇立时代潮头，以变革为己任，追求创新卓越，几代人上下求索，精英云集，人才辈出。时代在变，但坐标不变；外表在变，但精神不变。这就是清华五道口的故事。有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。清华大学五道口金融学院的故事，从这里开始。融清华百年学府气度神韵，汇五道口与中国金融业界一脉相承的传统。学院依托国际先进的办学模式，打造具有中国特色的世界顶尖金融 EMBA、全球金融 GSFD 以及高管教育等项目，培养高层次、创新型、国际化的未来金融领袖。从40年前五道口的一座小院儿，到今天国际一流的金融高等教育平台，再到无限发展的未来空间，培养金融领袖，引领金融实践，贡献民族复兴，促进世界和谐。学院使命矢志不渝。
在五道口，人才培养基于课堂教学，贯通于金融实践。
欢迎，请坐。欢迎来到清华五道口，在这里，我们贯彻金融人才全方位培养的理念，通过全球招聘，建设了国际一流的全职师资，同时坚持外聘导师的育人传统。来自业界的专家导师将为同学们提供紧贴金融实务的机会。在这里，我们秉承知行合一的科研理念，建设一流金融智库， 引领金融科技实践。
学院一贯注重培养、拓展学子的国际视野和跨文化交流能力，依托清华丰富的国际交流资源，建立了体系化、个性化的国际金融人才培养机制。国际暑期项目、联合培养、海外交换、短期访学、海外实习，在这里，我们鼓励学生勇敢地走出去，同时，我们也大门敞开，迎四方来客，让学生能够身在中国，瞭望世界。每年5月，全球的财经领袖和金融学者云集清华五道口全球金融论坛，共同探讨世界经济格局变迁和中国金融改革未来。通过一系列峰会、讲堂、学术年会，学院为国内外的金融学界、业界领袖提供高水平的开放对话空间，围绕中国金融问题开展深度的研究和探讨。
五道口金融学院永远充满活力，在这里尽情享受青春，绽放风采，成为无道青年。在这里，前往基层和企业进行实践与调研，去发现中国经济旺盛的生命力。在这里，未来金融变革的推动者迈出第一步。五道口金融学院从建立的第一天起，始终不忘社会责任。一系列培训项目及公益课程，推动交叉融合创新。学院帮助创业者和从业人员提升知识与能力水平，促进金融业界和社会各界良性互动。
五道口金融学院的前身是中国人民银行研究生部。80年代初，为了满足金融体制改革对高素质人才的迫切需求，中国第一所专门培养金融高级管理人才的高等学府在此设立，为我国经济金融事业的发展输送了许多优秀的金融人才，也被誉为是中国金融界的黄埔军校。因此，它成立之初便有巨匠护航，大师解惑。受此熏陶，五道口人奋发图强，积极为中国金融体制变革和行业发展做出贡献，不怕苦，敢为先，讲团结，重贡献。从此，五道口人勇立时代潮头，以变革为己任，追求创新卓越，几代人上下求索，精英云集，人才辈出。时代在变，但坐标不变；外表在变，但精神不变。这就是清华五道口的故事。有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。清华大学五道口金融学院的故事，从这里开始。融清华百年学府气度神韵，汇五道口与中国金融业界一脉相承的传统。学院依托国际先进的办学模式，打造具有中国特色的世界顶尖金融学院，开设金融学博士、金融专业硕士、清华、康奈尔双学位金融 MBA、金融 EMBA、全球金融 GSFD 以及高管教育等项目。 培养高层次、创新型、国际化的未来金融领袖。从40年前五道口的一座小院儿，到今天国际一流的金融高等教育平台，再到无限发展的未来空间，培养金融领袖，引领金融实践，贡献民族复兴，促进世界和谐。学院使命矢志不渝。
在五道口，人才培养基于课堂教学，贯通于金融实践。
欢迎，请坐。欢迎来到清华五道口，在这里，我们贯彻金融人才全方位培养的理念，通过全球招聘，建设了国际一流的全职师资，同时坚持外聘导师的育人传统。来自业界的专家导师将为同学们提供紧贴金融实务的机会。在这里，我们秉承知行合一的科研理念，建设一流金融智库，引领金融科技实践。
学院一贯注重培养、拓展学子的国际视野和跨文化交流能力，依托清华丰富的国际交流资源，建立了体系化、个性化的国际金融人才培养机制。国际暑期项目、联合培养、海外交换、短期访学、海外实习，在这里，我们鼓励学生勇敢地走出去，同时，我们也大门敞开，迎四方来客，让学生能够身在中国，瞭望世界。每年5月，全球的财经领袖和金融学者云集清华五道口全球金融论坛，共同探讨世界经济格局变迁和中国金融改革未来。通过一系列峰会、讲堂、学术年会，学院为国内外的金融学界、业界领袖提供高水平的开放对话空间，围绕中国金融问题开展深度的研究和探讨。
五道口金融学院永远充满活力，在这里尽情享受青春，绽放风采，成为无道青年。在这里，前往基层和企业进行实践与调研，去发现中国经济旺盛的生命力。在这里，未来金融变革的推动者迈出第一步。五道口金融学院从建立的第1天起，始终不忘社会责任。一系列培训项目及公益课程，推动交叉融合创新。学院帮助创业者和从业人员提升知识与能力水平，促进金融业界和社会各界良性互动。
五道口金融学院的前身是中国人民银行研究生部。80年代初，为了满足金融体制改革对高素质人才的迫切需求，中国第1所专门培养金融高级管理人才的高等学府在此设立，为我国经济金融事业的发展输送了许多优秀的金融人才，也被誉为是中国金融界的黄埔军校。因此，它成立之初便有巨匠护航，大师解惑。受此熏陶，五道口人奋发图强，积极为中国金融体制变革和行业发展做出贡献，不怕苦，敢为先，讲团结，重贡献。从此，五道口人勇立时代潮头，以变革为己任，追求创新卓越，几代人上下求索，精英云集，人才辈出。时代在变，但坐标不变；外表在变，但精神不变。这就是清华五道口的故事。 有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。清华大学五道口金融学院的故事，从这里开始。融清华百年学府气度神韵，汇五道口与中国金融业界一脉相承的传统。学院依托国际先进的办学模式，打造具有中国特色的世界顶尖金融学院，开设金融学博士、金融专业硕士、清华、康奈尔双学位金融 MBA、金融 EMBA、全球金融 GSFD 以及高管教育等项目，培养高层次、创新型、国际化的未来金融领袖。从40年前五道口的一座小院儿，到今天国际一流的金融高等教育平台，再到无限发展的未来空间，培养金融领袖，引领金融实践，贡献民族复兴，促进世界和谐。学院使命矢志不渝。
在五道口，人才培养基于课堂教学，贯通于金融实践。
欢迎，请坐。欢迎来到清华五道口，在这里，我们贯彻金融人才全方位培养的理念，通过全球招聘，建设了国际一流的全职师资，同时坚持外聘导师的育人传统。来自业界的专家导师将为同学们提供紧贴金融实务的机会。在这里，我们秉承知行合一的科研理念，建设一流金融智库，引领金融科技实践。
学院一贯注重培养、拓展学子的国际视野和跨文化交流能力，依托清华丰富的国际交流资源，建立了体系化、个性化的国际金融人才培养机制。国际暑期项目、联合培养、海外交换、短期访学、海外实习，在这里，我们鼓励学生勇敢地走出去，同时，我们也大门敞开，迎四方来客，让学生能够身在中国，瞭望世界。每年5月，全球的财经领袖和金融学者云集清华五道口全球金融论坛，共同探讨世界经济格局变迁和中国金融改革未来。通过一系列峰会、讲堂、学术年会，学院为国内外的金融学界、业界领袖提供高水平的开放对话空间，围绕中国金融问题开展深度的研究和探讨。
五道口金融学院永远充满活力，在这里尽情享受青春，绽放风采，成为无道青年。在这里，前往基层和企业进行实践与调研，去发现中国经济旺盛的生命力。在这里，未来金融变革的推动者迈出第一步。五道口金融学院从建立的第1天起，始终不忘社会责任。一系列培训项目及公益课程，推动交叉融合创新。学院帮助创业者和从业人员提升知识与能力水平，促进金融业界和社会各界良性互动。
五道口金融学院的前身是中国人民银行研究生部。80年代初，为了满足金融体制改革对高素质人才的迫切需求，中国第一所专门培养金融高级管理人才的高等学府在此设立，为我国经济金融事业的发展输送了许多优秀的金融人才，也被誉为是中国金融界的黄埔军校。因此，它成立之初便有巨匠护航，大师解惑。受此熏陶，五道口人奋发图强，积极为中国金融体制变革和行业发展做出贡献，不怕苦，敢为先，讲团结，重贡献。从此，五道口人勇立时代潮头，以变革为己任，追求创新卓越。几代人上下求索，精英云集，人才 辈出。时代在变，但坐标不变；外表在变，但精神不变。这就是清华五道口的故事。有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。清华大学五道口金融学院的故事，从这里开始。融清华百年学府气度神韵，汇五道口与中国金融业界一脉相承的传统，学院依托国际先进的办学模式，打造具有中国特色的世界顶尖金融学院，开设金融学博士、金融专业硕士、清华、康奈尔双学位金融 MBA、金融 EMBA、全球金融 GSFD 以及高管教育等项目，培养高层次、创新型、国际化的未来金融领袖。从40年前五道口的一座小院儿，到今天国际一流的金融高等教育平台，再到无限发展的未来空间，培养金融领袖，引领金融实践，贡献民族复兴，促进世界和谐。学院使命矢志不渝。
在五道口，人才培养基于课堂教学，贯通于金融实践。
欢迎，请坐。欢迎来到清华五道口，在这里，我们贯彻金融人才全方位培养的理念，通过全球招聘，建设了国际一流的全职师资，同时坚持外聘导师的育人传统。来自业界的专家导师将为同学们提供紧贴金融实务的机会。在这里，我们秉承知行合一的科研理念，建设一流金融智库，引领金融科技实践。
学院一贯注重培养、拓展学子的国际视野和跨文化交流能力，依托清华丰富的国际交流资源，建立了体系化、个性化的国际金融人才培养机制。国际暑期项目、联合培养、海外交换、短期访学、海外实习，在这里，我们鼓励学生勇敢地走出去，同时，我们也大门敞开，迎四方来客，让学生能够身在中国，瞭望世界。每年5月，全球的财经领袖和金融学者云集清华五道口全球金融论坛，共同探讨世界经济格局变迁和中国金融改革未来。通过一系列峰会、讲堂、学术年会，学院为国内外的金融学界、业界领袖提供高水平的开放对话空间，围绕中国金融问题开展深度的研究和探讨。
五道口金融学院永远充满活力，在这里尽情享受青春，绽放风采，成为无道青年。在这里，前往基层和企业进行实践与调研，去发现中国经济旺盛的生命力。在这里，未来金融变革的推动者迈出第一步。五道口金融学院从建立的第一天起，始终不忘社会责任。一系列培训项目及公益课程， 推动交叉融合创新。学院帮助创业者和从业人员提升知识与能力水平，促进金融业界和社会各界良性互动。
五道口金融学院的前身是中国人民银行研究生部。80年代初，为了满足金融体制改革对高素质人才的迫切需求，中国第一所专门培养金融高级管理人才的高等学府在此设立，为我国经济金融事业的发展输送了许多优秀的金融人才，也被誉为是中国金融界的黄埔军校。因此，它成立之初便有巨匠护航，大师解惑。受此熏陶，五道口人奋发图强，积极为中国金融体制变革和行业发展做出贡献，不怕苦，敢为先，讲团结，重贡献。从此，五道口人勇立时代潮头，以变革为己任，追求创新卓越。几代人上下求索，精英云集，人才辈出。时代在变，但坐标不变；外表在变，但精神不变。这就是清华五道口的故事。有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。清华大学五道口金融学院的故事，从这里开始。融清华百年学府气度神韵，汇五道口与中国金融业界一脉相承的传统。学院依托国际先进的办学模式，打造具有中国特色的世界顶尖金融学院，开设金融学博士、金融专业硕士、清华、康奈尔双学位金融 MBA、金融 EMBA、全球金融 GSFD 以及高管教育等项目，培养高层次、创新型、国际化的未来金融领袖。从40年前五道口的一座小院儿，到今天国际一流的金融高等教育平台，再到无限发展的未来空间，培养金融领袖，引领金融实践，贡献民族复兴，促进世界和谐。学院使命矢志不渝。
在五道口，人才培养基于课堂教学，贯通于金融实践。
欢迎，请坐。欢迎来到清华五道口，在这里，我们贯彻金融人才全方位培养的理念，通过全球招聘，建设了国际一流的全职师资，同时坚持外聘导师的育人传统。来自业界的专家导师将为同学们提供紧贴金融实务的机会。在这里，我们秉承知行合一的科研理念，建设一流金融智库，引领金融科技实践。
学院一贯注重培养、拓展学子的国际视野和跨文化交流能力，依托清华丰富的国际交流资源，建立了体系化、个性化的国际金融人才培养机制。国际暑期项目、联合培养、海外交换、短期访学、海外实习，在这里，我们鼓励学生勇敢地走出去，同时，我们也大门敞开，迎四方来客，让学生能够身在中国，瞭望世界。每年5月，全球的财经领袖和金融学者云集清华五道口全球金融论坛， 共同探讨世界经济格局变迁和中国金融改革未来。通过一系列峰会、讲堂、学术年会，学院为国内外的金融学界、业界领袖提供高水平的开放对话空间，围绕中国金融问题开展深度的研究和探讨。
五道口金融学院永远充满活力，在这里尽情享受青春，绽放风采，成为无道青年。在这里，前往基层和企业进行实践与调研，去发现中国经济旺盛的生命力。在这里，未来金融变革的推动者迈出第一步。五道口金融学院从建立的第一天起，始终不忘社会责任。一系列培训项目及公益课程，推动交叉融合创新。学院帮助创业者和从业人员提升知识与能力水平，促进金融业界和社会各界良性互动。
五道口金融学院的前身是中国人民银行研究生部。80年代初，为了满足金融体制改革对高素质人才的迫切需求，中国第一所专门培养金融高级管理人才的高等学府在此设立，为我国经济金融事业的发展输送了许多优秀的金融人才，也被誉为是中国金融界的黄埔军校。因此，它成立之初便有巨匠护航，大师解惑。受此熏陶，五道口人奋发图强，积极为中国金融体制变革和行业发展做出贡献，不怕苦，敢为先，讲团结，重贡献。从此，五道口人勇立时代潮头，以变革为己任，追求创新卓越，几代人上下求索，精英云集，人才辈出。时代在变，但坐标不变；外表在变，但精神不变。这就是清华五道口的故事。有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。清华大学五道口金融学院的故事，从这里开始。融清华百年学府气度神韵，汇五道口与中国金融业界一脉相承的传统，学院依托国际先进的办学模式，打造具有中国特色的世界顶尖金融学院，开设金融学博士、金融专业硕士、清华、康奈尔双学位金融 MBA、金融 EMBA、全球金融 GSFD 以及高管教育等项目，培养高层次、创新型、国际化的未来金融领袖。从40年前五道口的一座小院儿，到今天国际一流的金融高等教育平台，再到无限发展的未来空间，培养金融领袖，引领金融实践，贡献民族复兴，促进世界和谐。学院使命矢志不渝。
在五道口，人才培养基于课堂教学，贯通于金融实践。
欢迎，请坐。欢迎来到清华五道口，在这里，我们贯彻金融人才全方位培养的理念， 通过全球招聘建设了国际一流的全职师资，同时坚持外聘导师的育人传统。来自业界的专家导师将为同学们提供紧贴金融实务的机会。在这里，我们秉承知行合一的科研理念，建设一流金融智库，引领金融科技实践。
学院一贯注重培养、拓展学子的国际视野和跨文化交流能力，依托清华丰富的国际交流资源，建立了体系化、个性化的国际金融人才培养机制。国际暑期项目、联合培养、海外交换、短期访学、海外实习，在这里，我们鼓励学生勇敢地走出去，同时，我们也大门敞开，迎四方来客，让学生能够身在中国，瞭望世界。每年5月，全球的财经领袖和金融学者云集清华五道口全球金融论坛，共同探讨世界经济格局变迁和中国金融改革未来。通过一系列峰会、讲堂、学术年会，学院为国内外的金融学界、业界领袖提供高水平的开放对话空间，围绕中国金融问题开展深度的研究和探讨。
五道口金融学院永远充满活力，在这里尽情享受青春，绽放风采，成为无道青年。在这里，前往基层和企业进行实践与调研，去发现中国经济旺盛的生命力。在这里，未来金融变革的推动者迈出第一步。五道口金融学院从建立的第1天起，始终不忘社会责任。一系列培训项目及公益课程，推动交叉融合创新。学院帮助创业者和从业人员提升知识与能力水平，促进金融业界和社会各界良性互动。
五道口金融学院的前身是中国人民银行研究生部。80年代初，为了满足金融体制改革对高素质人才的迫切需求，中国第一所专门培养金融高级管理人才的高等学府在此设立，为我国经济金融事业的发展输送了许多优秀的金融人才，也被誉为是中国金融界的黄埔军校。因此，它成立之初便有巨匠护航，大师解惑。受此熏陶，五道口人奋发图强，积极为中国金融体制变革和行业发展做出贡献，不怕苦，敢为先，讲团结，重贡献。从此，五道口人勇立时代潮头，以变革为己任，追求创新卓越。几代人上下求索，精英云集，人才辈出。时代在变，但坐标不变；外表在变，但精神不变。这就是清华五道口的故事。有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。清华大学五道口金融学院的故事，从这里开始。融清华100年学府气度神韵，汇五道口与中国金融业界一脉相承的传统，学院依托国际先进的办学模式， 打造具有中国特色的世界顶尖金融学院，开设金融学博士、金融专业硕士、清华、康奈尔双学位金融 MBA、金融 EMBA、全球金融 GSFD 以及高管教育等项目，培养高层次、创新型、国际化的未来金融领袖。从40年前五道口的一座小院儿，到今天国际一流的金融高等教育平台，再到无限发展的未来空间，培养金融领袖，引领金融实践，贡献民族复兴，促进世界和谐。学院使命矢志不渝。
在五道口，人才培养基于课堂教学，贯通于金融实践。
欢迎，请坐。欢迎来到清华五道口，在这里，我们贯彻金融人才全方位培养的理念，通过全球招聘，建设了国际一流的全职师资，同时坚持外聘导师的育人传统。来自业界的专家导师将为同学们提供紧贴金融实务的机会。在这里，我们秉承知行合一的科研理念，建设一流金融智库，引领金融科技实践。
学院一贯注重培养、拓展学子的国际视野和跨文化交流能力，依托清华丰富的国际交流资源，建立了体系化、个性化的国际金融人才培养机制。国际暑期项目、联合培养、海外交换、短期访学、海外实习，在这里，我们鼓励学生勇敢地走出去，同时，我们也大门敞开，迎四方来客，让学生能够身在中国，瞭望世界。每年5月，全球的财经领袖和金融学者云集清华五道口全球金融论坛，共同探讨世界经济格局变迁和中国金融改革未来。通过一系列峰会、讲堂、学术年会，学院为国内外的金融学界、业界领袖提供高水平的开放对话空间，围绕中国金融问题开展深度的研究和探讨。
五道口金融学院永远充满活力，在这里尽情享受青春，绽放风采，成为无道青年。在这里，前往基层和企业进行实践与调研，去发现中国经济旺盛的生命力。在这里，未来金融变革的推动者迈出第一步。五道口金融学院从建立的第一天起，始终不忘社会责任。一系列培训项目及公益课程，推动交叉融合创新。学院帮助创业者和从业人员提升知识与能力水平，促进金融业界和社会各界良性互动。
五道口金融学院的前身是中国人民银行研究生部。80年代初，为了满足金融体制改革对高素质人才的迫切需求，中国第一所专门培养金融高级管理人才的高等学府在此设立，为我国经济金融事业的发展输送了许多优秀的金融人才，也被誉为是中国金融界的黄埔军校。因此，它成立之初便有巨匠护航，大师解惑。受此熏陶，五道口人奋发图强，积极为中国金融体制变革和行业发展做出贡献，不怕苦，敢为先，讲团结，重贡献。从此，五道口人勇立时代潮头，以变革为己任，追求创新卓越，几代人上下求索，精英云集，人才辈出。时代在变，但坐标不变；外表在变，但精神不变。这就是清华五道口的故事。 有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。清华大学五道口金融学院的故事，从这里开始。融清华百年学府气度神韵，汇五道口与中国金融业界一脉相承的传统。学院依托国际先进的办学模式，打造具有中国特色的世界顶尖金融学院，开设金融学博士、金融专业硕士、清华、康奈尔双学位金融 MBA、金融 EMBA、全球金融 GSFD 以及高管教育等项目，培养高层次、创新型、国际化的未来金融领袖。从40年前五道口的一座小院儿，到今天国际一流的金融高等教育平台，再到无限发展的未来空间，培养金融领袖，引领金融实践，贡献民族复兴，促进世界和谐。学院使命矢志不渝。
在五道口，人才培养基于课堂教学，贯通于金融实践。
欢迎，请坐。欢迎来到清华五道口，在这里，我们贯彻金融人才全方位培养的理念，通过全球招聘，建设了国际一流的全职师资，同时坚持外聘导师的育人传统。来自业界的专家导师将为同学们提供紧贴金融实务的机会。在这里，我们秉承知行合一的科研理念，建设一流金融智库，引领金融科技实践。
学院一贯注重培养、拓展学子的国际视野和跨文化交流能力，依托清华丰富的国际交流资源，建立了体系化、个性化的国际金融人才培养机制。国际暑期项目、联合培养、海外交换、短期访学、海外实习，在这里，我们鼓励学生勇敢地走出去，同时，我们也大门敞开，迎四方来客，让学生能够身在中国，瞭望世界。每年5月，全球的财经领袖和金融学者云集清华五道口全球金融论坛，共同探讨世界经济格局变迁和中国金融改革未来。通过一系列峰会、讲堂、学术年会，学院为国内外的金融学界、业界领袖提供高水平的开放对话空间，围绕中国金融问题开展深度的研究和探讨。
五道口金融学院永远充满活力，在这里尽情享受青春，绽放风采，成为无道青年。在这里，前往基层和企业进行实践与调研，去发现中国经济旺盛的生命力。在这里，未来金融变革的推动者迈出第一步。五道口金融学院从建立的第一天起，始终不忘社会责任。一系列培训项目及公益课程，推动交叉融合创新。学院帮助创业者和从业人员提升知识与能力水平，促进金融业界和社会各界良性互动。
五道口金融学院的前身是中国人民银行研究生部。80年代初，为了满足金融体制改革对高素质人才的迫切需求，中国第一所专门培养金融高级管理人才的高等学府在此设立，为我国经济金融事业的发展输送了许多优秀的金融人才，也被誉为是中国金融界的黄埔军校。因此，它成立之初便有巨匠护航，大师解惑。受此熏陶，五道口人奋发图强，积极为中国金融体制变革和行业发展做出贡献，不怕苦，敢为先，讲团结，重贡献。从此，五道口人勇立时代潮头，以变革为己任，追求创新卓越。几代人上下求索，精英云集，人才 辈出。时代在变，但坐标不变；外表在变，但精神不变。这就是清华五道口的故事。有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融。
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
“有请主持人，国泰君安证券股份有限公司首席经济学家何海峰老师。
尊敬的
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Whenever it comes to the release of reports, I'm very excited.
这个环节的效率，欢迎大家参加布雷顿森林体系过去80年与未来展望国际会议暨2024。
So, welcome to the 80 years after Bretton Woods.
趋势展望，本场论坛采取线上和线下相结合的形式。基于时间的考虑，我不再一一介绍各位嘉宾。需要向大家说明的是，这4位嘉宾，包括我们发布的嘉宾，都是吴晓玲行长专门邀请圈定的。大家也能看得到，是国内最重磅的一线的专家。中国金融政策报告这个项目最早缘起是在上海，目前是由清华五道口金融学院和中国社科院金融政策中心联合设立。吴晓玲行长以及陆磊副行长是联合总负责人，丁志杰主任和我是执行负责人。这个报告到今年为止已经15年了，其实16年、17年来一直得到涂市长和各位专家的大力支持这里我们首先进行第1项报告的发布报告的发布有请国家外汇管理局研究中心主任丁志杰教授，丁校长有请。
尊敬的李安院长、涂光绍理事长、黄一平院长、张晓慧行长助理，还有陈董事长，那各位嘉宾，大家下午好，我是国家外汇管理局外汇研究中丁志杰，受吴晓玲行长和陆磊副行长的委托呢，今天代为发布2024中国金融政策报告。因为大家知道，今天这个环节这个重量级嘉宾云集。刚才我们在休息，在会议室商定，我把我的这个发布时间呢，有20分钟压缩到10分钟左右，好吧？大家知道，去年10月份召开的中央金融工作会议，以及总书记在这次会议以及今年年初省部级主要领导干部金融专题研讨班的这个讲话，为未来一段时间的中国的金融发展和金融工作指明了方向。那么，正是基于这些呢，我们2024中国金融政策报告呢，选择以加快建设金融强国、推动金融高质量发展为主题，然后进行了这次报告的这个主报告各位的主线。那么在这个主报告中我们强调了这个加快建设金融强国的重大意义，总结中国特色金融发展取得的阶段性成果成绩，并对中国特色现代金融体系和中国特色金融发展之路进行分析。那么这是整个。
This is the framework of our master report. This report has been published, so for any details, please read the report. First, we need to understand how China will become a financial powerhouse, the path and the key factors and systems and dimensions. So, how can China become a financial powerhouse? It's not just that China will improve its financial strength, but also improve the allocation of resources and to serve the real economy. So it's not just about quantity, but also about quality. And there's also an international dimension. We need to benchmark against other countries, and we need to be expand our businesses internationally and improve corporate governance. And the second part is a review of China's accomplishments, especially in 2023, how China has improved both in terms of quantity and quality of growth.
来进行进行一个简单的梳理。第一点呢，就是人民币国际地位不断提升。我们知道，总是讲到金融强国的6大要素，第一个要素就是强大的货币。那么强大的货币，我们想呢，一定是一个国际范围的一个横向的一个比较。那么我们也看到，在过去人民币国际地位不断提升。那么目前呢，外国投资者持有的境内的人民币资产在10万亿元人民币左右。第二呢，我们也会看到人民币在全球的跨境结算，在各国的外汇储备的占比也在上升。但是我觉得有2个因素值得我们关注。一个因素呢，体现说，在除了有中国经济主体参与的活动之外，已经有没有在人民币作为第三方货币开始被使用，特别是在俄乌冲突中，比如说俄罗斯与印度的一些石油的贸易，其中一些使用的是人民币。那么这也代表人民币国际地位的一个明显的一个上升。第二个层面呢，就是说人民币作为一种融资货币开始发挥积极的作用就是说作为一个国际货币或者一个国际金融中心，它不仅仅为外国提供一个投资的功能，它还提供一个融资的功能。那么这一点呢，其实也在开始逐渐的显现出来。那么具体的这个数据大家可以看我的 PPT， 或者呢更详细的见我们的这个报告的我们报告这本书那么我们也看到，比如说从近期来看，今年前4个月由于美元美联储这个降息的步伐放缓，美元走强，亚洲货币呢呈现了比较大的压力。但是我们会看到人民币呢尽管有一定的贬值压力，但是在亚洲货币里面还是显现了一个较强的一个韧性特别是我们看到在我们5一假期之前，4月30号，中央政治局决定召开3中全会，应该说使得整个全球的投资者对中国的资产以及对人民币汇率的信心都显著的增强。这是我们第一个层面，大家看。第二个呢，就是说现在中央银行建设呢取得积极的成效。那么在去年我们进行了逆周期调节，包括2次下调存款准备金，2次下调政策利率，包括带动这个贷款这个市场的报价利率、市场利率的这个下行。那么在今年初，那我们进一步降低了这个存款准备金率。那从金融稳定的这个层面来看呢，我们看到从供需两端综合施策，促进房地产的平稳运行。那我们特别看到就是在这个月设立了3000亿的保障性这个住房再贷款，支持地方国有企业以合理的价格收购已建成未出售的这个商品房，包括有序推进这个金融支持这个融资平台债务风险的化解工作。那么第3个层面是金融改革开放，就是说作为一个中国的这个金融开放的一个重要的部分，就是说债券中的债券已经纳入到香港金管局的人民币流动资金安排叫合格抵押担保品这个名录，也就是说可以作为人民币的这个债券持有者可以以自己所持有的这些资产作为获得融资的一个担保品。那么还有呢，就我们进一步优化了这个支付服务，特别是提高了就是说跨境外国人来华的这个支付的这种便利化。我们也进一步扩大了柜台债券的投资品种，优化相关的机制安排，以使得我们的比如 债券，特别是国债，能够进入寻常百姓的这个资产组合的范围之内。第三个层面，我们看到呢，就是金融机构的规模，金融机构不断的发展的壮大。那我们知道，在全球29家系统重要性银行里面，中国有5家银行入选，而且这5家银行的得分是逐年的上升，这也和我们的中资银行的快速发展以及全球竞争力的稳步提升这个趋势是相吻合的。那么金融呢，服务实体经济的这个能力进一步提升。我们知道，那么我们对中国特色金融发展之路第3个特征呢，就是说金融服务实体经济，需要政治性和人民排在第3位。所以说金融这也体现了我们讲的金融强国强就体现服务实体经济的效能。那我们这里面列举的人民币的贷款的这个变化，以及普惠金融，以及支持制造业，特别是高技术以及现代这个制造业，那么的贷款都显著的高于贷款的平均的这个增速。第4个呢，就是说中国的国际金融中心的地位逐渐提升。那我们也看到，就是说中国如果从目前来看，中国有包括香港、上海、北京、深圳在内的这个4个城市稳居在全球前20大金融中心之列。那么这个来看呢，数量上呢，我们可能和美国，比如说美国有纽约有华盛顿，有旧金山，那么有时候有芝加哥，其实基本上是数量上是一致，而且总体来看，就是说显现了就中国的金融对全球的这种影响力。第5呢，就是说现在金融监管体系不断完善，我们也知道我们构建了包括宏观审慎管理、微观审慎这个监管，保护消费者权益，然后打击金融犯罪，维护市场稳定，处置问题机构的一个金融监管体系框架，包括我们进行了这个监管这个体制机制，特别是机构的这种改革。那么这些都是在去年发生的重要的事件。第6个呢，就是金融人才的队伍素质不断的提高。尽管在去年这个金融系统经历机构改革，金融领域的。
The institutional reforms of last year include many aspects. And most importantly, we have to make sure that people abide by the top-notch standards of operation and the workflow is not interrupted at all. That is why in 2023, we're seeing heightened political awareness and better workflow, smooth operation of the financial talent pool without any corruptions. That is a quick review of what happened last year. Last but not least, in the 3rd dimension, I would like to talk about the development of a financial system with Chinese characteristics. It comes in 3 parts. And we have also laid out the prospect for the future. So we further deepened the financial reforms for innovative development, leveraging macro control and regulation to establish an enabling environment for monetary policies.
Including the macro-prudential and monetary policies. And secondly is to balance the interior and exterior, the interest rate and exchange rate and their relations, so that the Chinese economy could achieve stable progress. And meanwhile, we could tackle the uncertainties from both inside and outside. In terms of exchange rate, our exchange rate policy, first of all, need to digest the supply and demand pressure from by using the market orientation approach. And secondly is to improve the negative spiral of the currency exchange, foreign exchange. And these are the 5 major chapters from the China's Central Financial Work Conference. These 5 chapters focus on the 5 major areas: green finance, technology finance, inclusive finance, and pension finance, which focus on the weakness. And we are also trying to promote the opening up by open the institutional arrangement in the 20th CPC report, it was proposed that we need to stably expand rules, regulation, management, and standard, and also the related systems and institutions. In terms of rules and regulations, we need to promote these regulations to be more open and to be complying with the international standard and improve the modern financial supervision. In terms of management, we need to promote the management system and the capacity and modernize the capacity in order to open and improve the business environment. And number 4 is to further expand the domestic dimensions in order to better allocate resources so that they could serve for the economy. And secondly, we need to further improve the opening up of our institution arrangement in order to promote the level of openness of our finance system. So first of all, we need to further deepen the financial market opening up and improve the overseas investments participation into the Chinese market, bond market. And secondly, to promote the interconnectivity between the domestic and international financial institutions and infrastructures. And number 3 is to promote the multilateral development organizations' governance. And number 4 is to further open the foreign currency opening up. And in order to promote and explore the China's progressive capital market, capital account opening up. And number 3 is to safeguard the bottom line of the financial security. The more opening up, we need to be more cautious about the safety network. According to current status in the financial and economic area, there are major risks still existing, especially the real estate property and LGB risk, as well as the local small and medium-sized financial institutions, etc. And from this picture, you can see these are the what happened in the recent Chinese government endeavors. From the right-hand chart, you can see these are the different financial institutions, the interest, net profit growth. These are the 3 different types of banks. The first one is large commercial banks. Second one is shareholding bank, commercial banks. And number 3 are the local banks. Number 3 is to keep the bottom security, the bottom line of the financial security, especially against the opening up environment. And in terms of the foreign exchange market, macro prudential plus micro supervision should be integrated. And secondly, the foreign exchange supervision and the management should be improved, especially from the Central Financial Work Conference meeting. We can see that the foreign currency supervision has been put into the agenda so that we should crack down on the underground money house and especially the illegal activities of the cross-border bribery and other illegal activities. I'm from SAFE, so that's why I focus more on the foreign currency issues. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ding, which surprised the speech time in a short time period. And 15 years ago, as you can see, we have the next speaker, Mr. Tu Guangshao, the Executive Director of Shanghai Advanced Institute of Finance, to deliver a speech. You only have 15 minutes. Thank you very much. I only can present 6 minutes according to my timeline. It's my pleasure to be here today. Very meaningful. So I will skip the I'll go directly to the core part of my presentation. I have I think we could summarize the report into 4 characteristics. The first one is comprehensive. Second one is very innovative, very new. Indeed, the overall financial development activities are included in this report. And with a new and comprehensive, that is not enough, because most importantly, there should be depth. That is why the third character is depth. Yes, indeed, the report is full of depths in many different regards. I didn't go through the sentences and words of the report, but I just went through them. I think the level of content is very deep, and even though I'm working as an advisor for this report, I didn't involve too much, but I deeply concerned about the report and the overall process of drafting. Number 4 is consolidate, or down to earth, because the report is serving the financial services so that they could serve better the real economy. That is why I think it is very down to earth. Now I would like to share with you my understanding of the making China a powerhouse for finance. I'll just use 3 sentences to describe. Firstly, financial powerhouse focus on becoming stronger in financial system. And from the financial powerhouse 866-558 insists on the targets and purposes and principles and routes, and 6 core concepts or factors, including a stronger international financial center, including Shanghai. And this is the basic structure of it. The second 6 is 6 major systems, which is the major mandate of the financial powerhouse. There are 5 fives. The first one is 5 major essays or chapters in President Xi's presentation speech, and 6 core factors. Another 5 is financial culture, which is the soft power. In the past, we focused more on the hard power, but now we need to focus on the soft power as well. These are the 86655. But apart from understanding and studying the series of introductions of the financial powerhouse initiated by President Xi Jinping, I think for being a powerhouse of finance, we focus on powerful, strengthen, because the strengthen will make you go from small to bigger. And first of all, you have to be strong, and then you can grow bigger. There is a connection between strong and bigger as well. But bigger doesn't mean that you're strong. Strong, for sure, will make you big. But big does not mean that you're strong. Sometimes you're big, but you're not very solid. You have a very weak foundation, and you might have a lot of diseases as well. That is why I think as a financial powerhouse, there are 3 dimensions we need to focus on. The first one is in order to be a financial powerhouse, we need to get rid of the old route. Not only focus on quantity, but also on quality, as well as functions. So we should get rid of the previous old quantity-driven approach and change into a quality-based approach, and which is a way that we have to take in order to achieve a new quality development. And China, as you know, the financial asset for the financial institutions ranked very high among the world's, and different forms of financial transactions happened a lot in China, in Shanghai, and globally. And if you look at the total amount of M2, which exceeded 30 billion, which is a large number. But large doesn't mean that you're strong. In some of the areas, we're still very weak. I'll give you another example, a very simple example. It doesn't mean that our capital market didn't develop well. It develops well, but there are issues. We have 5,000 listed companies, and U.S. has around 5,000 to 6,000 of listed companies after 200 years of development. But what about the quality? Same numbers, same quantity, but what about the quality? What about their features and functions? So quantity doesn't rule. We need to focus on quality development as well, and functions of these listed companies. That is why I said quantity and quality. There should be a shift from quantity to quality. In the past, our old paths, not only in the financial area, but also in other areas, is to focus on quantity. And sometimes we're weak and big. So the second strong means we need to not only focus on the financial system, but also the non-financial system. In the past, we were competing within our financial system, but now we need to focus on not only for the financial purposes, but also for serving the real economies. So finance not only should be focusing on the financial system itself, but also those non-financial systems, because otherwise the relations between economy and finance are not correct. And
the third thing we have to adapt and change is that we have to take a look at both what's happening in China and also abroad. To be a financial powerhouse, we have to be strong in the context of the world. Globally, we have to be a strong financial power. Domestically, no matter how strong you are, if you do not hold any cloud over the world, it doesn't matter. So to be a strong financial power, we have to work hard on our own. At the same time, we have to get the recognition from the rest of the world. So how do you gauge your global influence? We still have a long way to go on that front. So if you look at financial institutions in China, we have a lot of mega financial institutions, banks with the largest market cap, systemically important banks, but how much sway do we really hold? Like, we have huge transaction volume. I work at Shanghai International Transaction Center. Shanghai is called an international financial center, but it's not really a bona fide international center because it has a very limited amount of international business that is truly international. So we have some foreign investors participating in the equity market and bond market, but the percentage is very low, and also the global allocation of your fund is very limited as well because there is no public entities for that purpose. So you might be big, but you are not truly international. Now, RMB is our sovereign currency. RMB is becoming more and more international. However, the degree is still quite limited. RMB plays a very essential role in China, but globally, it's not that strong or even a little bit weak. So the institutional opening up also plays a role here. RMB has to play a bigger role in the financial governance, in the global financial governance process. So to be a financial powerhouse, China has a lot of work to do. We have to figure out which path to take. We have to figure out how we can really emerge as a powerhouse instead of just being fat but not muscular. So we have to truly hold strength in our financial capabilities to hold that sway in the world. And that requires efforts from across the board. So I have very limited time. In interest of time, that is all I want to share with you. And I welcome your feedbacks, Mr. Wang and Chairman Yang. Oh, you are here right on time, so I'll hand it over right to you. Thank you so much, Mr. Tu, Director Tu. You made a very good summary of the report. You said it's comprehensive, it's substantive, and it's very insightful. So you also commented that for China to become a financial powerhouse, it requires both domestic strength and also international recognition. Indeed. Next, I would like to give the floor to another very important speaker, He works at international investment banks and academia and also Chinese think tanks. He served as the Monetary Committee Director twice, and he is Mr. Huang from the National School of Development at Peking University. Mr. Huang Yiping, thank you so much for the invitation. It's definitely a very high-level forum. I'm very honored to be here to participating in the discussion and make my remarks here. It's been many years. And to my understanding, the policy report released by Mr. Ding, the report has been circulated for many years, been published year after year, and it's the first time that the content of making China a financial power is included in the report. I think Director Tu made a very good summary or comment of the report just published. After reading the report myself, I think one of the highlights of the report is that it clarifies the meaning and significance of developing China into a financial powerhouse. It also made clear some of the milestones and achievements we have accomplished. In the report, we can also see the directions we must pursue for developing that financial powerhouse. And also in that report, some new ideas were proposed. So I think it's indeed a very valuable, insightful report, worth noting, worth reading. Now, if I am here able to offer my 2 cents to the report, I think the report is very summary, meaning that it's not that long in length. Maybe if you have the resources, the time, I would like to see more detailed content for the report. For example, more specific policy recommendations. You have proposed a lot of very good ideas, but I think more substance, more detailed content will be very much valuable. Speaking of building a financial power, Mr. Tu said there were some 6s and 5s. I have my own set of theories. In my understanding, a true financial powerhouse has 3 qualities: efficiency, stability, and international influence. So a financial powerhouse has to operate at a stable pace while delivering strong financial international power. At the same time, efficiency is also required. So that's what I submitted as talking points for my remarks today. How to leverage finance to improve your international influence. Now, Mr. Tu spoke before me and he talked about building an international financial center. But I wanted to originally I wanted to follow up with his talks regarding international financial center, but he actually didn't finish the whole talk about international financial center development. So I think international influence is indeed quite important for developing China into a financial power. And when it comes to your international influence, there are some challenges. Well, there are several things we can take into account. Now, a financial development path with Chinese characteristics, how can we get better aligned with the international system? We can have our own unique characteristics, but at the same time, you will want your own system to be well received by the rest of the world. And second challenge is that RMB has not been fully internationalized. There are some restrictions on the currency. How can we truly give full play to RMB as an international currency? And the third challenge would be about international. We actually have a very successful international financial center, which is Hong Kong. But how can Hong Kong play a sustainable role in the Chinese domestic financial system? How can we make sure Hong Kong is able to hold its own as an international financial powerhouse? What I mean by that is that there are many challenges in front of us in this pursuit. Of course, it's not something we can finish overnight, and we are not rushing anything, but that is something we have to accomplish. We believe that addressing those challenges will be part and parcel of making China a great financial power. Now, what do we have in the agenda for the short run? Looking at the suggestions proposed by Mr. Ding, I said maybe it would be great if the report can be a little bit more substantive in policy recommendations. So I'm just, sharing my 2 cents here. International influence of finance is it possible maybe China can set up what I would describe as a Global South Green Development Initiative? Specifically, this initiative will be about leveraging commercial and political tools or even assistance to support developing countries as they pursue green new energy transformations. That is a quick summary of this proposal I just made. Now, I got the inspiration because there is a hot topic recently, overcapacity. Overcapacity, my understanding of that is that back in February, some US officials started mentioning the issue of overcapacity in April at the Peking University National School of Development as we received Secretary Yellen, and during the talk, she talked about the impact of China's overcapacity on the US. So from the objective perspective, the three new things from China did not really pose much threat or impact to the US. For example, the US is concerned about their unemployment rate and the EV industry taking a hit. But in total last year, export to US was just 10K units. So that's really not that big of a number. It's not really that impactful on the US economy. But I'm sure there are also a political factor at play, elections as well. But why does China have the issue of overcapacity? Incidentally, I think there is also some debate about what's the definition of overcapacity. Like, maybe for the world, there is not really overcapacity. It's overcapacity in China, but as long as we can sell to the rest of the world, there is no excessive capacity, there is no excess. But here, domestically, we do see some imbalances of the macroeconomy. We have a lot of investment, but not enough consumption. So looking at the past 4 decades, at every stage of development, overcapacity has been a consistent theme. But over the last several decades, we were able to export overcapacity. Of course, there were some domestic measures as well. That's why there is no systemic risk deriving from overcapacity. But right now, for certain sectors, we believe this issue of excessive capacity will be here to stay. It's not something that we can get rid of over the short run. Now, if we're not able to address it, the best way to get rid of it is to export it. But in the short term, as the US and European markets face challenges, there are some difficulties in that. Now, if you look at developing countries, China holds great potential. I have met with representatives from developing countries who tell me that China makes great products. They face the challenge of delivering low-carbon green development. They need to transform their countries, but they lack technologies, they lack funding, they don't have the solid products, and they believe the products made in China are essential to what they need in their countries. So as we face difficulties exporting those products to US and Europe, why don't we just export it to developing countries? Because developing countries face their own unique challenges. For example, a shortage of funding. They need your products, but they don't have the money to buy it. So I'm thinking maybe the United Nations once made an estimate. They believe that for green low-carbon development transformation, developing countries has a shortage of 1.75 trillion. So there's a great shortage, meaning that there is demand all over the world. Post-Second World War, US launched the Marshall Plan. I'm sure you have heard of it. The Marshall Plan, the gist of it, or the target of it, is to use US resources to support the economic revitalization of European economies, because after the Second World War, the European economies were miserable. So US, Europe worked together to rebuild economic vitality in Europe. It was a very successful initiative. So the Marshall Plan delivered on several goals. The first goal is to help revitalize the European economies. Second, it helped the US expand its global influence, including the influence of the US dollar. And the third dimension is not able to be validated, but it's very important, is that as the European economies grew stronger, it kind of weakened the economy of Soviet Union. It limited the development of Soviet Union, which is in the interest of the United States. So it's kind of a very imaginative idea, but Maybe that is one of the potential pathways. As we face difficulties in internationalization, we also see great opportunities in some countries that require joint efforts from China to help them deliver on low-carbon green development. We have the technology, we have the products, but as to whether we have the funding, people might have different views on that. But this proposal I just made, I think to some degree you can see this as a kind of green economic era. It's the Chinese version of Marshall Plan in this green economic era. So we empower those developing countries as they pursue green transformation. Now, I think the reasoning for this can be divided into 4 parts. It's fourfold. Now, number one, why does China want to do this? Looking back in the history of China, we've always had trade surplus. For a small country, surplus is not a big issue. But when you are one of the largest economies in the world, trade surplus could backfire. It could cause a lot of frictions. There is one European scholar looking at this issue. He said if you hold trade surplus over a lot of other countries, then in the future, your international relations, economic relations are going to be fraught with tensions. Meaning, like, we have trade surplus with over 170 countries. It's hard for China to strike a balance for its own economy. It's not a big issue for small nations, but when it's a big nation, it's a different story. Because when you sell something, that thing will become cheap. When you buy something, that good will become expensive, meaning your demand and supply is going to change the international supply-demand landscape. If you look at the historic context, trading balances can potentially lead to economic and political or even military conflicts. If you can handle it properly, I think the best way to address it is to leave some of the money in a country with trade deficits so as to support their development. It's kind of like a community of shared future from an economic perspective. That is to say, in the short term, if we're not able to properly address the trade balance issue, if China continues to grow, we have to consider this possibility of jointly working with developing countries who suffer from trade deficits for joint prosperity. And the second dimension of this is, green transformation is needed for all, but developing countries face more challenges. They want to pursue this path as the rest of the world, as it's needed by the whole world. Obviously, China is not able to shoulder all responsibilities, but if we are able to contribute our fair share, then we can not only help the developing countries achieve green transformation, but at the same time, it can help China establish a global leadership in green development and gain more global influence.
Number 3, if we could achieve this, then through some tools and vehicles, we could help the developing countries to transform. And we could even encourage them to buy our products and introduce our technologies into their own countries and encourage our companies to go outside, which will, to a certain level, alleviate the excessive capacity issue. And meanwhile, there is a market so that the industries could continue to lead the international industries. And number 4, in this process, we could help the financial institutions and RMB to continue to be globalized. And some experts said if we would like to provide foreign assistance and policy loans, whether we could use digital RMB, and of course they could buy our products so that the RMB could be circulated, which is a very important mechanism. I think there might be such possibilities, and we could consider such as a choice. And of course, there might be many objections if I mention this. But there is a possibility. But if we decide to go this direction, then there are some issues we have to consider. First of all, there were some criticism saying that in China's overseas funding, some debt pressures were created for the less developed countries. So can we be more cautious in our commercial funding in the future? And meanwhile, when working with other financiers, including other international organizations. Once there are issues occur, we could resolve these issues jointly. And secondly, which is also very important, whether or not we can properly use the sovereignty credibility to provide policy tools instead of direct financing. From this perspective, I think there is a possibility, and of course, there might be experts saying that our financial situation is very tight right now, and you're still thinking about issuing such vehicles or tools. Yes, indeed, we do have financial pressures, but fiscal and current monetary policies' final target is to achieve the overall economic stableness. Instead of not doing anything, just for the purpose of keeping these policy tools stable. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for sharing with us the global South countries' development plan, green development plan. With that, we'd like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang is late due to in arrival because of the flight. He is the China's national think tank chairman, which is the only financial think tank in China so far. The floor is yours, Mr. Liang. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be invited to attend the release of such a report. I'll just follow the what is requested by the organizer to evaluate the report. That's why my topic is some of the issues in China's financial system development. First of all, after the Central Financial Work Conference meeting, a certain logic has been established. Whatever the issues are, economy is the underlying issue. And from the Chinese Central Financial Work Conference, it was identified that China's effective demand is insufficient, mainly because of the gap in residents' revenue. And in terms of the macro policies, major focus for our next step work is to coordinate the two systems for the macro control systems. Take a look at the numbers on the chart. And this is the macro leverage ratio. In the past 20 years, we've been releasing data on a yearly basis. And from this data, a lot of details could be read. And from this chart, one impression is in the past few years, the macro leverage ratio increased very quickly, especially last year. You might have a misunderstanding thinking that macro leverage ratio going up means the increase of the financial risks, which is bad. But if you look at the structure, because we're looking at the ratio, there is a denominator and denominator. And the denominator is debt, and denominator is the corporate equity, as well as the residents' disposable income. If we're calculating that for the government, it should be the fiscal expenditure. If it is the whole society, it should be the GDP. And with such a ratios going up, the denominator, it could be the result from the both ends, the numerator and denominator. And so from this, from our analysis, we can see that the going up of the leverage ratio was because of the numerator, of the denominator. So the numerator is debt from this chart, you can see. If you study finance, don't worry, because that is something we can never circumvent. It is the target of our focus of our research, or target of our research. especially at the current stage, if the economic entities would like to borrow and they would like to lend as well, that's something we really hope to see. And from this chart, you can see nobody really would like to borrow. And that, hence, there is a previous chart. Debt growth is very slow. And the GDP, which is the denominator's growth, is even lower. That is why the leverage ratio is going up. But it doesn't mean that the financial situation is really bad. It reflected the underlying reason. The real economy is not performing well. Take a look at the residential sector. There are several key points that we can analyze. The first one is the fast growth of the leverage ratio and debt for the residents, especially at the crossing of the centuries with the real estate market development. The residents borrowed money from the banks, and then the debt grew really quickly. And secondly, by 2020, for the resident sector, the leverage ratio in China exceeded that of Japan and that of Germany, which is not really good in a certain way. In Japan, there was such a last 30 years mainly attributed by such an issue of a really high leverage ratio for the residential sector. And now we've seen the real estate sector having a lot of problems, and many measures have taken, but no good results. And thirdly is last year, this ratio is going up, but not because the residents would like to borrow. The major reasons because of the fast declining of the disposable income by the residents. So from this chart, you can see there are consumption loan and property loan and operational loan. In China, operational loan basically equals to the individual business owner's loan. Previously, it was going pretty well, but now all of them are dropping. So all sectors and all economic activities are slowing down. People wouldn't like to get loans, and that is why the already very low disposable income by the residents looks high, and that's why the leverage ratio went up. This chart shows the gap between deposit and loan, which is a heat topic for the past few years. The deposit of the residents went up quickly, and loan growth is very steady and moderate. For the real economy entities, currency and credit, which one is more important? Credibility is credit is more important. One currency is transformed into loan, into debt, into the corporate bond. Could it become a credit? And from this chart, you can see a large amount of currencies were not transformed into credit. And this chart is always misunderstood by a lot of people, thinking China has such a large amount of a deposit. They have a huge amount of money. Then what about invest and providing loans? Your money is different from my money. This amount of money is an average amount. And rich people, the consumption appetite is very different from those people having less amount of money. And that is why there is such a gap between deposit and loan. And for macro control, this is something they wouldn't like to see. They're afraid to see such a big gap. The reason there is such a gap are of threefold. First of all, it shows that banks, major business was providing loan in the past, but now banks loan providing amount was reduced. And as you can see, because they are buying bonds more. And that is the trend in the past few years. Banks would like to buy bonds instead of issuing loans. And secondly, banks are disappearing. As you know, that China's banks regulation is very stringent. And shadow banking does not have to be bad for the economy, but shadow banking disappeared a lot. And number three, a lot of non-banking activities were returned to the banks. And other financial institutions are not very active except banks. Banks decline to receive deposits. Some banks even decline to receive deposits. So I was trying to deposit some money, but the bank accountant told me that you have to wait in order to have a quota so that you can deposit your money. It never happened in the past, and which is something I don't think it's good, because there is such a trend that the financial industry is going back to the bank centralized system. And if you look at the China's Financial Work Conference meeting, there is such an implication saying that the national banks should be developing into a bigger and stronger sector. And banks are becoming bigger and stronger, especially SOE banks. But how they are going to support the real economy, that's something we need to focus on as well. And the fact is already fact that the banks become the center of the financial system again. And in terms of businesses, the leverage ratio is still going up. And in a passive way, they're not borrowing money from the banks. That is why the leverage ratio is going up. And non-financial business debt, three types of debts, loans and corporate debt, bonds and total debts are going down. The businesses are not borrowing from the banks. They're not issuing bonds. They're just doing nothing. And this is something we think it is pertinent as important issues.
And also at the same time, the corporate sector is faced with that kind of situation I just described. So that is why the gearing ratio is the way it is. That is cause for additional attention. We have to dig deeper into the fundamental reason why the leverage is changing the way it is and why it is happening in that real economy. And if you look deeper, if you go further, the deposits of the corporate companies also reflect the same issue: term deposit, current deposits. For companies, like, why do they want to save money in the banks? They just need a little bit of liquidity, a little bit of cash for hiring people, paying salaries, buying raw materials, start of operation and production, or maybe a little bit of investment. So in other words, for companies, fundamentally, they just need to hold short-term deposits. However, unfortunately, even for companies, they are saving a lot of termed deposits. So why are they doing longer-term deposits? So if it's a 2-year term deposit, it means that they're not using the money for the next 2 years. The money will just sit idly in the bank. So that kind of phenomena is quite a headache for us. And it's also in line with what the residents are doing. Now, if you look at the government side, even for the government, the gearing ratio, the leverage is going up and up. The government bond market, China is number 2. It's not something we can be proud of. The treasury bond market size is pretty big, but at the end of the day, treasury bond is government debt. And for the yellow bars, it means local government debt. If you compare with other countries, especially developed countries, the biggest difference is that most developed countries, the majority of their debt is central government debt, federal debt, sovereign debt. So sovereign debt, it's risk-free to a certain degree within that framework. But for local government debt, it carries credit risk. Not just market risks, credit risk. So the structure of government debt in China is a little bit worrying. The Central Economic Work Conference laid out a 4-point guideline for managing government debt risks. And the first of the 4 points is to prevent problems from local government debt. We have to manage it well. Now, most importantly, but when you look at the leverage ratio as it go up, it doesn't mean the situation is worsening. You have to see why is it going up. One of the reasons why the number is going up in China is that the government or proactive fiscal policy is not becoming more effective. It's becoming more aggressive, but it's still lacking that impact. So that is something we have to discuss and figure out going forward. Now, if the central government does not readjust its budget at the mid of the year, then the fiscal policy will be of the same intensity as last year. It poses another challenge. Now, if you look at a financial institution, the financial sector's gearing ratio, we need to look at it. We can look at the debt ratio. We can also look at the asset side. Now, we see a big scissors gap. If you look at the liability and asset side, the liability is getting bigger and bigger, so the gap is getting larger and larger. It means that all the money is flowing back to the banks. Now, if the money is all in the hands of banks, that could be potentially a problem. Shadow banking is becoming, again, an essential part of the system. So in the future, I think financial leverage will be relatively stable. In the short run, due to the slow recovery, it might see some uptick. In the long term, there might be a slow upward trend. But the most important lesson is that the calculation from the asset side and liability side, we see this structural gap, something we call the scissors gap. Now, the commercial bank assets and its gap with M2, broad money supply, M2 is not that informative as an indicator. So if you look at M2, the black line means commercial bank assets, and M2 is the blue line. It used to be like the black line is higher than the blue line, but now it's the other way around. It means that a lot of the M2 money supply has not become so-called credit. That is to say, all the indicators are pointing to the same conclusion, which is that maybe we have sufficient monetary supply, but there is limited credit supply. It's shrinking. Credit supply and the shrinking of that is partially because of the real economy, partly because of the financial sector. We believe the monetary policy is quite progressive and active, but due to limited limitations in the economy, it pushes the leverage ratio, limited the leverage ratio from going up. Interbank lending. The blue line is lending from banks to non-banking institutions. In the past, money is all in the banks, and then non-bank institutions has to take money out of the banks. Now it's the other way around. And the interbank debt is at a very low level. In the last 2 years, it even exceeded the blue line. It's another structural challenge. The financial structure is not even a hidden issue. It's not a covert issue. It's now a very salient issue. There are some big changes taking place in the financial system. Given the economic downturn, the financial leverage ratio might continue to climb up in the short run. Now, looking at this bar chart, this again is about M2 money supply. look at the bars alone, there's a very strong stimulus from monetary policies. So some people are saying that Chinese M2, it compares with, Fed and then European Central Bank and Japanese Central Bank. Some people added up all the M2 numbers. I want to clarify, our M2 is not the same as the M2 quoted by other countries' central banks. We use different statistics and different formulas. So Chinese M2 and US M2, we're not doing the same calculation in the same manner. It's kind of like our M2 is their M3, and their M3 definition is going through different changes and adaptations. And then again, like I said, M2 is not a very informative indicator. So monetary supply, there is enough or sufficient money supply, but at the end of the day, it's not converting into credit. This chart shows you another conclusion based on our analysis. As a professional researcher, we don't look at M2, we look at the ratio of M1 in M2. M0 is cash. Cash is something you can spend anytime you want. M1 is M0 plus corporate check, which is based on current deposit. So money that you can spend anytime you want as a percentage of total money supply and how it's evolving, that is reflective of the liquidity of money supply, and it reflects people's confidence of the economy. And that indicator is going down. So accommodative monetary policy is not that accommodative, and the reason is just what I said. We have been coining a lot of new terms, relaxed monetary supply, but limited credit supply. But from a monetary supply perspective, the liquidity is quite limited. I was talking to Mr. Dai, one of the old governors of the bank, and he said there is too much inert deposits, which just means term deposits. Now, after covering so much financial issues, I want to narrow it down. We want to focus more on the real economy. What really concerns me is lack of investment and consumption, which are both in decline. This chart depicts a clear trend of decline. Now, the turning point is the pinkish bar, the red bar. That bar is when the Chinese population demographic started taking a fundamental shift. The participatory rate declined starting that point. President Xi talked about the population issue on many occasions. I think there is fundamental logic. So financial troubles, if you cannot explain it with financial analysis, you can answer it with economic analysis. If not, then you can look at it from the perspective of population or policies. So that explains what is creating a drag on economic and financial development. Last but not least, there's another picture. In April, IMF published its new World Economic Outlook, which is different from the March version. It's a little bit negative to us, less favorable than the March edition. In March, it was said that China was the main driver for the world economic recovery. Now, in the April edition, in 2023, 2024, 2025, they're seeing a downward trend across emerging markets. So that is a very dangerous signal to us, but we're not afraid. We have President Xi, we have the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core. And so the real economy, we really need to address the real economy challenge through reform and opening up. We must not rely too much on financial means and tools. We must not rely too much on fiscal measures. We have to let the real economy improve through reforms. Just a couple of days ago, President Xi Jinping had a meeting on the reforms of real economy, and that meeting gave us a lot of positive signals. And I think with the leadership of President Xi Jinping, with all the measures they plan to take, it will be able to help us take a turn for the better. It will be able to revert the trends in the economy, and Chinese economy will continue to thrive and shine. So I welcome your feedbacks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Li Yang. It's such a great opportunity to listen to your presentation. It's been a very rewarding session. Financial challenges have to be addressed and explained from the economic perspective. There are some structural traits and qualities we have to take a look at. And at the end of the presentation, Mr. Li said, reform is the way forward. And during the April 30th Central Politburo meeting, and just a couple of days ago, President Xi said again that this year marks another important year for reform and opening up. We have to break through the institutional obstacles and address the structural challenges. So Mr. Li Yang covered the whole chain of financial, economic, and reform development. I think it's a very insightful session, a very insightful presentation. Now we have listened to Director Tu, Dean Huang, and Mr. Li Yang, Professor Li Yang. Last but not least, the last speaker of our session, last but not least, somebody from the corporate side, Chairman of China Zheshang Bank, Mr. Lu Jianqiang. And the topic of this presentation is finance for good against the cyclical currents. What a great occasion. We have so many important dignitaries in the room. It's a great day for the financial sector in Hangzhou, in Zhejiang province. And the topic of today's session is also very important. And a lot of the speakers and participants are people I admire in the industry. As for the theme, we talked about internationalization. I'm a Hangzhounese born and raised in this city. And on behalf of all the people in Hangzhou, I first would like to extend a warm welcome to all of the participants. At the same time, I want to deliver something unique to the city as a gift. In the last 2 to 3 years, the financial sector in Zhejiang and also my company, Zhejiang Bank, we have been exploring the path forward, and we really need some feedbacks and input from you. So the topic of my speech today is finance for good through anti-cyclical terms. Recently, we have been learning a lot of lessons from the Central Financial Work Conference.
The eight insists on making China a powerhouse for finance and adopt a Chinese way for development as well as six service system. And these are all spirits provided by President Xi Jinping. And in terms of our understanding of finance and positioning of our financial sector, we prioritize the functions of it, especially as mentioned by President Xi Jinping. The financial sector's development should be not only looked at from the financial nature, but also from the social and economic development perspective. So there are two major backgrounds. The first one is the positioning of the finance in a new era, and the second is the changes of digitalization. And we've been in a development process of the financial sector, but in the following stage there might be some counter-cyclical stage to be coming, and what should be our solutions. And I think we should look at this, look at the solution from two perspectives. The first one is from financial oriented concept, and the secondly is smart operational concept. In terms of financial innovation, we need to and from a Zhejiang commercial bank, we focus on demand. And by following the related theoretical guidance, we first of all put the functionality of finance as the first nature for the financial sector, and trying to promote the 4 major practices. The first one is establish the financial advisor system. Starting from the year 2008, we started the pilot in Zhejiang province. At that time, the risk prevention work started for the financial sector. We invited a lot of professionals trying to help us to design and resolve risks. But we also incorporate the professionals as advisors after providing trainings to them, and then giving them some different positions. The first one is the family doctor, and the second one is the government financial expert, and number 3 is the residence financial advisor. And these are the 3 positionings for the financial professionals. And all the financial institutions are license-based professional service providers. How can we make us a more comprehensive service provider? So whatever the decisions were made, they were not focusing on the demand from the customers. And the government didn't have too many financial experts, and most of these experts are working for businesses, including those experts in a financial office of ours. So we didn't have too many financial experts. That is why we proposed these 3 positionings of the financial professionals in order to provide some social titles to them. So we have almost 1,000 financial advisors right now for the Zhejiang Commercial Bank, but they are not dedicated their services to Zhejiang only. They're also serving the Zhejiang province and other provinces. And we started this pilot program, and the first batch involved 55. And now, in the second stage, the number has been increased to 4,000. And in terms of financing, we provided financing to 5,000 companies. And also, we also provided the solutions to help those difficult businesses to resolve their financial risks, and by providing the financial intelligence to them. So this is another area that we provide the financial intelligence. And secondly, by following the previous mentioned system, on the county level, we explored a model of comprehensive business, comprehensive financial ecosystem construction. Within our Zhejiang, there is a district, and the eco-environment is very balanced. And I had a partner to work with, and we started this Linping Financial District pilot zone. And most of the financial sectors are far away from the county level. And that's why in the county level, we were trying to figure out what are the financial demand. I felt that we need to provide foundation service, financial service to the county level as well. And starting from the year 2022, now it's been 2 years, and these are the 3 innovative directions. First of all, we established the investment division where more than 10 people are working together to do research on the LGVs and to come up with the financial sector's operation quality for the county level. And Zhejiang is well digitalized, And we help those businesses to analyze their funding requirements. And then we came up with a new financial tool, financial service, 金融宝, financial services provided to the SMEs. So that for the SMEs, the financial institutions and including the intermediaries are working together on this platform. Number 3 is from the social side. And we've organized 300 of training sessions on the county and the village level to make sure wealth management trainings are taught to the local people so that there will be no fraudulent cases. And hence, we established this 3386 model and connected the financial services to the local people from last year's perspective. And the interest rate dropped by 58 BPs for the SME loan. And the profitability increased by 30 BPs. In February, Professor Wang was there in person, and we organized a workshop, and the practice have been well recognized. And in last month, in the Hangzhou Financial Work Conference, this pilot is going to be further expanded. And Zhejiang Commercial Bank has 36 branches, and we're going to select a county at our outlet in order to provide this kind of service. Number 3 is to establish a Zheyin Shanbiao system in order to continue to deepening the financial service and expanding the financial services from the social value perspective. And capital expansion is out of order, but underlying that is the financial institutions' pursuit for profitability. That is why, starting from ourselves, we are conducting this social value evaluations from 3 perspectives. The first one is we have a corporate version and individual version, the family evaluation, industrial evaluation. If the evaluations are not good, and you will not become our clients, and especially those clients that do not have high scores, we will not make them our clients anymore. So connecting to our risk management system, this has become a very important endeavor for controlling the risks. And a lot of SMEs do have difficulties and risks, but we still would like to provide loans to them. But for those big companies that are very active in the financial sector, a capital market, we wouldn't like to provide services to them because there might be interfering with the social order. And we are further promoting this work year on year. And for those goodness index, whoever gets high scores, they will be retained as their customers. But if they're low in terms of that the index ranking, then they will not become our customers. And number four is to implement the goodness or based trust project. And we've been thinking about how are we trying to help joint prosperity. But sometimes when we try to help, we exacerbated the situation. So we were focusing on 2 major issues that could be addressed by finance. First one is to address the non-balanced, non-sufficient development. The second one is to play a prominent role in shared ecosystems. And there gaps might create some social disrupt. previously, we didn't have solutions for the gap creation. Gap created is not a major issue, but for those rich side, they should play a positive role so that their wealth could be better used. Therefore, for businesses, each businesses, on one hand, they are continue to operate. On the other hand, they contribute to the charity work. What are the work of charity? There are three scenarios for this company to contribute for charity. First of all, is for example, the providing services to the people within the company. The second one is to contribute to the resident areas where this company is located, or the place where the entrepreneur was born. So these are the three different scenarios. And under these three scenarios, we explored two types of charity work. And from May of last year, we started 3 projects. And at the beginning of this year, we made a deployment of 150 projects. My hope is China's entrepreneurs could exceed that for in the Western world in terms of their contribution to the charity work. So they not only created wealth, but also value to the local people. If we can address this problem, I believe we could achieve the social harmony. And these are the 4 pillars for the goodness-oriented finance. And apart from these 2, we do have other areas. I'm not going to go through the details. So this is the first part of my presentation, looking at the finance from the value perspective. The second one is to transcend the cycle. Digitalization is a good opportunity, but especially in the downturn of the economy, we need to focus on the less sensitive assets against the economic cycle. And we conduct analysis and came up with a chart related to the sensitivity. And also, for if by 2027, we hope the number of sensitive assets could reach 75, because economy.
但是从整个中国的经济来看呢，大的来看啊，好像一个周期都没走完。
We have not finished even one cycle. So it used to be like 60, 70 years per cycle, but China has not run through its initial cycle. So that is why the banks have to learn our lessons. And we started planning the so-called less sensitive assets for pro-cyclical development. And when the economy is good, the banks will have good times, but we're not going to be the best of the best. But when the economy is down, we'll be able to be more resilient, because it's not going to be a worst-case scenario. That is what we are talking about by having more less sensitive assets in cyclical fluctuations. And in addition, we have so-called smart management sheet and also digitalized revenue financial statement. So we are seeing an expansion of digital products as part of our revenue. So we have 3 new financial statements as part of the bank's operation. At the core, it's about riding safely and steadily through the cyclical fluctuations. And so that is what I want to share with you today. That is what China Zhejiang Bank is doing, and what the Zhejiang province is trying to reform and deliver. We have accumulated some practical evidence and practices over the last several years. I think those approaches are effective and very useful, but they require theoretical guidance, and we have to learn to integrate it into the overall financial development system of China. And that is why I'm sharing the system and philosophy with you. I hope that all the top-notch experts in the room can share your insights with me to help us fine-tune this methodology. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu. Your unique gift from Hangzhou is more than just a gift. yours is the most excellent summary of the practices of what Zhejiang Bank has been doing, how to ride through the trends of cyclical fluctuations, how can you use less sensitive assets to play it safe and steady. So just now in the first session, we heard from Mr. Ding Zhijie with the report launch, and Mr. Li Yang and Mr. Tu Shanghong, who talked about the key 3 pillars, and Mr. Huang and talked about another dimension of financial sector, and Mr. Lu talked about how to better ride through the fluctuations. Now, let's move on to the second plenary session, which is about finance empowering technological innovation. Now, thank you all for listening to the first session. As the moderator, I'm going to give the floor to the moderator of the second session, who is Mr. Liu Bibo, Associate Professor and Assistant Dean of Tsinghua PBCSF. Let's welcome Mr. Liu Bibo, Associate Professor and Assistant Dean of Tsinghua PBC School of Finance. Distinguished guests and participants, good afternoon. Welcome to the Bretton Woods, 80 years after Bretton Woods, 80 years after Bretton Woods international development of financial system. And we're entering the second plenary session of this Building International Monetary and Financial System for All conference. And I would like to briefly introduce the guests of the second panel. And first, we have Mr. Zhang Xiaohui, Vice President of China Society for Finance and Banking. And then we have Mr. Qian Xuan, Chair Professor and Associate Dean of Tsinghua PBCSF School. And then we have Mr. Liang Kang, Secretary General of Jianxin Leadership Strategic Emerging Industries Development Fund Expert Advisory Committee, former Director of Department of Laws and Regulations of the Department of Employment, Income Distribution and Consumption, and National Development and Reform Commission. First, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Zhang Xiaohui, Vice President of China Society for Finance and Banking, for her presentation. Good afternoon. It's such a pleasure to be here and share my insights with you. The topic of technology innovation is such a buzzword. Well, I'm obviously not an expert on innovation or technology. Maybe the organizing committee figured I did a project on a relevant topic, which is about how finance can be of support to technology, so that's why they invited me. How do I use this to, how do I turn the slides? I'd like to approach this topic from 4 perspectives, just sharing of my observations, what I've learned along the way in my capacity. Technology innovation, both in academia and in the corporate world, is a very important topic. A lot of people focus on how technology innovation can play a role in developing or promoting high-quality development. From a perspective, we can see that technology innovation is one of the key drivers for modernization and development. If you look at contemporary history of human race, we have already experienced 4 major technological revolutions. Since the 18th century, there have been 3 major technology revolutions. So the first 3 are in the past. We are now going through the 4th technological revolution. The first one, which is known to all, is marked by the invention of steam engines. And the second was marked by the development and use of
electricity and telecommunication. And the third one was driven by IT, or information technology. After the turn of the century, with the development of artificial intelligence, quantum information, big data, all those new technologies are becoming better and better and more mature. I think it's fair to say that the humankind is going through our fourth technology innovation revolution. Technological innovation determines a country's economic strength and comprehensive national power. Since the first revolution in the 18th century, if you look at historical context, as long as you're able to seize the opportunity presented by technology revolution and achieve homegrown innovation, then this country, this economy will see a significant improvement in its national strength. At the same time, it is contributing to some changes and shifts in the geopolitical landscape. Now, one example is the UK, the British Empire, which was described as a kingdom where the sun never falls. And the success of the British Empire would not have been possible without technology revolution. And then if you look at the US, the rise of the United States was attributable to the Second Industrial Revolution. In the 100 years after Second Industrial Revolution, US experienced a boom in its national strength, driven by technology innovation. In the early days, the US relied heavily on Europe for fundamental research. But the US managed to use European research outcomes wisely to boost its national strength. After the two world wars broke out in Europe, and just to emphasize, it took place in Europe instead of US. So that's when a lot of scientists relocated to America. And America got an injection of a lot of high-caliber technology talent. The movie last year from Christopher Nolan, Oppenheimer, was an example. A lot of the bright minds decided to immigrate to the United States. And that helped to boost the US technological and scientific strength. Beside what I just talked about, another advantage that comes with technology innovation is that it can help determine whether this economy is going to play a dominant role in the setting of international rules and rules and norms. As we know, technology is essential to the country's hard power. It's also critical for the country's so-called soft power, as we experience unprecedented changes unseen in a century. Technologies are becoming increasingly intertwined with national power and security. In key areas, technologies will play a determining role for the country's fate and whether it is able to play a key role in rule setting on the international stage. Previously, a country's path was more determined by its natural resource endowment, but now I think national strength is more a function of not just natural resources and wealth, but also how much the country has to offer when it comes to key strategic technologies. So innovation can lead to breakthroughs and lead to more innovations down the road. There are many examples, but in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this part and not give you a list of all those examples. But one thing I want to highlight is in the morning session, we recapped what happened over the last 8 decades regarding the Bretton Woods system. Part of it is about setting a rules for the international arena. The Washington Consensus, how did it come from? It has a very close tie with the United Nations. It has to do with the Washington Consensus is about how the United States, using technology and inventions to craft its soft power. So technology innovation determines whether a country can play a role or have a say in setting the rules for the world. Another very important dimension of technology innovation is about whether a country is able to emerge beyond the middle income trap. As we know, the middle income trap requires a shift in the economic development paradigm, improvement in industrial mix structure, and accumulation of talent and human resources, aka full-factor development. But at the same time, it also relies on leveraging technology and scientific development for economic growth. So I believe technology innovation is one of the most substantive or most clear manifestation of that process. I have several examples. A positive example is Japan and Western Europe. So after the second round of technological innovation, or the momentum from that depletes, Western Europe fell into a middle-income trap. But after its reforms in the 1950s, it managed to launch or commence another technological revolution, which helped it to emerge beyond the middle-income trap. And then Japan is the same case. In the 1970s, Japan started to shift from trade-oriented development to technology-driven development with a focus on training more tech-oriented talent in its education system. That shift helped Japan break through the middle-income trap. That's how Japan got lifted from the middle-income trap. In 1960s, Japan was the second largest economy in the world. And then in the beginning of 1970s, the per capita GDP was 4,000 RMB. At the end of 1980, as it emerged from the middle-income trap, its per capita GDP exceeded 12,000 US dollars. It only took Japan 15 years to go from 4,000 to 12,000 in per capita GDP. That goes to show how strong innovation can be. A negative example is actually Argentina. At the beginning of the last century, Argentina was actually the third largest economy in the world. It was rather successful. But back in the 1930s, they used a strategy called import substitution. It did not really devote much resources to technological development and building its own labor pool and quality labor. So that is why its industries got stuck. There is no upgrade, there is no elevation. So in the 1980s, it opened up its market in a blind manner, and in that process, it lost its own comparative advantage, coupled with turbulent geopolitical situations. Argentina was trapped in that so-called middle-income trap and also a debt crisis. And another thing I wanted to share with you is new quality productive forces and how that has to do with technology revolution and innovation. It's a hot word, buzzword these days. I think technology revolution, when it comes to productive forces, technology plays a profound role for the development of productive forces. In the fourth technological revolution, we can see that social productive forces is experiencing unprecedented changes.
And therefore, there is new requirements for the productivity or productive forces. And President Xi mentioned that China's innovative capacity is not strong enough, and the overall level of science and technology is insufficient. And the contribution to the economy by the science and technology is far lagged behind compared to that of the developed countries. So this is the archless heel for China. This god of archless is the weakness of it is located at the heel, and that is the weakness of China as well. Especially in development of in the process of development, what our weaknesses are, where do they located? Are they located? In September 2023, President Xi was proposed the new quality development productivity concept while he was visiting Heilongjiang. The so-called new quality productivity refers to the productivity that is based on new production tool, new production environment, and new production forms. And in December of 2023, in a central financial work conference, the new quality productivity also was stressed on. And in March of this year, in the 11th collective study by the central government, President Xi Jinping made new requirements over new quality productivity. New quality productivity and what its relations with the science and innovation. It is the core element for the innovation. In a new round of revolution, science and technology is driving the innovation, and new opportunities and challenges have been presented to China. Especially in the past few years, China has been promoting the strategic new emerging industries, and science and technology and innovation have been developing, but still lagged behind compared with the developed countries, and especially against today's environment, especially with such a chaotic geopolitical environment. China, the world is entering into a geopolitical, technological era, because at the critical areas where countries lead in terms of their science and technology, they could achieve success in the international competition. That is why China needs to develop a new quality development. For the new quality productivity, what is the core concept of it? I would like to briefly share with you briefly. Innovation plays a leading role. It helps us to get rid of the traditional economic growth model and productivity development pathway. It has the feature of high-tech, high efficiency, and high quality. It is in line with the advanced development concept. It includes 4 areas. First one, the signature of it is the improvement of the all-factor productivity. And secondly, science and technology innovation is the core concept for the new quality development. And industry upgrading is the major support for new quality productivity. And fourthly, it is also green productivity. Technology innovation is critical for achieving new quality development, because only through developing the proprietary and disruptive innovations, the critical technology could be well grasped, so that we could get rid of the bottleneck and we could achieve new quality development. The focus of developing new quality development, new quality productivity, is to nurture talents. And we need to establish a benign circle of development. And we need to nurture a good eco-environment and business environment. So 2 key issues are technology and innovation. And finance for the new quality productivity development, what role does it play? The answer is simple. Most importantly, it could optimize the allocation of resources and to improve the efficiency of resource allocation. As we know that the finance is the bloodline for the economic development and a very important part for the national economy. Therefore, the core function of finance is to optimize asset resource allocation, so that we could coordinate and integrate the productive factors and promote the circulation of the factors and promote the coordinated development between different regions. So this is regions, and these are the core function of finance. given it could help optimize the allocation resources, how can it promote the technological innovation? Fintech, technology innovation finance is a new concept, therefore proposed. It plays a very important role for encourage innovations. So what about the technology innovation in finance right now? So far, it is still focusing on the indirect financing by the credit loans. And one of the major features for it is financial sector is returning to the banking sector. And the technology finance major force is still the traditional financial institutions, including the banks and the insurance companies. They provide loan support for the SMEs technological innovation. There are some VC funds, the direct financing channels are only serving as auxiliary channels. And secondly, in terms of technology innovation, basic research and critical technology breakthroughs, the government has invested a lot of money, be it PBOC or Ministry of Finance. They invested a large amount of fundings and institutional supports. But what is the current situation? Technology innovation and technology innovation finance is not in line with the requirements of science and innovation funding requirements. The total investment is huge, but there are structural issues which was decided by the features of the technology innovations, because it needs a large amount of investment and having a lot of uncertainties, long-term of return horizons, and different innovations might have differences in many different areas. But China's funding channels are very limited, and the major forms of financing are still indirect financing from banks and insurance companies. And therefore, the supply and demand structure and are not matching each other. Equity funding represents small part. And therefore, for the C-level companies, they couldn't cover a lot of company. And innovation finance is very important for fintech, but there is a major weakness. What is it? Finance support innovation means that it is a lack of capital instead of funds. There is no sufficient direct financing, and general public do not have much financial services. That is why, against the background of operating by dividing different sectors, and the financial sectors of from the capital market perspective, it is not developing by fully following the market rules. Therefore, it is not only cannot support large amount of innovative companies listing, nor does it support the corporate governance of those listed companies. And most importantly, there are some speculative SMEs to cash out in the name of technology and innovative financing. And even though these companies' size are big enough, still these capital are big enough, but there is no sufficient human resource and products supporting the technology innovative financing or SMEs. There are some dedicated people from the banks working on the innovative financing, but the number is limited and cannot meet the requirements for the market. And secondly, the major investors, especially institutional investors, are not mature enough yet. Number 4, the risk investor investors' development does not have a long history, and now it faces such a problem of related to the funding, fundraising, investment and management and exiting. And therefore, there is a lack of legal basis as well as high net worth people. So what shall we do? We need to continuously improve the technology and the innovative financing system with Chinese characteristics. Two work need to be done. First one is we need to establish a good enough eco-environment. And secondly, from the business and projects level, the innovations with different life cycles might have different features. Therefore, it needs different forms of financial support. And in terms of a public sector support, focus of the support to the technology innovation finance, they should put on the funding environment. Because the public funding of public sectors total investment is not small, but they need to put the money into the improvement of the funding and the financing environment, because innovation has a lot of complexity. But capitals are looking for profits, and we need to provide sufficient incentives to the market. If a large amount of public sector capital just to go after these innovations and technological innovation, there might be a huge amount of waste. And therefore, we need to, first of all, establish a good environment by using the public money. And government-guided funds also provided a strategic position for the innovative companies. And the strategic positioning from the government is very important because it mainly plays a role to guide the market. You cannot just look for short-term profits or short-term target. Otherwise, not only you're not playing a role of a guiding fund, but also squeezing a lot of other funds out from the market. And this is something the government needs to consider. And secondly, we need to reduce the limits for the investment. Certainly, in terms of the government-guided funds strategy for investment, it shouldn't focus on mobilizing private capital or private funds. And from the macro level, we need to consider that. In the operational level, what we need to consider is
and the financing management and access, all those things are where the government-led funds can play a leading role. And there are some weak links that we have to strengthen. For example, lack of direct financing, because direct financing satisfies science tech startups needs the most. The most effective way is to there are two ways to support them most directly. The first is the capital market. The second is equity investment fund. And in different forms of technological innovation for finance, the equity market typically plays a salient role in its support to tech talent and entrepreneurial development. But for the IPOs, tech and innovation companies are not that big a percentage of the companies that are pursuing IPO. That is because of administrative industry orientation. It limited the stock market's ability to support science and technology firms. Sometimes a company is not in one of the key industries. That is why it's not able to go public. Equity investment funds have high tolerance for risks, great discerning capability for science technology projects, advantages in capital risk management, and flexibility in exit channels. Those equity investment funds are a very important source of financial support to science and technology startups. So that is why this is one of the focus areas for our endeavors. The capital market has several tasks on its plate. First, it has to adopt a multi-tiered capital market development approach. Second, we have to fine-tune the operational mechanism of the STAR Board and Science and Innovation Board, further differentiate the IPO requirements for different companies, and enable these non-main board segments to contribute to the breakthrough of key technologies. And for the new 3 board, it's also a very important agent for supporting science technology startups. When it comes to equity support, we have to first address the difficulty in financing. That is the first requirement. And secondarily, you have to improve the post-investment management. Investment, management, and also exit. These are the other 3 links that are essential to this chain. And here in China, indirect financing is still the dominant form or paradigm of financing activities. Previously, Mr. Liang mentioned that if you look at the modality of development, he also quoted President Xi's words and some documents from the Central Financial Work Conference. I think it's been very clear that in the next stage of development across Chinese financial institutions, banks are going to play the leading role. Are banks able to support those technology startups? I think yes, but there are some weaknesses that we have to address. We have to put in more efforts to guide the banks to support technology startups. After all, banks play a leading role in this aspect. So from the design of mechanism, the compensation for risks, supportive policies, we have to ensure that there is reasonable arrangements in all those areas for adequate support to technology startups. First, we have to establish a favorable institutional arrangement for supporting technology startups. Second, we have to give play to so-called finance intermediaries as information service platforms. In other words, institutions like banks need to have access to information about those technology startups. And thirdly, we need to have a mechanism for risk compensation. Most of the technology industries are low in assets but high in risks. So for banks to invest in technology startups, they will be exposed to greater risks compared to if they invest in KA customers or individuals. So there needs to be a risk composition mechanism. For example, some guarantors with state-owned background to compensate for the additional risks taken by the banks as they support those startups through investment. So finance as a tool to empower technology innovation is all about dealing with innovation finance, new quality productive forces, and innovation. We have to figure out how those different elements interact with each other, and in the end, then we're able to elevate the comprehensive development strength of the country and make sure that in today's geopolitical context, China will be able to play a role in international rule setting and hold our own sway. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Zhang, for your presentation. Next, I'd like to give the floor to Chair Professor and Associate Dean of Tsinghua PBCSF, Mr. Tian Xuan. Ms. Zhang, do you still have the remote control? Well, thank you so much, Mr. Liu, for your kind introduction. And again, I'd like to thank the organizer, which is also my employer, Tsinghua PBCSF, for the invitation. Now, I want to talk about how to leverage technology finance to support new quality productive forces. I know we're way behind schedule, and as the moderator, I think you're very disappointed. I'll make sure that I'll wrap up my session before 4:32. I'll just take 10 minutes to deliver my presentation. Now, just now, Mr. Zhang has already given us a very good summary of what is new quality productive forces. So to develop a financial power, we have 5 pillars. The first is technology finance, meaning how can we leverage financial power, financial tools, financial means to support technology innovation to develop so-called new quality productive forces. In my mind, I think there are several internal factors we have to look at. Internally, we're seeing a shift in China's development paradigm. This chart shows you China's GDP from 1978 to last year in the first 32 years, so there's ups and downs. So there is a line dividing it into 2 halves. Overall, the Chinese economy has been going up and up, experiencing double-digit growth over the last 32 years. And it's a kind of miracle in human civilization. And after the Cultural Revolution, the Chinese economy was at collapse. But in 2010, China exceeded Japan, overtook Japan as the world's 2nd largest economy. And there was a period when China experienced mid to high speed growth as our new norm. So gradually, we're seeing some downward pressure, a slowdown, 8%, 7%. Take 2019, for example, which was the year before the COVID pandemic. The 4 quarters had respectively 6.4, 6.26, and 5.9% GDP growth across the year. Even without the pandemic, our economic growth was already slowing down. But with the pandemic, it's kind of a double whammy, and sometimes we had a high year and a low year, but over the last 4 years, we had an average of 5% GDP growth. In other words, China's GDP growth has already slowed down. We are shifting from high speed to high quality development, and that is completely driven by technology innovation and upgrading of traditional sectors and fostering of new emerging industries and planning for future strategic industries. Now, that was more what's happening in China, and with also external factors. If you compare Chinese and US GDP, now you have to look at the right axis. We have always been like in the old days, China was always like 10% of the US GDP. The years after reform and opening up, the Chinese economy was still rather small. So in that period of time, China was just 10% of the US GDP. After our successful accession to WTO, the Chinese economy started to take off in 2019. We finally exceeded 60% of US GDP, and then we hit 77% in a later year. A lot of experts have been talking about this competition between China and the US, which has become an irreversible trend. In other words, the obstruction of US against China is not going to change due to the shift in US administrations. Nothing's new under the sun. We always know that as the second runner-up tries to catch up with the front runner, the leaders will always try to crack down on the second player. So it's just how the UK dealt with US and what the Netherlands did back in the old days. So given that historical context, the U.S. is trying to build a policy of high walls, small courtyard, and all those restrictions means that China will have to rely on ourselves to boost our new quality productive forces through innovation. And if you look at all the technological restrictions, entity list, all the competition acts, even though China has been transforming ourselves in our position of the supply chain, but we still hold a low position in the value chain. We only have 0.01% compared to 0.29% of the United States, which means that a lot of the key components and technologies are still where we face bottlenecks. Last year, our innovation index ranked 12th in the world, which is a decent number, but still hundreds of technologies are where we face difficulties and challenges due to a lack of access to technology. And additionally, our country is not known for our technology companies. If you look at the top 10 countries, top 10 companies in our Chinese stock market and US stock market, this is number from the end of last month. If you look at top 10 companies in terms of market cap on the Asia market, number 1, without question, it was the multi Chinese liquor.
But some people are saying that, other companies might overtake Multi. But anyways, Multi Chinese White Spirit Liquor was #1, and then we have the PetroChina, followed by ICBC Bank, and then China Bank of China, China Agricultural Bank. So basically, there is only one technology company among the Chinese top 10, which is CATL, the battery maker. All 10 companies on the US side are technology companies, and then Microsoft alone, and it has 2.8 trillion. It's more than all the top 10 companies in China combined in terms of market cap. It's almost 1.87 times of the combined total of Chinese top 10. So we have to make sure our companies become more innovative. So we hope that the technology-oriented companies can go public. We have financial power to support them. That is a very important thing to achieve. At the same time, to develop new quality productive forces, national policy is important, but private sector is also essential. We have 5, 6, 7, 8. We've contributed 50% of tax revenue, 60% of GDP, and 70% of technology renovation, which is the topic of today, and that also contributes 80% of employment and 90% of the number of companies in China. If you look at the Yangtze River Delta, we're here in the Zhejiang province, which is part of the Yangtze River Delta, and then in the Pearl River Delta, I think those numbers will be bumped up to like 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100%. So the confidence in the private sector of the private entrepreneurs play a key role in promoting technological innovation. So how can we inject that confidence into the private sector, make sure they get a confidence boost? In the short run, obviously, we're going to rely on the policies. We have to rely on the so-called hard support from the government. We have policies, projects that will give the private sector more confidence to deliver on those projects. The NDRC also specifically set up an administration for the promotion of the private economy, and the enactment of the private economy law also provided a lot of foundation in that regard. But the true driver for the private sector to take off is the soft support. It requires fair, competitive landscape, sound business climate, and predictability in the policy, stability, and orientation consistency. All those private entrepreneurs, they have pulled ahead from a lot of other competitors. If you look at PBCSF, we have a lot of graduates from top-notch universities. But if you look at the EMBA students at Tsinghua PBC School of Finance, their background might not be as spectacular because they are more like the leaders of their companies. They are not from the academic background. Their success was not simply dependent on the national policy support, but also a fair business environment. A very simple piece of statistics was that in the first half of April, our EV sector, be it wholesale or retail end, EV penetration exceeded 50%, 50. That goes to prove that the EV vehicle, electric vehicles, have already overtaken combustion engine ICE vehicles. That is already an unstoppable trend. EV will take the place of gas vehicles. But back then, people were not that optimistic about EV.
And Tesla just started making profits not long before. So it's a long-term innovation process. But just because this EV and battery were not considered very profitable at the very beginning, that is why the threshold of entrance is very high. And for example, BYD and SAIC are trying to compete in this market, and a lot of enterprises are trying to compete. That is why new EVs are emerging, and the policy stability is very important in this regard. So these are the research we've done. Policy uncertainty and certainty and its impact over long-term investment. We used 42 countries' data to find out the policy from the country does not have any impact over innovation, be it leftyism or rightyism, aggressiveness or conservative. It doesn't matter. If policies from a country has been set, the entrepreneurs could adjust their investment decisions to meet with the macro policies. But if there are uncertainties, we don't know what the future policies would be. aggressive or conservative, what we can do is to wait and observe and do short-term investment instead of long-term investment. That is why we think we need to stabilize the entrepreneurs by coming up with expectable and stable policies. That is very important in terms of reshaping the production relations and promote the modernized industrial development. But why do we mention about innovation against such a background? In 2020, we come up with the 2030 long-term development goal. And by 2035, our per capita GDP will reach the mid-level of the world, which equals to that of Portuguese and Spain. And the per capita GDP is 29.6 thousand USD. And in China, the per capita GDP was only 12.7 thousand RMB, US dollars. And in the future 12 years, the CAGR rate should be 6.7%. But in the University, there is a team which forecasted the potential growth rate was only 4.3% for in the future 12 years. If we follow the business as usual, then the growth rate can only be 4.3%. So what we can rely on is innovation. And Xiaohui has given us a very in-depth discussion about what innovation is. To its core, it is exploration over unknown paths from 0 to 1, from 0 to non-zero. So it has long cycle, great uncertainties, and a high failure rate. And if you use the performance contract to encourage innovation, it is not successful. There is no such one-to-one equivalence. However, whatever you invest, you will get return. So we need to come up with the innovative way to incentivize innovation. And I'll share with you one example. There was a scholar who visited super entrepreneurs, which are the founders of unicorn businesses. And these 100 super entrepreneurs' characteristics were summarized into the following 3 categories. As you can see, the green highlighted adjectives are the features for these super entrepreneurs, which are considered positive: young, aggressive, full of imagination, and product-focused, and persistent, and curious. The yellow highlighted features refers to the neutral attributes, for example, not from a very good family, and also very obstinate, negative, always negative, and whatever it is, they only rely on themselves. They're very frugal, and they are lack of sense of security. The red highlighted attributes are considered negative. They're crazy. They are untraditional, and they are looped and not easy to get along with, because these entrepreneurs sometimes they have to have some features that are not usually seen in common people, in general people. Sometimes those features could be negative. For example, those on Musk and Steve Jobs and others. They are made of a special material. That is why I used to give lectures to my students. Most of the graduate school students at PBC Finance School of Wudao are of the highest quality. The process was very selective, and I told them all your classmates are super good. But if you think your classmates are suspicious and crazy and non-traditional, you have to treasure them. If they want to borrow money from you, you don't lend money to them. You should buy the stocks from their company. Maybe he is the next person who will be successful. So technological startup companies are difficult to establish, and there should be financial support to them. But there are some debates. Financial sector are looking for short-term return, but scientific technological startup companies are looking for long-term return. That is why we need to be patient, as mentioned by President Xi Jinping in his one of his speeches. And how can we use the financial approaches to support the technological innovation? First of all, we need to focus on financial system from the macro level, and financial systems changes might impact innovation. From the medium level, we need to focus on the market, financial market, what the market players impact over the innovation. Number 3 is from a micro level, which is corporate strategy. This is my last page PPT. And the overall framework covers the 3 different levels, macro level, micro level, middle level. So how the finance could support technical innovation? We need to establish a cultural system to tolerate failure. Venture capital, if it is tolerant to failures, then those invested companies' innovation quality and quantity are of the best. And secondly, we need to not only focus on, we shouldn't focus on the return for 1 year, 2 years, but 10 years and 20 years. And secondly, we need to have a brand new CV, or which means companies should start to focus on the innovation and technological innovation. And there is no pressure of exiting for this fund. And CVC supported business innovation are of a higher quality. Number 3 is we need to come up with appropriate human resource policy. Human capital is very important for innovation, and its importance is 6 times that of the organization capital. And talents, especially, should be incentivized by shares and stock options in order to incentivize the talents to innovate. And from middle level, the not so active secondary market, capital market, first of all, should be supervised. And the secondary market shouldn't be that positive in order to protect these innovative companies to focus on long-term innovation instead of a short-term capital interference. For example, we should have a strong anti-hostile buyout terms and conditions, and we need to have a low share liquidity, and we should need to have long-term holding institutional investors, and not so frequently information disclosure report. By using these tools, from the not so active primary market, the financial innovation could be well protected. We also need to have a comprehensive and complete legal environment. By following the contract, the spirit of contract, governance. And especially, we need to strengthen the production of the private sector entrepreneurs so that they could be dedicated their focus to innovation. We also need to establish a healthy and open capital market, which is exactly the same as mentioned by Xiaohui. Long-term equity investment plays a better role than the debt investment for the innovation. And now we are we would like to give a full play to the directed financing. And if the government asks the banks to provide loans to the SMEs, and of course in China we could achieve that, but banks, by definition, has not such a balanced revenue and expenditure, and the bad loan, non-performing loan could cause some bad impact over the market and society. So we need to focus on the direct investment development. Last but not least is a stable macro policy guidance. Entrepreneurs are not concerned about how the policies are, but they are concerned what the policies, whether or not there is a policy. So we need to come up with a stable, consistent policy so that the market expectation could be stabilized. So these are the portfolio from the financial sector to support the portfolio measures from the financial sector to support innovation. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Now we would like to give the floor to Mr. Li Kang. From NDRC to deliver a speech. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's good afternoon. It's my pleasure to have this precious opportunity to attend the Global Financial Forum organized by PBC Udako School of Finance. I think the topic is very important. Probably it's not the most innovative topic, but it is a very important topic. And we are promoting the China to be a financial powerhouse and establish a new financial system construction in China. And against such a background, we need to consider how theoretically and practice wisely, we should establish an innovative development perspective. Now, I would like to share with you how the equity investment could support the technology innovation. And there are several parts in my presentation. What my point of view on technology innovation and what to do. First of all, we need to establish a blueprint for the innovative development. In the first 2 decades of 21st century, where China's economic development is benefiting from the dividend of the population and the financial cycle.
So these become our main battlefields for development. And in the 20th Party Congress report, we said like innovation is the most prominent factor in development. Promoting the cluster-based development of strategically emerging industry is essential, and developing new artificial intelligence and other new sectors as new drivers for our economic development. Some of the sectors have been pointed out as the key drivers and the tasks for the next period of development. And the development of new quality productive forces is also essential, and the low-altitude economy and some other industries are singled out as potential drivers and engines as well. So when it comes to the 14th five-year period, we talked about eight different industries. And if you look at last year's Financial and Economic World Conference, that's clear. The trend is very clear. Biomedicine and commercial aerospace and low-altitude economy, those are emerging as more important industries. I think it's a very important, lofty direction for us to pursue. At the same time, it has specifically pointed at some key industries. How do we leverage resources across society to support their development? And high-tech industries is becoming a more bold force to be reckoned with in the Chinese economy. And the downward trend in real estate sector is now being addressed with adaptive policies. The next priority is about how can we give more momentum to technology industry's development. Since the end of pandemic, the rebound of the tech sector has injected impetus to economic growth. And I was talking to some colleagues. Some people talk about how severe the lockdown was, which basically cut off investments. And because you couldn't really get a signature from your higher-ups, and people were really concerned about the prospects of investment because of COVID. But the strategic emerging industries actually experienced kind of swim against the current and collected more investment than ever. Statistics from MIIT saw that the Chinese sectors were resilient. High-tech sectors delivered on its performance. In 2023, high-tech investment increased by 10.3%, which is 7.3% faster than the rest of the economy. And in aerospace, aeronautics, high-end manufacturing are some of the leading sectors. And if you look at corporate operational factors, all those signs shows that industries have confidence in market development. My fund is a national level fund jointly initiated by the NDRC and another national entity. And the most recent focus is our manufacturing sector. Latest statistics show that industry upgrade is a continuous trend which stays unchanged. So for theoretical perspectives and some practical angles, we have heard a lot of different stories, be it from private sector or from the platforms. We're able to delve into those numbers and get some conclusions, be it direct or indirect investment. You have to tease out the macroeconomic trends. I think the statistical numbers show that industrial upgrade is seeing sustained momentum from renewed drivers. In the 13th and 14th five-year period, we were kind of anxious because there was no new drivers coming around to sustain economic growth. We initiated a lot of projects, but some of them did not come to fruition. And with the positive signals from the Central Party Committee and State Council, we believe we're seeing the sustainable drivers coming around or on the horizon. Strategic emerging industries are becoming important drivers and engines for the economy. At State Council, there used to be a division dedicated for technology, and then it's renamed called High Tech Division, and then it's got renamed again Innovation Capability Development, and the most recent name they have given to this division is called Strategic Emerging Industry Development. The world economy is anemic, and protectionism is raising its ugly head. So there are some profound changes in both domestic and international economic landscape with new challenges for technology development. In April, Europe launched new anti-subsidy investigations into many Chinese companies, and then new U.S. tariffs amounted to $18 billion were adopted in recent times. And based on my initial observations, strategic emerging industries are experiencing structural changes
So from investment perspective, where we are now and where we were 5 to 10 years ago are completely different scenarios. The aggregate volume is growing continuously, both in terms of the speed and the level of growth. And the structure of that is experiencing dynamic changes. More investment is directed to new material, new energy, and AI. I know we have a lot of representatives from financial institutions a couple of years ago. Lithium battery is a very hot topic. We see a lot of injection of funds. That is why the industry of lithium battery started to become more competitive. EV battery and all the upstream, downstream projects, cathode, anode materials, and also humanoid robots, AI big models, large models. The key areas of investments are shifting and evolving at a faster and faster pace. As representatives from investment fund, we're paying close attention to this. And I think it's going to concentrate on two things. First is to strengthen our strong link, and second is going to be strengthening the weak link. For example, we want to develop the equipment for certain industries ourselves. And the new three things means we want to develop some fusion projects that combine advanced manufacturing with digital technology. So digital technology alone, if there is no linkage to real economy or manufacturing, then there will be a lack of projects for you to implement your digital technologies. And people are gradually investing in more earlier stage projects. And second, as an investor myself, be it institutional investor or platform investors, I just heard from a lot of speakers. On the basis of the big picture, we can propose some of our own ideas. We need to develop a sound pipeline of projects to sustain future growth as an investment fund, so that it will have great exits and great outcomes. The 14th five-year plan, we pointed out the importance of increasing the percentage of equity investment and more direct investment as well. We want to shift from investment-driven to an innovation-driven model. Private equity is a very important force in technology innovation. In innovation, equity innovation is playing a more important role in supporting tech startups. Smart funds and patient capital, these are the keywords that are gaining traction. I don't want to go into too much details. But I wanted to say that private equity investment, private equity, it has been playing a very important role in establishing a startup ecosystem of financing. Private equity investment fund will integrate itself into the main areas, main arena of the national economy without emerging as a more important player. Private equity funds will face development difficulties themselves. So that is why, despite pandemic restrictions, private equity's volume increased at a steady pace. And the State Council meeting, Central Economic and Financial Work Conference, there were many meetings and documents in support of this. Last year, the State Council issued a regulation for private equity investment. It has helped the private equity space become more law-based, more standardized. It's another major milestone. And then I think the other speakers touched upon all those documents and policies. One of the salient features is that there is a high degree of consistency.
I don't understand this that well, the top-level design and the regulations, but I figure the next step is going to be about increasing policy transparency and policy as institutional consistency. Private equity regulation was launched after 15 years of crafting and fine-tuning. So it's going to take time for rules and stability to come along. So we have to bide our time, but I think inevitably it's going to be the next step. It's only a matter of time, and I believe it's going to accelerate. Some statistics show that by the end of June 2023, total private equity investment covers 200,000 different entities, and total investment volume was 1.2 trillion RMB. Private equity investment compared to pre-pandemic years, I don't know whether you share the same observation. I'm not that familiar with this myself, but to some degree, are all those private equity investors shifting to so-called hard technologies? I think if you ask anybody, a lot of them are very specific. Some say they invest in hard technology, they invest in new energy or semiconductor. They will just flock to what everybody's investing in. Be it a investment training session, road shows, or a panel discussion, all the topics have to do with, biomedicine, AI, LLM. This is what everybody's flocking to and clamoring to invest in. All the funds are saying they are investing in hard technologies. Everybody's investing in semiconductor chips. If they don't invest, they're going to feel ashamed. So they have a very concentrated portfolio. Everybody's investing in what we call hard technology. So the capital market reform is deepening and continuing, and private equity space are seeing improvements in its ecosystem. There are multiple challenges and impact. We're seeing some difficulties in fundraising, post-investment management, and less predictability for exits. As fund investors, we're faced with many uncertainties ourselves. One of the key principles we must keep in mind is that as an investor, let me be bold here to make this statement, be it direct or indirect investment, our approach is completely different from what it used to be before the pandemic years. The same methodology is not going to work for today's era. So through the PBCSF forum, which is a high-end platform, I hope that we'll be able to concentrate resources and pool the strength so that we can address those issues properly through smooth channels.
So the investment activities are declining. A lot of companies wouldn't like to invest even though they have money in their bank account. And some of the companies do not have sufficient money, therefore they're even more cautious when investing. And the semiconductor and electronic equipments, IT, biotechnology, medical health, machinery and manufacturing, and chemical raw material and processing, these 5 sectors are still the heated area of investment. And even though the hard technology industry is still the major areas of investment, now I would like to share with you what are the risks and challenges for the PE. Firstly, it's difficult to fund. This situation will continue. And secondly, market competition will be fiercer, and with the underlying institution and system issues, as well as the supervision issues and industry incentive issues. How the products could be matched with the PE investment and equity investment and other investment vehicles. We need to further explore how to get rid of the institution system obstacles. And the underlying issues related to the institutions and the systems, including the legal framework, are the major reasons for the a lot of risks for the PE and investment institutions. And a lot of financial institutions are trying to clearing out from the market, and the Matthew effect is getting more prominent. If we still follow the old approach for investment, however big funds you have, the investment path wouldn't be very smooth as before. Third one is rebuilding of the industry chain and the supply chain. Number 4 is the high evaluation risk. These two issues have been mentioned for the past few years. Compared with the 3 to 5 years ago, the two chains of challenges today are very different from what 3 to 5 years ago even. So we need to consider the real situation. And then, especially, we need to do some researches on these supply chain and production chain related issues. And meanwhile, trying to embed the products you launched into the supply chain and product chain. And lastly, what are the challenges and opportunities for the equity investment? I believe in 2024, the PE investment will continue to face the upgrading of the industries, and the market structure continue to change, and the niche market, niche sectors would continue to switch. So we need to establish a new perspective in front of these challenges and these changes. These are the following points are just for your reference. First of all, to take an overlook and observe and estimate the overall macroeconomic environment. And whatever niche sectors you're investing, the macro level understanding of the economy is very important. And secondly, we need to understand the overall industrial investment and the trend of equity investment market, as well as the trend of supervision against the new era, how it's going to upgrade and optimize. We could have in-depth understanding and insight by analyzing the overall environment. And secondly, we need to focus on the policy changes in order to understand the direction of investment. From my personal perspective, be it the government report or the Central Financial Work Conference or Economic Conference, I think there are a few insights I would like to share with you. The first one, leading industry, is to consolidate and expand intelligence and internet-connected new energy industry. And there are 3 new drivers. First of all is biomanufacturing and commercial spaces and low-altitude economy. And number 3 is 3 new industries, as I mentioned. Lastly are 2 niche sector, which is quantum technology plus bioscience. And the future is coming soon, especially for the breakthrough of technologies. As mentioned in the government report, a new quality productivity is coming soon. And quantum technology and bioscience should be the focus of the equity investors and the PE investors. And last but not least is understand the market changes and come up with a comprehensive strategy coping with the new changes. And the PBC School of Finance is a very important platform of think tank. Together with the other senior education, so we conducted some research and cooperations. Most of the projects are only for research purpose, but there might be value for future investment as well. But we need to understand how to break the obstacles caused by the institutions and systems. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Li Kang, for the excellent insight. With that, we would like to conclude the plenary session 2. Thank you all, the 3 speakers, for the excellent sharing. With that, we will like to move on to plenary session 3, digital finance assisting the national financial development. I would like to give the floor to Professor Wang Zhengwei, Associate Professor, Associate Dean of Tsinghua PBCSF. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to attend the 80 years after Bretton Woods, building an integrated international monetary and financial system for all, and 2024 Tsinghua PBCSF Global Financial Finance Forum. And we are at the plenary session through digital finance, assisting the national financial environment. All the online and offline audience, you're more than welcome to attend this session. And even though it's raining outside, on-site, there are still a lot of guests still attending this event. And it's raining. The weather is retaining you, not going back home. Still, online wisely, there are around 400,000 people attending this event online, and which fully shows that your love to Udako, PBCSF, and we also love you. Now I would like to share with you the speakers. The first one is Mr. Zhang Jianhua, Director of the Research Center for Financial Development and Research, Tsinghua PBCSF. And Mr. Huang Haizhou, Special Term Professor of Tsinghua PBCSF, member of PBOC Monetary Policy Committee of SAFE, and Lu Weiyan, CEO of Lianlian Global. First of all, let's give the floor to Professor Zhang Jianhua to share with you the keynote speech. Dear leaders and guests, good afternoon. In the interest of time, I will finish my presentation within 10 minutes. My topic is digital finance infrastructure construction and further completion, because digital finance is the foundation for the 5 areas of development. In order to better establish the digital finance, we need to, first of all, understand what the infrastructures are. The digital finance is the foundation for the 5 chapters, which includes not only digitalization and industrial digitalization for the industry and society, as well as the digital transformation of the financial sector. For the financial sector to implement digital transformation, large banks are investing a lot. For example, ICBC invested around 20 billion on a yearly basis, and smaller enterprises also investing around 20 million or something. But with different sizes of investment, the returns could be different. Therefore, when we talk about the digitalization, we're talking about SME financial organizations. Digital gap would be further expanded from the large financial institutions. Digital gap, how can we close it? We need to establish a good digital finance foundation or infrastructure so that more convenience could be provided to the SME financial institutions so that they could also achieve a digitalization. Financial digital infrastructure, as we know, there are computing power and algorithm and data. They all have some infrastructures to be constructed. For example, computing power as you can see, there are a lot of computing centers being established all over China, all over the world, which can provide some public service to the financial institutions. But we haven't yet started to use it. And therefore, they were not a very effective infrastructure for the public services. Secondly, financial infrastructures not only include databases and computing power or those hardwares, but also think tanks and intelligence as well. Digital finance. In the interest of time, the major technologies, I'll skip this slide. I'll just focus on the following. Infrastructure. Because infrastructure is very important, as we all know that traditional financial sectors infrastructure, including the clearing network of payment and the transaction scenario, and the clearing houses for the payment. These are hard infrastructure. But today, the infrastructure also related to the supervision regulatory environment, and as well as regulatory standard and accounting and law, a legal framework. So apart from the hardware equipment, these are the three major softwares we need. For the digital finance infrastructure, it has the following features. So it has technology, market, institutional arrangement, and organizations. And it is even more complicated because it involves some data issue. Data, as well as data component, basic regulations, what can be used, what cannot be used, and outsourcing of the fintech, which could be outsourced. So it should be at the discretion of the users, but at what level for a financial institutions, can they just manage by themselves all, or the government has to manage it? And what about its relations with the financial development? And financial security. Does it refers to a financial security of certain financial institutions, or for a certain country, or for a overall environment? These are the concerns of securities. Data factor also is very important. Data factor or component, including there are different phenomena, including the data silo and data. As you know, that data component circular 20 has been issued, but in terms of a transaction of the data, it's really difficult. So data sharing and protection of the consumers, and data security and the financial security, these are all not so clear, the relations in terms of the relations between them. So we need to further establish a system for the digital finance infrastructure.
So if you look at the whole picture, we have been building this infrastructure system for digital finance. We have the computing power, but we still have to flesh it out, which is data factors of production, and also the outsourcing of financial technology. Which part must we do in-house? Which part can be outsourced? Every bank invests, all the big national banks invest 20 billion RMB in this area. How much of the technology is actually generic? Which means if it's generic, we can let some professional agencies take over. I believe there's bound to be some generic level of technologies. I worked as a governor of commercial bank for 7 years, so I do have some first-hand observations. But when I talk to the technology teams, they say it's kind of hard. They've already shared all the generic underlying technologies, for example, database. Then asked, what about the platform building? And they say, well, all the institutions use different types of systems. So when we build a platform, we must take into account our own qualities and characteristics. What about the foundations? Everybody uses this open-ended cloud infrastructure. And they say, well, it's kind of iffy. All the companies are building their own cloud because
they're afraid that public cloud is going to cause too much risk. Once it collapses, all the services will be disrupted. So that's why people are building private cloud of their own. Now, for the big entities, you can have some private cloud. But for small companies, they don't have the access or the means or wherewithal. So we can do some industry-specific technology sharing. For the public technologies, how can we ensure security? For companies, they will never be as technologically competent as a big company. So for the small companies, what they need is professional service providers. That is closely intertwined with regulatory policies. Can we create the space for small, medium-sized financial institutions? How can we make sure they're not all replaced and driven out of business? Because some of them will be consolidated, some of them will have to exit, some because they are not operating well themselves, but some because they lack digital tech capabilities, because the big companies have the ability to develop their own in-house capabilities and to bring it to their downstream customers. Market share a decade ago was becoming more fragmented, so concentration was going down. But in recent years, if you look at the most recent picture, the state-owned banks are concentrating more market share in their hands. What's even more dreadful is that per capita output is way higher at the state-owned big banks. But now, people used to say the big banks is all about using people. But now, I think for the for Bank of China, they have over 1 million in terms of per capita output. That is a very high bar. Only some boutique, excellent small companies were able to deliver on that. And if you look at brokers, over 1 million per capita is per employee is almost on the par with brokers' profitability or output. So for China Construction Bank and ICBC, they are all having a per capita output, per employee output of 700 to 800,000. The banks I worked at had lower numbers back then. So the big banks, the national banks, are becoming more and more competent and competitive. So previously we thought smaller banks will have an edge, but I don't think that's going to be the case in this digital era. Competition will get white hot. And all the industries are experiencing overcapacity. Even for financial industry. So that's why there is going to be some process of getting rid of abundant overcapacity. So the public service is not just created for the small companies, but they are one of the biggest beneficiaries. As for the data perspective, it has to do with a lot of public data sharing and the political affairs sharing, private data sharing. There is a lot of sensitive topics, and also the management of SOE. Some of them are monopolies. Does that mean all the data belong to them and them only? If you look at the legal dimensions and accounting rules, there is a lot of lack of clarity, and we have to gradually figure it out. As for the 20-point guideline on data management, it's just a framework. When you implement it, there is a lack of frameworks or mechanisms for data transaction. And also, how can you put data assets on the balance sheet? So for the financial institute, the Ministry of Finance, they have said that you can evaluate and put a price on data resources, and it's no longer just a cost, it's now an asset. And also judicial resolution, judicial suits. Digital small micro loans, a lot of it is digitalized. But for the last link, that's only the last mile. The whole process, like if you look at the process, yes, it's digital, but customer acquisition, risk assessment, and post-issuance management and collection, all those can be brought online. But in a digital, or rather, in a judicial resolution process, it's too fragmented for it to be digitally handled through judicial agencies. The financial institutions, previously the cost was too high, they did not want to bring a lawsuit. But now with a lot of online services, they are also exploring digital handling, digital judicial process. It's just one example, and there are many other examples, but in the interest of time, I think I'd better wrap it up. I hope I'm not taking too much time of yours. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Your presentation is very informative. It carries both academic value and practical significance. It also offers great policy recommendations. How should we understand this content better? We have now invited special term professor of Tsinghua PBCSF and member of PBOC Monetary Policy Committee, Mr. Huang Haizhou, to make a few comments on Mr. Zhang's presentation. Mr. Zhang has to catch a train, so he did not finish the rest of his slides. I actually had this discussion with him. I said I'm more of a commentator. I can help him finish the rest of the slides. I can help him show the rest of the story. And I'm also here to offer some commentation. Can you bring the slides back to the screen? I want to use the final few slides. Now, we're already running behind schedule. So taking the opportunity of commenting on Mr. Zhang's presentation, I want to discuss three things. First, why do we must pursue digital finance? So within digital finance, we often talk about those 5 pillars. And these are also the starting point of our innovation today. From a central government perspective, it's been very clear. But from an academic point of view, there are some concepts that have yet to be clarified. Domestically, we have used this term called virtual economy. Virtual economy. This term caused a little bit of confusion. We want to shift from what's virtual to what's real, and that's what confused the people. Hong Kong actually issued some licenses for virtual banks. But Hong Kong later on realized that those licenses for virtual banks, it's not the right way to do things. They have to revoke it and replace it with so-called digital bank license. So digital finance, digital economy, it's a better way to put the concept, virtual on the table. So let's do away with virtual and use the term digital. That's my first observation. That's my response to Mr. Zhang's presentation. And second, all the way till now, what progress have we made with regard to digital finance? Mr. Zhang talked about infrastructure development and many other dimensions, but from a financial markets perspective, there are some other things that we have to keep in mind. We see that some digital companies, digital finance companies, are doing a great job. PayPal, for example, from the US, they are an exemplary player for digital finance. Sega Security is another example. A lot of it has to do with algorithm computing power. these two wealth management companies, asset management companies, Renaissance, they are also digital finance player. You have a lot of PhD majoring in mathematics and physics working there. And same for PayPal. They have poached all those types of talent. Some great companies have already taken shape. I worked at investment banks and had some peer-to-peer communication with US players, Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan. If you look at their broker arm, if you ask them who is your biggest competitor, they're not competing with each other. They are afraid of Sega security. So that is the power of digital finance. And those companies are worth looking at and worth studying from our perspective. And the next speaker is also a great example from a leading company in digital finance. And the company is also a sponsor of this conference, Lianlian Global. Lianlian Global is one of the co-sponsors. But I would just leave the time to the co-CEO of Lianlian Global to talk about their story himself. But I think there are a lot of companies, new business modalities that will emerge from this. Now, third point, looking ahead. What are the key priorities or areas that worth our attention? Mr. Zhou said digital SDR is very important. When IMF first was established, last night we talked about Bretton Woods system and 1944 IMF's establishment. Mr. Keynes' plan was that IMF issue so-called Banco, which is a global currency which got refused by the United States. And the US dollar take the role of a global currency. And today, with digital currencies trends, they can expand the role of SDR to make it a virtual currency as a global currency. Now, World Bank is, even though it's called a bank, it does not have its own fiat or currency. They use SDR to make loans. Digital SDR is something worth exploring. And domestically, putting the data assets on the balance sheet is one of the latest developments. And Big Data Bureau administration was set up in China as well. But in order to implement it well, especially if you implement it on the financial dimension, you have to put in a lot of more efforts. It's about building a new collateral, using data as part of your balance sheet, stepping up the leverage ratio of banks. The macro leverage ratio is already pretty high. And in recent years, if you look at policy trends, we have been trying to deleverage. Now, taking this digital mean to create a collateral to add on to that, is that the wisest option? I'm not so sure. I think it's something worth discussing. My personal preference is that Xiaohui, the previous speaker, talked about leveraging equity investment
to market. To facilitate the digital economy's development and speeding up the expansion of the balance sheet, probably that is a topic that we could further delve into. And these are the two topics given to me, and just food for thought. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for the excellent sharing of your insights. We would like to give the floor to Madame Liu Huiyuan from Lianlian International, Lianlian Global. Good afternoon, dear guests. It's my pleasure to be here to attend this finance forum and to discuss with a lot of very important people in this area. My topic is digital finance and its promotion to China's trade development. First of all, let's take a look at the global trade structure. Globally, the overall trade market is very stable as a whole, and according to the statistics, last year the total volume for import and export is around 70 trillion. And according to the forecast, it will continue to grow, and it is forecasted by 2027 it will grow to 95.4 trillion. And with the digitalization and cross-border commerce penetration will also increase. It has increased from 4.7% at the end of 2018 to 8.0% in 2023. And China is the major supplier for the global trading system. According to the table, you can see that in the year 2023, China's total exported goods represents 14.2% of the global, and consecutively ranking consecutive #1 for 7 years in terms of a global trading goods. And in 2023 and first quarter 2024, the new emerging market grow very strongly, and the Russia, Middle East, and Middle Asia, South America import volume also grows strong. And China has become the major supplier of a global trade, and that is the result of the multi-rounds of industrial migration. And after the Second World War, as you know, that the Marshall Plan launched by the United States promoted the transition to Germany and Japan of the economic development. And back in 1970s, given the labor cost increase in Japan and competition was getting fiercer, the apparel industry and toys industry have been migrated to the four dragons of Asia, and Singapore, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, which promoted the Asian economic development. And in 1990s, China started to get involved into the battlefield, especially in the year 2001, China's official accession to WTO, making China the manufacturing hub for the world. As the beneficiary for the fourth industrial migration, China, in the past few years, in terms of its comprehensive production factor cost, China has accumulated high barrier. First of all, labor cost in China in the past few years grew step by step in the past few years. Even though so, compared with the European and United States market and other emerging market, China's labor cost still has competitive edge. And secondly, for the long run, China's government had been focusing on infrastructure construction, including energy, transportation, and communication. As you can see from the lowering two chart, compared with the other countries in Southeast Asia, China's industrial power price as well as loan interest rate are very competitive. And certainly in in the UN, there is a category for industrial classification. There are 4 categories, and China is the only country that has the 4 classes of industries, from components and parts to the final products. China is the only country that could provide all. And we also have this integrated industry chain, including the Yangtze Delta, Zhujiang Delta, and Jingjin economic area, not only integrates a comprehensive industry chain, but also talents and other supporting facilities. All these are what has been accumulated in the past few decades, and compared with the other countries, it have become a major barrier. And the manufacturing migration is dependent on the overall component cost. And with such a high barrier, China's continue to enjoy the benefits. So what about the current status and challenges in the year 2024? The global overall global situation could be reflected by the following few points. First of all is the re-globalization of the world's economy and decentralized of the global governance system. As you can see, institutions last but not least is the global production and exchanges. First of all, the industry chain and area to the agglomerates and trade supply structure will still focus on China, even though the labor costs, labor in the coastal area and the core edge are still located there. And from this chart, the infolds compare with that of 2001, and position of a key supplier for trade as well as the to general administration of custom, the statistic global commerce and the trade the is a foreign exchange as well as trading declaration. And these are the list of license that we have achieved. And a new license have been given to us, which was a Yamai license issued by Luxembourg. Lilian International has all the payment license in all the states in the United States. We're the only one and the first one. Right now in Thailand, in Indonesia, and Singapore, we have our licenses plan. And Lian provides Chinese business going outside as well as clients in different markets, the infrastructure services. That is why compliance and licenses are a priority of our business development. And by using such a license and 12 offices globally, we could provide cross-border and local services to our clients. From the clients of our clients to the final users, these are the overall chain that we care about. Not only we provide underlying payment as well as opening up of the stores and marketing and logistics. And now we are aligned to more than 100 e-commerce brands and covers more than 130 different currencies and covering 30 internet platforms and 29 major ports. By this one-stop services, we hope we could help our clients and business owners to reach the terminal buyers. And in terms of the solutions we provide, we cover not only the cross-border e-commerce and export e-commerce, import e-commerce, B2B, foreign trade business, as well as trading service and enterprises, including overseas education, international logistics, and digital entertainment, and cross-border traveling. For different businesses, we could customize a going abroad strategy for you. From payment to smart payment, it is also a showcase the upgrading of our payment system. Hopefully, through a series of services provided by Lianlian, we could help our customers to improve their payment capability. With one account of Lianlian, they could get payment from all over the world. In 2017, we established a joint JV with American Express. It is the first JV as a clearinghouse. Now we have provided 22. Now we are working with 22 car issuers globally. And we are providing different kinds of services to the cross-border e-commerce owners. And last year, with the CCPIT's support, we established this digital service special committee. Together with the cross-border industry chain and service providers on the chain, we established an ecosystem so that we sign a strategic partnership with local government by using this ecosystem so that our one-stop service could be brought to the locality from online to offline. And hopefully, in the process of Chinese companies going outside, we could contribute our part as Lianlian. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Liu. Well, digital finance is one of the 5 pillars. It's one of the key drivers of new financial development. At the same time, it leads the way for future financial development. This forum is held in Hangzhou, pilot demonstration city of digital finance. It adds a new layer of meaning to the forum. And I hope the presentations just heard are inspiring, and thank you all. 3 of the last but not least 4th session, which is themed on building a diverse pension finance system. The moderator is Mr. Wei Chen-Yang, Director of Finance, MBA Education Center, Tsinghua PBCSF, and Director of Research Center for China Insurance and Pension Finance at Tsinghua PBCSF. Distinguished Director Zhou, Ms. Hu, Professor Dong, and Mr. Fan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to
80 years after Bretton Woods, building the international monetary and financial system for all, and the 2024 Tsinghua PBCSF Financial Forum. My name is Wei Chen-Yang. I'm also from the PBCFS school, and the topic of this panel is building a diverse pension finance system. As we all know, population aging is a global challenge faced by all. Sustainable financial system for elderly care has emerged as a common topic for academia, decision makers, policymakers, and the private sector. So today, we would like to join force with representatives from different backgrounds to talk about how we can make policy recommendations so as to provide the people with more reliable and sustainable elderly care services. Let me first introduce the speakers of this panel. They are former Deputy Party Secretary and former Vice Chairman of China Insurance Regulatory Commission, Mr. Zhou Yanwei. Zhou Yanli. And also Secretary General of Elderly Care Aging Finance Forum, Mr. Dong Keyong. And Head of China of BlackRock, Ms. Fan Hua. Thank you for joining us. First, I would like to give the floor to Secretary Zhou for his presentation. We're way behind schedule, so I did prepare my part, but how about I just deliver a succinct summary of what I wanted to say? Because Mr. Wang and Assistant Governor Xiaohui have been sitting here all afternoon. I have to give them a thumbs up. I'm very happy to be here as a speaker and talk about the topic of pension finance system. As we know, insurance include elderly care insurance. Elderly care insurance, or pension specifically, how can we do it well? The central government has lent great support against the backdrop of Asian population or silver hair economy. We have to seize the opportunity of this window and help build a great portfolio of elderly care services and products through better financial services for pension development. Now, from the insurance perspective, pension or elderly care insurance is something that we have to further develop. It's playing a greater and greater role in the whole picture, not just in the macroeconomic perspective. It lends support to building a social security network, but also with a diversified pool or portfolio of products, it can accumulate funds and make investment, therefore keep or appreciate the value. It is a very important participant as institutional investor, and it is very favorable to the long-term development of the capital market. Pension insurance plays a role in building a sustainable ecosystem. A lot of developed countries have very mature systems for developing elderly care capital reserves. I have prepared some data, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to share all of it. China started late. As a latecomer, we have to focus on developing the third pillar, aka commercial insurance, to contribute to this ecosystem. The third pillar of pension insurance can provide diversified services and alleviate the burden on lacking coverage ratio. And at the same time, innovation of pension products can provide further support and satisfy the needs of elderly care. As the economy grows, as people's demand advances, we see more diversified, individualized needs of the elderly population. So commercial insurance, commercial pension plans have to be more flexible so that they can match the needs of people of different income buckets, people with different preferences, so everybody will find their needs well satisfied. That is something we have to do in an urgent way. So insurance companies have to cater to the customer's needs and provide customized plans for pension. And additionally, individual pension insurance
is a key component of the elderly care security system with Chinese characteristics. We do see a great host of diversified products and commercial insurance. We have annuity, endowment insurance, dedicated commercial pension insurance, etc. All those different products meet the needs of different populations and demographics. And the number of products will lead to the increase in the number of products will also lead to a higher population coverage. The NFRA, Financial Regulation Administration, have also issued some documents making certain pilot zones to test out the practices. We have seen some initial outcomes. And pension investors are patient investors. They have leveraged that advantage to inject stability and vitality into the capital market. The long-term orientation and scale of pension investment can make capital market more stable by investing in financial products such as bonds and stocks. Pension investment will be supportive of the capital market. At the same time, it helps to retain and appreciate the value of capital for pension capital. And elderly care pension insurance is another opportunity for improving insurance overall. Since the launch of the new mechanism, insurance has emerged as an ever more important player for elderly care. There have been some lessons learned. There have been some pain points that I would like to point out. For example, there is great homogeneity across different pension products. The products offered by companies share similar names. At the same time, the coverage and the content of the products are more or less the same. There is no clear distinctions. There is a lack of special, well-targeted, specialized pension products. Most pension products follow the traditional approach of commercial insurance. They're structured in the same way and designed in the same manner. So we have to innovate and make changes. Second, in terms of individual contribution to pension accounts, is still relatively low. Since the launch of the individual pension system, the development has lagged behind people's expectation. So the total scale of individual pension contribution is below our expectation. As insurance companies or financial institutions, efforts will be made to pursue more progress. So far, we have over 50 million people who opened accounts, but only 30% of them have contributed to their accounts. This is way below our original target. Hence, we have to pick up the speed and deliver more targeted services to improve this endeavor. And there is a lack of public awareness for pension finance. People don't understand those products very well. Hence, there is also a lack of trust. We have to help raise awareness and make this third pillar, commercial insurance, as more important driver of elderly care. We have to innovate and diversify the offering. Insurance industry have to come up with new types of products in order to satisfy the ever-changing market demand and changing consumer expectations as well. Second, we have to strengthen risk management and asset allocation capabilities. There is a lack of participation by pension investors in the capital market. We can further flesh it out. We can discuss and explore new ways for pension investors to participate in the capital market with heightened risk management. Third, we have to step up the coverage of individual pension system. We have to optimize the pension institutions, promote commercial banks, insurance companies, and fund management companies' role in building a win-win development. We have to leverage the institutions we have to give full play to pension finance through insurance. So finally, I wish our session a complete success. Thank you. Thank you so much, Secretary Zhou. This topic happens to be PBCSF and also my Center for China Insurance and Pension Finance. It's something that we pay close attention to, and we are in close contact with all the leading scholars in China. And the next speaker, Mr. Dong Keyong, happens to be a top-notch specialist in pension finance. He used to serve as the public service school at Renmin University, and he has carried out many important projects of research in this area and published many dissertations. And in 2005, he launched the Pension Finance 50 Forum, contributing a significant part to China's advancement of pension finance. And taking this opportunity, I would like to announce some good news. In order to respond to the call of the central government for focusing on the 5 pillars, the PBCSF school is going to set up the Tsinghua PBCSF Pension Finance Forum 50. Taking advantage of the advantageous resources and the original 50 forum, we will make our contribution to the overall development of China's pension finance. And Mr. Dong is going to be the Secretary General of this forum. At the same time, he will also be the chief expert of the Tsinghua PBCSF Research Center for China Insurance. So we are going to have Mr. Zhao Jie representing the school in giving the role to Mr. Dong Keyong as the Secretary General of this new Forum 50 for pension finance. Thank you, Mr. Dong, for your contribution to China's elderly care industry, and we look forward to your future input in this area. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Please return to your seat. And Mr. Dong, please remain on the stage. And next, you are going to give us a presentation on pension finance in the era of silver hair economy.
Thank you, Mr. Wei, Director Wei. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to attend this forum, and was hired as a lecturer. Indeed, elderly care is a very important area, and starting from the end of 2015, we started research in this area. We haven't found a solution yet in our research, but I would like to share with you the thoughts that we have formed in the past few years. The topic of mine is the elderly care finance for the silver hair era. Why do we say it is silver hair? This is the background. When we discuss about the elderly care economy, actually we've seen the fast trend of China's population aging, and in the following few years will exceed that of the United States and the EU. And as you can see, that is from 2000 to 2100. In this 100 years, developed countries, Japan, EU, and UK, Germany, and United States In the middle blue line, that is the number for China. China is catching up the above-mentioned countries and will very quickly exceed them. And the population portion of those older than 60 years would represent 40 and 41%. And this forecast is very possible. And that is the forecast from the UN. We don't want to see this trend really happening, but that could be the possibility. And if 35% of the population are 65 plus years of age, then in the past, we say that in these among 3 people walking with me, there must be a person that I can learn from. And we can say among 3 people walking the street, 1 of them has to be more than 65-year-old. And aging is not something really bad. It could be something good, but if the aging population represents a too high a percentage among the overall population, then it would become a major challenge. And China would handle this aging issue very proactively. And we are in this silver hair era of economic development. Not only there are economic demand, but also service requirements. Because for elderly people, their requirements could be different at different age stages. Starting from the year of 60, as we know that the retirement age is around 50 and 55. But anyway, let's see. After 60, even after 60, there are 3 stages. The first stage is the active stage, and the second one is a stage where assistance is needed. And last one is caring stage. And in these different stages, the elderly people might have different requirements. And that is why I call the era a silver hair era, and there is a new economic era. And the overall industries, any industries will be impacted and further segmented. And then, for example, if you're a pen producer, you will have to think how to transform your products in order to align yourself with the aging society. Are we ready for that yet? Every one of us. As elderly care, we need to have economic guarantee. We should have money. And from this table, probably the comparison is not accurate, but it is comparable. The reason I said it is not accurate means we probably have different pension models. Take China and the US, for example. The few experts before me have mentioned that the capital accumulated by pension funds could be used for investment directly. So let's see what they're doing. From this table, you can see as Pillar 1, US Pillar 1 is paying, and but for Pillar 2 and Pillar 3, they accumulated around 132.4% of the total GDP. That is who said the residents or general public in the United States do not save money. Institution-wisely, the United States help their residents to save a lot of money, and they can withdraw when they retire. But in China's elderly care, we rely too much on the first pillar, and we are not saving a lot of money, only represent 8.7% of the current GDP of the current period. And indeed, we cannot fully rely on the first pillar. We need to develop on the second pillar and third pillar.
And now we are relying basically on level 1. But the data comes from the open data. According to our estimate, the basic substitution ratio for the office company employee basic insurance. As you can see, this number is based on the premises that none of the workers' pension had decreased. But the reason still the ratio is going down, substitution ratio is going down, is because of the following factors. The salary is going up, but still 40% has been the level that has been stabilized as the substitution ratio. So when you are earning money of 100 when you are working, then from the first pillar you could get 40. That could be the basic guarantee. If you would like to have a better life, you need to have other sources of capital. Take a look at the service guarantee system. There are problems as well. If we rely fully on the public sector's social welfare in terms of the elderly care facilities and assistance, it is far from enough. And it is really hard to meet the requirements of people with different income level. That is why, in terms of the social welfare, public welfare service, on one hand, it is really hard to get a bed for elderly care because the price is low. And on the other hand, the vacancy rate is very high because people are not happy with the service. If we commercialize it, then this industry is of great demand and supply, and capital needed is needed for investment. But capital return is very slow. So how to align investment and development? It is really hard to achieve a balance, and that is another contradiction. What shall we do? That is why we propose this new concept of elderly care finance, where the money is, where the service is. We align them together. And according to the elderly care finance, it covers the 3 areas. The first one is pension finance. Second one is elderly care service finance. Number 3 is elderly care industry finance. And of course, we hope more researches could be done by the industry. The reason we set up such a logic framework is because we are different from the Western countries. So the aging, population aging is happening very soon. Of a large amount, there is a huge demand but short of supply. What shall we do then? The pension finance and elderly care service finance and elderly care industry finance. I have 3 PowerPoints to share with you. Then for the pension finance, which is institutional elderly care services, now it's been returning to pay-as-you-go. Now, as mentioned by the government report for the 20th CPC Congress, we're going to further complete the reform of the elderly care finance, pension finance. For example, are we going to retire at this prescribed age? Shall we prolong it? It is the practice of the other countries. Probably China would have to follow the suit. Pay-as-you-go pension system refers to the fact that when you are young, you pay, and when you retire, we withdraw. But young people, younger generation has been reduced, so we have to postpone the retirement age. And secondly is Pillar 2, pension funds, which has more than 20 years of history, but it only covers less than 7% and less than 20 years. Around 90% of the company employees do not have the Pillar 2 coverage. And in that case, it is far from sufficient, so we have to further expand pension fund coverage in order to improve the overall coverage ratio. And the third is about personal elderly care fund pension or personal contribution.
there is no 100% of the third pillar in any countries. For the second pillar. That is why we need to have the third pillar, which has been piloting for 1 year. And for this year, according to Premier's report, is going to further expand in terms of the coverage of the third pillar. And there will be more channels for you to accumulate your elderly care funds. So these are the pillar 1, 2, 3. Institutional framework has been established, but in terms of details for each one of the pillars needs further researches. And what about the elderly care finance, service finance? Apart from the pension finance, based on your own situation, you need to accumulate wealth during and outside your retirement. Not only includes coverage, personal wealth management and funds, but also housing. And housing property are the major properties for the general public. In the future, the house, when you encounter some financial issues, when there is a shortage of finance, then we can use houses to support our elderly care. And there are experiences that we could learn from the developed countries. But of course, institution-wisely, we need to further complete our institution arrangement in order to see whether these could be really transformed into cash. The third one is elderly care industry finance. We need to, first of all, consider the market mechanism because the industry of elderly care, first of all, we need to separate the undertaking of elderly care and the industry of elderly care. The first relies on the government, the second relies on the overall society. When we talk about the elderly care industry, we need to utilize the market mechanism in order to give full potential to the different layers of capital market, including the main board market and SME market and new board market of the stock exchanges. And the accumulated elderly care funds had enabled the exchange market development. And on the other way around, the capital market encourages the pension funds development. And secondly, social participation, including PPP, to mobilize the different social capital. It has been piloted in many different areas in China. And last but not least is the government policy-based industrial guided fund. And in developed countries, this concept is not mentioned. They focus more on the pension finance because the capital market is very developed in those countries, which could fully and timely reflect the requirements of the pension industry. But China's aging is very quick, and the level of aging is very deep. We cannot just solely wait for the market to respond.
So the government has to take active actions to support the development of the elderly care sector. So we have to have some leading pension funds and leading government players to take the role so as to facilitate this acceleration, so as to satisfy the future elderly care needs of the people. So that is my presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Dong. Next, we have the honor to have invited heads of China at BlackRock, Ms. Fan Hua. BlackRock is a world-leading wealth management firm in the area of pension finance. They have accumulated a wealth of experience. Ms. Fan Hua is in charge of the strategic and implementation of BlackRock in China. He has previously worked at Goldman Sachs, China Investment, and other top-notch financial institutions. He has been ranked as one of the top 25 females in the capital market by one of the Asian magazines. Let's welcome Ms. Fan Hua. Thank you so much for your introduction. distinguished guests online and offline. Good afternoon, and very honored to be here to participate in the 2024 PBCSF Global Finance Forum and discuss the topic of this global challenge of pension. So let's first take a look at the domestic context for pension finance. In the post-pandemic era, we're seeing some structural changes in employment, economic activities, and the demographics. The sustainability issue of pension finance has attracted a lot of attention. Larry Fink, and Chief Investment Officer of BlackRock, in his letter to the investor, called in 2020, called pension one of the two big challenges people have to address in the 21st century. And we know that pension can help us extend our lifespan, but how can we better handle this income issue after that is not something we have properly addressed. And 2024, and last year, the total scale of the pension volume declined by roughly 10%, with declining contribution and lack of input. In recent years, for OECD country, the pension replacement rate is only 55.3%, down by 22.3%, and in US 73%, down by 8%, and in China 68%, down by another 3 percentage points. So faced with those challenges, countries around the world are discussing retirement age, pension ecosystem, and pension mechanisms so as to build an effective ecosystem that satisfies the future needs of pension. Now first, retirement age. OECD had its estimates. With the changing demographics globally, by 2060, the total retirement takeout age for the pension is going to be twice that of 1960s, and so a lot of the countries are pushing for higher retirement age so as to limit the time where people live on their retirement income. 60% of the OECD countries are currently going through reforms for its retirement age. OECD country male retirement age is going to reach 66.3. Denmark, Estonia, Sweden, altogether 5 countries are going to see their retirement age push the limit of 70 years old. And then for the global retirement pension, defined benefits, DB type of pension, we're going to see a shift to defined contribution, DC type of pension. For DB pension, the uncontrollable risk is completely borne by the plan provider. But for DC type of pension, it's based on your contribution volume and the time frame, which will determine the total amount of retirement income you'll be able to get. So DC type has already increased from 40 to 55% of all pension plans in the world. And second, the system of investment policies. In order to keep the value of pension funds, people have incorporated the target date value strategy. They start from the life cycle of the policyholders and design the strategy based on the fluctuations in the stock and the bond market. After 30 years of development, this strategy has been adopted by most pension funds. Second is to develop more non-standardized anti-cyclical assets. The 7 largest countries with pension scale alternative asset increased from 9.19% to 23% over the last decade. It increased most significantly among all categories of major assets. And over the last 20 years, overseas stock investment increased from 1/3 to 2/3, and then domestic stock investment declined. Global allocation of assets have made those participants able to share in the success of the rest of the world. If you look at China, it took only 20 years for the main demographic in China to go from adults to senior citizens, and normally in the world it took a time of 50 years. In China it was only 20 years, and the lower birth rate of the younger generation poses a severe threat to societal health, and we have 1 big, 2 weaknesses, and 3 void. So for the first 2 pillars, the people have talked about it. For the missing 3rd pillar, with support of Mr. Dong and other speakers, we're making some progress on that front. The high-quality development of pension finance would not be possible without the innovation by financial institutions. So I would like to share with you what BlackRock is doing. As a leader of China-based solution provider of the 10 trillion fund under management, 2/3 will be related to pension. In U.S. alone, we have a total coverage of 35 million people, accounting for 1/4 of the U.S. working force. And we have been conducting the surveys for pension management for 7 years, and we have summed up into 4 words. R stands for resilience in the face of a highly uncertain future. Second is reintroducing income. With longer expected life expectancy, and it's no longer just about, earning money before you retire and then using money after you retire. You have to continue to invest after you retire in order to get a stable income. Third R is reaching people. With better counseling and consultancy service with elderly care, we can enable more people to have guarantee and safeguards. This points the way for the future of BlackRock's pension strategy. First, we work with insurance companies to provide lifelong service to policyholders and to help them plan the spending after retirement. So annuity plan based. So near the retirement age, the stock investment is going to be exited, and then so as to ensure a lifelong spending certainty. A certain optimal ratio of that approach can increase the annual spending by 30% and limit the downward risks by 33%. And the consultancy service for pension in 2023, compared to 2022, 20% more people are willing to let professionals take care of their pension management. BlackRock launched a platform called iRetire, which you can see on our website. iRetire platform, based on people's retirement age and post-retirement life expectancy, how much money they need to spend every year, and also in combination of interest rate and inflation, ROI. They make predictions for our customers. They also provide a model portfolio for people's reference. This platform is very simplified and succinct, and you can also adjust the parameters based on your customization. It's well received by the audience. And thirdly, we have a low asset, low fee life path product. Most of the pension investment is in our BlackRock ETF. ETF covers all sorts of commodity, stock, bonds, and alternative assets. Just now, the Bitcoin ETF recently approved was part of that portfolio. And the cheap cost of management, because the overseas markets are very effective, so that is why all those low-fee products can provide excellent outcomes for investment. And BlackRock's pension investment, when we invest in those other products, ETFs, we are able to waive the management fee. And in Larry's letter to the investors, he said, even though BlackRock has had an excellent track record for managing the pension of millions of people, but we have to provide our recommendations and advice to more stakeholders. BlackRock is able and willing to work with other participants in the society to contribute to a sound future of pension management. In China, we actively took part in policy regulatory projects, and BlackRock have also received individual pilot pension projects for some of our products, including Beijia and Beile.
which are top-ranking products in the insurance pension space. And we hope that with the development of pension in China, BlackRock can potentially double our total customer base for pension products in the world. And thirdly, I want to talk about the significance of, how can we further advance China's pension system, and some recommendations, hopefully that our products can become a source of inspiration for discussion. And we want to further guide the coordinated development of second and third pillar, and we can have default match mechanisms to increase the coverage of pension. In terms of the use of accounts, I believe it's well advised to learn from U.S. experience so as to remove the barrier between the two accounts, so as to waive certain taxes. For example, you can move some of the assets from the corporate account to individual account in the annuity for scenario. And then when people make investment in their third pillar of insurance pension, they can take advantage of the benefits from the second pillar. And we also need an automatic participation and a match mechanism. So for people that meet the eligibility requirements, they will be automatically included in the corporate pension program, and by default they'll start paying to the pension, and corporates are going to match that, and the government will provide tax breaks, and employees are able to apply for a exit if they wish to. Richard Thaler won the Nobel Economics Award partially because of its contribution to pension development. So some small policy change might have a profound impact on people's wealth capabilities. Automatic registration is one of the small tweaks. So for the pension, like if the default is that you buy it automatically, and then you can choose to opt out, then that will help to increase the level of participation. Research shows that automatic registration or enrolling those simple steps can increase the participation rate by 50%. Thirdly, encourage and expand the coverage level. And for those small SMEs and flexible gig economy workers that are not included in the second and third pillar, we can further lower the threshold of annuity pension. For example, IRA or the UK program Nest, they are both providing some cheap, low-budget, well-managed pensions solutions. It can reduce the SME's operational pressure and give those small companies' employees an ability to take part in those big pension management programs. For companies that provide annuity pensions, they can give tax breaks, and they can give fiscal subsidies to those individual accounts so as to further allocate more funds to those pension accounts. And it can also improve the coverage of second and third pillar. Fourth, and given the lack of intensity of tax breaks for the pension management, it is advised that the government can come up with some preferential policies. They can maybe raise the upper ceiling of 12,000 RMB per year, and in addition to people who don't have the working capabilities, they can take out a fixed amount every fixed period of time. Maybe some critical illness, some household struggles can also be included as the prerequisites for taking money out of their pension account with tax benefits. And the low interest rate environment has also challenged the value appreciation of pension. We encourage cross-border pension resource allocation so as to capture high yield overseas opportunities. And given that there is a theory of asset portfolio, the bigger the portfolio, the more diversified the assets, then the more effective you will be able to reduce the risks and extend the long-term yield.
Learning from Japan, the low interest rate investment environment has changed the investment strategy of the Japanese government. They invested more on the equity market in order to get more return. And in terms of the overseas proportion, it has increased to 24.7% in the year 2022, and a stock change in the past 10 years has been increased to 25.11%. And last but most importantly is to establish a multi-layer comprehensive capital market to strengthen the investors' education. First of all, focus on the pension system reform and its relations with the equity market, stock market, and encourage the capital to use the nature of a long-term investment of the pension house to fight against the short-term volatility of the market. And number 2 is to further diversify Pillar 3 for the pension fund in order to meet the different requirements of people with different age groups and different risk appetite. And so that we can produce different types of pension investment products for people to invest. And thirdly is to enhance the investors' education so that nurture the concept of elderly care through investment, and also increase the willingness of buying of the pension products by the general public. Elderly care is not only an issue for the elderly people, but also for every one of us. Last but not least, I would like to quote what Larry said. For me, the biggest obstacle is not the complexity of investment or people's too busy to participate into any project, but fear for the future uncertainties. But as asset managers, we hope we could overcome these fears of the investors and to achieve a better future. Now let's work hand in hand to achieve a golden elderly age for each one of us and contribute our part for the aging population strategy of China. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madame Fan Hua, and thank you all, the 3 speakers for the sharing. Mr. Zhou pointed out some core observations and issues from the policy level, as well as the solutions for addressing some of the issues. And Mr. Dong provides a paradigm for thinking from academic perspective. And Madame Fan has given us a very down-to-earth suggestions. As a new start for the People 50 of the PBCSF Global Finance Forum, we hope as a think tank we could continue to contribute our part and wisdom to the elderly care and to the financial system. Once again, I would like to thank all the audience from online and offline, all the speakers.